taught in the district for 27 years, CB first, and then now Grangeville for the last 14. Business technology. I've got a kid that will be a senior and one that will be in 7th grade here in Grangeville.
Mike Glenn. I have a 4th grader and a 6th grader and live in Grangeville.
Cassie Williams, I teach 6th grade. This is my first year at the district, but I've taught in town for about 4 years. I have an incoming 8th grader and an incoming 4th grader next year.
And I'm Jessica Moore, and I've been with the district for 16 years. I have a 7th grader and 3rd grader.
I'm Valerie Peppercorn. I'm a 3rd grade teacher down at Jen's. I also have a 2nd grade son who'll be going into 3rd grade next year. And I wanted to be able to do this because I feel like in all the years that I've been here, we haven't had a math curriculum. And it's really difficult when you have teachers across our district who are having to pull all on their own, all of these different math things, and it's not going to match up no matter how hard they try to make it match up because we don't have a common curriculum and a common vocabulary teaching all of the skills, and there are gaps because of it. So I really think it's important that we get a curriculum that can get all of our teachers on board, can get us back up to speed where we need to be, fill in those gaps that have been created because we haven't had a curriculum in at least 9 years that I've been here. So that's why I think it's important for us to come together and get a curriculum.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I'm Kim Fales. I'm serving as in my role as curriculum coordinator today. I have a couple other roles. Here's how we got here. Valerie already mentioned this. We haven't had K-6 math curriculum in over a decade, I think. And we have some last chance funding that we need to take advantage of. The board approved spending the last of our ESSER dollars, those federal rescue funds, and it's budgeted for curriculum, and we need to spend the money prior to June 30th. We're here in this format with patrons at the table and staff people at the table following Idaho Code. Okay, I'm going to back off of this and let Mr. Wassman take the show from here. He's up first, he'll be the warm-up act.
All right, well, thanks for having me here. Thanks for attending. I teach business and technology at Grangeville High School, and each year, towards the end of the year, I talk with my my council of people that are out in the community, and we discuss how our program is going and what needs there are out there and what we're actually offering, and then I look at of the courses that we're offering, how many kids are actually interested in enrolling, because the majority of it is all electives. And so, you know, you can cram kids into programs, but sometimes, you know, if you cram a kid into a class they don't want to be in as an elective, then, I mean, it's kind of pointless. And so what we try to do is assess the students as well as the overall program. And we've been offering a class called Web Design in the past, and it's been really good. They build websites, etc., and learn how to do some of the coding stuff. That technology is changing to where instead of using software to build the websites, they're moving more towards just straight up coding, and I don't know how to do that. I mean, I've done it, but it's definitely not my forte. And so, because that is starting to decline in terms of how that program is taught, and we're also having some students that aren't necessarily filling my classes or the classroom, we thought, well, how can we make a change? And so every year I try to look at something to either add or adapt in some way. And I thought, you know, I used to teach accounting in Kuski. We had great attendance, and we have actually had kids that when they went through the program went into the financial accounting world. And then when I came to Grangeville, I don't know if it was when I was there or prior to, they actually had 2 business instructors at that point. One of them taught software, and the other one taught some accounting and some actual technology coding types of stuff. Since that time, we've reduced it down to just me, and so then you have to pick and choose what you can offer. And when the other instructor left, accounting left with him. That was Jim Sir. And I said in my notes here that we haven't had an accounting program since I've been here, but there may have been a year or two in there where we had maybe a math teacher try to teach it, and it just didn't work out very good. And so there really has not been an accounting program at Grangeville High School since I've been there. And I thought this is a good opportunity to maybe introduce a new program or bring it back. And so I reviewed some textbooks. Initially, I had picked a different textbook out than this one, and I brought it out to some community members, and they thought, yep, that looks good. And then I was in Chicago last week for the BPA National Conference with students, and when you go there, there's all different types of industry, et cetera, and I don't know how many other teachers. I was talking to them about the accounting stuff. I talked to Prairie and Nez Perce, and because they have a really strong accounting program, and I asked them what book they used, and they actually recommended this one here, and it was also on my list. It was my number 2, and then when we got to looking at it, the one that I'd originally picked out was probably a little bit more advanced to start out with, and so for luck, the not publisher, but what would you call them?
Distributor?
Yeah, so there was an actual booth there where Century 21 or Cengage was there, and I wasn't able to get one of these things in a hurry, and they just happened to have this one on their little stand, and I was like, can I see that textbook just so I can, look through the whole thing really quick? And they were like, yeah, you can just have it. So I took this from Chicago, brought it back, and reviewed it and everything, and then I talked to, again, the Nez Perce teacher and the Prairie teacher, and they say it's just fantastic. We did dig through our old textbooks because we store all that stuff for decades, and I did find one, and we found like 18 of them, but I believe they're from 2006, and I think, or maybe even before that, I think I brought them up from Kuski with me. So, and so one of the reasons, one of the thoughts is, well, why don't we just use the old one? Well, the new ones are all aligned with new online resources. The old one, you actually bought a working papers textbooks that went with it, and the kids would use this, and then they would write in the working paper stuff. You can't even get any of that stuff anymore for the old one. The new ones now all are aligned with QuickBooks, so that's the other part that I want to integrate in with this, and this textbook actually integrates right with it. So they'll learn the concepts, and then when they learn some of the concepts, they'll still do working papers, but it's all online. So you go online, you grab them, you can either print them if you want to do the hard copy part, or we can import them right into Excel and do them that way. And then once that part is done, then there's also little projects in here that you can just bring right into QuickBooks. So because of that, I went through the state of Idaho, and because I'm part of a pilot program with the state where, because I'm in it, they actually give me the software for like Microsoft Office and Adobe, so we don't have to pay for any of that. It's all just given to our program. And they last year started a new program where if we're part of that pilot program, then they gave me QuickBooks. So I have all of that software for free as well. So, and that part's pretty cool, but the better part of it is they offer me all of the curriculum and the help and tech support. And then they also, it's aligned with another program that I use that allows kids to practice in different types of software areas, and then they certify in that, so they actually get national certification in these. And so the old textbook doesn't do any of that stuff, so it's just old. I mean, accounting probably in terms of the numbers and the T accounts and all that, that's still the same, but it's not now, it's not current, and we wouldn't be kicking kids out into industry. It's all changed. So that's the reasoning for having a brand new book rather than trying to go back to the old stuff. Other reasons that we want to start a program at Grangeville is part of the BPA program, which is Business Professionals of America, is a youth club like FFA, but it's for the Business and Technology Department. It has exploded over the last 10 years at Grangeville. When I moved up here, we had one kid that would be part of this group, but it's only one person. And then it went to 4, and then it went to 10 kids, and then we started actually winning events at regionals to where they were going to state, and then those kids got excited and told other kids, and then last year I think we had 43 kids that I brought to Moscow on a bus to compete, and I think we had 20 some go to Boise to compete at state, and then down there, and they were competing against like 1,500 other students. Down there we had, this year, we had the most we've ever won at state was 6, and those kids all got the opportunity to go to Chicago and compete against, I can't remember if it was 5,600 students or 6,500, but there was a lot of kids from all over the United States. All of our kids are kind of limited to what they can compete in down in all of that because of what I'm teaching, which is Microsoft Office software, some Adobe software, and like Prairie, all of their kids were down there in accounting, and we can't compete in it because they don't even know what it is. So that's another reason for bringing in a different program, is to let them have a little more options on what they can explore. My program, vocational or career technical education, I do have additional funds than other teachers have, and it's not through levy stuff, it's not through district money, it's none of that, it's all completely separate to where we can buy software and we can buy computers and things like that. What I can't buy with that money is textbooks. So anything that would just go into a classroom, like a chair or a desk, none of that money can be used for that, textbooks included. But anything that is a supplemental to this, I can use my own funds, the CTE funds, to pay for software and the working papers and all of that stuff. So that's why I'm here today, to ask the district and the community if we can purchase a textbook so that I can get it started, so that then I can keep moving forward. It is recommended by, I don't have the full thing, but the CTE Business and Marketing Adoption Guide. So it's already been evaluated by another committee that's bigger than just this district. And this was one of 3 that was recommended on that site.
Can I ask a question? When do kids sign up for classes, like when would you have to know by if you can offer an accounting class for next year's kids to be able to sign up for accounting? And do you have any idea how many are going to be interested in it? Have you talked to the kids?
We've already offered it, it's already on the list, we already have kids in the program.
Okay.
So
cool.
it's gonna be, I'm teaching this that's new, or I'm teaching stuff that's 20 years old. It's already in the books. How many kids? I can't tell you the number right now. From my assessment, just on my kids alone that I'm teaching, which that's not the other 100 and some that I don't have in class, there's been a high desire for that. And the way that CTE programs work, it follows a pathway. So they start in a class that's low level, that we put all the kids into, which is Microsoft Office. And then from there, then they kind of choose which direction they want to go, whether it's information technology, whether it's graphics. I have a pathway called administration management, and this is part of that pathway. So for a kid to follow that pathway, they start out with Microsoft Office and take that class as a freshman. And then the hopes is that they'll take an accounting class. I already offer business law, which that's a dual credit through LCSC. That would be the 3rd class, and then they take a business management class or entrepreneurship class. And then at the very end, then they take what's called a capstone course. So they go through this, and the hopes is that once they've gone through that pathway, they can either go on post-secondary or they just jump right into industry, doing what they know. So this is just one more piece of that pathway. There's like 7, no, probably 10 different courses that are in the pathway that you can pick and choose: low level, middle level, and advanced. And this is going to be an upper middle level. And then if this takes off, the hopes is that then there would be an advanced accounting course offered for those that are really interested into it.
So this is an elective, not counted towards a math class. It's an elective, correct?
I can't answer that question. I don't know. I would assume it's not math, but I don't
And then
know.
for your BPA, the kids have to take a certain class to be part of, BPA, like accounting or your business law or
Yeah,
whatever?
if a kid wants to be in BPA, if you wanna be a real stickler, FFA is that way, they have to be currently enrolled in a course that year to be part of the club. I make it to where they have to either be currently in or have been in the past. But yeah, a kid can't just be in there because they wanna go on a trip. They have to use the skills learned in coursework in order to compete.
I like the QuickBooks aspect of that. That's
Yeah.
And you're right, Jerry, that would be an elective class.
Okay. As a former teacher of business management, that all sounds great. It really does, for the skills you're gonna give the kids that can be used a multitude of ways and places.
Sounds like you really did your homework, thank you.
I did an accounting class in high school and I really liked it, so.
One other thing that was on my list was most of my classes are dual credit, so they take the class at the high school level, but I teach it at the college level. It's strenuous for some of the kids, but like this current year, I have a list somewhere. Somewhere anyways, but I've got like all of these kids right here do dual credit in my business computers course. They certify in 3 different areas, national certifications. When they get all 3 of those certifications, it's the same thing as if they were sitting at the University of Idaho in a 400 level computer course. That's what they do, but they do it in 1 semester. We do it in a full year. And they get 3 U of I credits for doing that. And the cool thing is those credits are paid for through the state of Idaho called Advanced Opportunities. So they're getting 3 credits, earning them, and it's going right towards any potential degree if they want to, whether they think they're going to go to school or not. Once they have it, they've got it forever. My business law class, that's this one here. That one's articulated through LCSC. These kids right here all took the class for 2 semesters. Same thing, what I cover in 2 semesters is what they do at LCSC in their intro to law class for 1 semester. And it's also a 3 credit course. So just in this list right here, out of where we have 250 kids at the high school, just this year, there's a list of almost 70 kids that will have 3 or 6 credits already on their transcript, and some of them are freshmen.
Will that go to any Idaho school or?
So college credits work like college credits. If I'm 25 years old and I start out at LCSC and I start taking classes, and it's like, oh, I want to go to the U of I. When I go to the U of I, you go through a credit transfer process, and so I can't say, yep, they'll definitely count. But generally, if you're going to a 4-year school, there's a certain amount of electives that you have to take. They can be anything. Like I had a roommate that was in mechanical engineering, and he took scuba diving and parachute, jumped out of airplanes as some of the classes that he took for fun for electives. They can be anything. And so generally speaking, electives can transfer right. This could transfer in as an elective for anything in most schools. Will it transfer to Harvard? Probably not. But all of our local, the U of I ones, it's a direct replacement. Like, I'll just give an example. Macy Smith graduated from here a couple of years ago. She went to Montana, a school in Montana, and then after the first year, she transferred to U of I. One of her courses in her course plan was computer applications for 15 at the U of I. So she went in there the very first day, and they said, okay, what you need to do for your curriculum or for the course is you have to pass the Word certification, the Excel certification, and the PowerPoint certification. And she's like, wait a second, I already did all of that. And the instructor said, well, if you can prove it, then you're done. So she came back to me, and I gave her the certificates. She presented those to the instructor, and he issued her an A for the class. The problem is that she'd already signed up for that class, and so it was already wasted. So she went from, maybe she earned 15 credits, but she could have been taking a different course instead. And so that's why we aligned this right up with the U of I, because if it's done, and it's one of the classes that's fairly basic for most of the courses up there.
Discussion, questions?
What do we do now?
I think we we say to Mr. Wasmuth, that's a great textbook, let's go?
I like that Nez Perce and Prairie are using it too, and both speak highly of it. Like it's kind of gone through a trial run, so I like that way.
Has there been any interest from the CD teachers to introduce that?
CV's slightly different in that they do have a business instructor, my equivalent, that doesn't get to teach full-time in business. So he's also their government teacher, maybe economics, I can't remember. And so even up here where I teach a full-time business, I'm still strapped with what I can offer just because I have 150 students. 80 of them take up 3 class hours just in the business computers, which is a district requirement. So I have 3 periods left for 2 semesters. So I have 6 different offerings I can give besides that. Down there, they just don't have the resources. Do they offer it? No. Would they offer it? I don't know. I'm assuming now, I don't know if I can say that. But.
Well, if you can, we can staff it.
So I'm assuming now because my counterpart down there was actually hired as, I can say that?
Yes, you can.
Was hired as the principal of CDHS. He hadn't taken the position until after last night's election. So there is currently, right now, there is currently not a business instructor at CV. And the
So-
chances of getting one of those, I've been on where we've had to hire them before, it's not pretty. When I
So
left
they
down
don't
there,
have a
it was-
BPA program down there?
No, they do.
They
Yeah,
do.
CV has a BPA program, but they teach, their pathway is different. Their pathway is marketing, my pathway is administrative services. So when you're in a different pathway, then you teach different courses. He teaches more marketing, sports, entertainment, video editing. He was planning on starting, it's in the works to start a school-run business.
So are they in the same situation as you then, where they just gotta pick what is gonna be most beneficial, or what, you know, like you're getting rid of web design, it sounds like, right? So that you can do this?
I'm not
Or-
gonna get rid of it. So, you know, like if you have an Algebra 2 class, you teach Algebra 2 to 20-some students. I've gone through and my kids are well managed, I guess, enough that I sometimes offer multiple curriculums at the same class period. So like right now, I have a graphics class where the kids are doing 3D design, and then they can print those parts on our 3D printers. And at the exact same time, I've got 4 or 5 kids that are working on a web design program, and so I'm actually teaching multiple courses during the same period. So web design's not gonna go away. It's still gonna be offered, but it's gonna be set up more towards independent, I don't wanna say independent, because that seems like, well, I'm just kicking kids on a computer to learn. It is a really structured course to where they just follow curriculum, and I can instruct a little bit, but kind of leave them onto their side, and then they can continue to learn that program if they want to, while I'm also teaching kids doing other stuff. So the web design is still going to be offered, but it won't be one class period of web design where I might have 8 kids in there. It's going to be more like, I've got kids that really want to learn this stuff, the web design stuff, so they'll be on this side of the room going through their stuff, and it might be offered at the same time as another class that I'm actually instructing with.
So this could be implemented at CV if there was an instructor that could do it and that wanted to take it on.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I'd have to look at his or their program's pathway to see if it fits in there, but even if it didn't fit into the pathway, you can teach other courses that are kind of in a pool. It's called a cluster. So in a cluster program, there's like 50 different courses that I can teach, but you pick a pathway and you try to stay in that. It's not my favorite thing to do in a small school. In a big school, it really works well because you have 7 business instructors, and one instructor takes the pathway of business, one takes the pathway of technology. We can't do that, and so we fought for it, but you have the ability to teach what are called cluster classes. So that, like my graphics course, that's not in my pathway. You wouldn't have an administrative services program or students learn how to do 3-dimensional design and automated design, but I still offer it because the kids like it, and our community has a lot of different places that use it. And so I still offer that, even though it's not part of my pathway, but it is something I'm allowed to teach. So yes, depending on who and if they can find an instructor down there, that new instructor will either keep the current pathway that they have in place, or that instructor will request from me, because I'm the CT director, to realign a new pathway. We have to go through the state, they have to approve it, and then they would follow that path. So it's up in the air for CV. I don't know what the plan is for them, but when they hire a new teacher, then we'll see. What happens is the teacher goes out and has what's called a technical advisory committee. So they invite community members on this committee, and they talk about stuff, and they say, what do you think we need in our community? That new instructor is going to have to do that, and then they may go a completely different route. So as of right now, I don't know.
Consensus to move forward with the textbook then, everyone?
Yeah.
Thumbs up? Okay, very good. All right, thank you, Ms.
I think you
Johnson.
should offer some adult classes.
Hey,
Well,
I would
that-
read
You know what?
I would like to learn some more about that, so.
Back when I was young and really, really, really energetic, I used to teach nighttime adult classes, and I'd have to tell you that adults are the worst students in the world.
Next to teachers.
I just
And-
recently.
well, I did
Teachers
that.
are mostly adults.
I did that too, you're right. I'm gonna leave this stuff.
Okay.
This is just the recommendation from the.
Great.
This,
Okay.
and that.
Very good.
This is mine.
That
That's
sounds
package,
like
you
a
can use it
great
or not.
thing.
All right, have a great rest of
My
your day.
excuse.
You are excused.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I didn't do a very good job of explaining your packets. There are, in page 3, there's a place where you can take notes for each different discussion point that we're having. So we just finished with Bruce's, and I'm sorry about that. We have 2 more teachers that arrived, and so we'll bring them to the table. And there's a chair there.
We had a staff meeting this morning, so that's why we're late.
You had a staff meeting to clap, I
To
know,
clap,
and
to
celebrate.
And while they're getting settled, go ahead and, there's a chair
We could just
there.
squeeze together over there.
Okay,
We're just
You're cozy.
You're
While they're getting
Scoot
settled.
around, yeah, sure. We'll scoot around.
So the ends of the table, or this end of the table, sorry that you like, have no place to put your legs.
That's all right. My legs are short enough where it doesn't really matter.
While they're getting settled, there are 2 restrooms in the building, if you're not familiar with it. You'll head out to the hallway, go toward the front of the building, and if you go to the kitchen, there's a little cubby behind the refrigerator that has a restroom, and then there's also one left at Charity's desk. There that is.
So I can do them.
Ladies, once you get settled, would you just introduce yourself real quickly, please, so everybody knows who you are?
My name is Kim Simmons. I work down at Clearwater Elementary. I teach 5th grade. I've been teaching for 28 years.
I'm Michelle Babby. I teach 1st grade at Clearwater Valley Elementary. I've been teaching for 12 years, and I've taught K through 6 down there.
Okay. So in this, the rest of the day will be spent taking a look at kindergarten through 6th grade math curriculum. In your packets, I guess this is not part of your packet, but just to give you a little bit of an overview about the state of Idaho's movement, I guess, to modernize math instruction. They have initiated Idaho core instructional shifts in mathematics. There are 3 of them. One of them is focus. So spending a good amount of student attention focusing on concepts that are linked to our mathematics standards. Providing students with a strong foundational knowledge, deep conceptual understanding of math, and then being able to transfer those skills across math concepts and also other content areas and grade levels. Coherence. Carefully connecting learning within and across grades. Helping students construct new understandings from their previous learning. Deepening their conceptual understanding of core content. I think you were talking about that, Pam, earlier. And then as they move on through the grade levels, each new achievement standard is just an extension of previous learning. It's not a new standalone standard. So the state's been working on cleaning up their standards, I think. And rigor. That's the educational term for working hard and getting a thorough understanding of what you're learning. They talk about fluency here. Accuracy and speed builds with repetition of core functions, but it's not the primary focus, but it's necessary. The deep understanding comes from accessing the concepts from varied perspectives. So, diverse groups of students sitting at the table talking about their understanding of the numbers and sharing those perspectives with their classmates and applying those concepts to new situations. Also writing and speaking about their understanding of math. Applying their skills to real-world situations, like balancing
Balancing a ration for a horse.
yeah. And also, again, just applying those skills to the other content areas. Science and social studies, any of those other classes are taking where math is a part of that. Dual intensity just means that there's a really good balance of practicing skills and applying skills, not heavy on one or the other. In your package, you do have this handout. This is what teachers do.
I don't think so.
Do they not see that?
The
That's
bottom
just-
of, the bottom of this
It's
page.
just two of them. It's not, is it?
Oh, wait a minute.
That's
No, I goofed up on your handout.
Is it?
It's right here.
No, it's not what
It's
that
no,
says.
I goofed it up. That's okay.
Oh, well,
Look at it
Sorry
right
about
there.
that.
It's on the paper. Let's see, it's on the one on the table over here, Kim.
Oh, excellent. I'll grab that one. Maybe I got that one right.
Maybe some of them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
because I've got it, so.
Oh, well, no, this is still a little different.
Oh.
Well, we have the screen, so.
Yes, we have this.
Anyway, this is what teachers do as they are planning and making considerations for their math instruction. Setting goals, implementing tasks that promote reasoning and problem solving. Use and connect mathematical representations, so you'll see when we look at the curriculum that there will be some focus on models for math and using models. Facilitating meaningful math discourse, posing purposeful questions. There's the procedural fluency that we talked about earlier, making sure students have an opportunity for that. Supporting productive struggle. So here's where that rigor piece comes in. It's okay for kids to have productive struggle. Math can be hard, but it's okay as long as it's productive struggle. And then eliciting and using the evidence of student thinking. So they'll present student work to the class or ask students to share their work in their classroom environment. This is what students do. This is what the teachers have happen. Making sense of persevering to solve problems, reasoning abstractly and quantitatively, constructing their viable arguments, and critiquing the reasoning of others, modeling with mathematics, using the appropriate tools strategically, attending to precision, looking for and making use of structure or those connected concepts in math, and then looking for and expressing regularity in their repeated reasonings. That's what's happening in a math classroom. That's why it's vital for us to have this curriculum available to us so that teachers can actually accomplish that. So, we're here kind of on a round 2 looking at K-6 math curriculum. We started by pulling in a variety of curriculum programs. I looked at the state of Idaho's approved curriculum list. I utilized a report called Ed Reports. That is a nonprofit organization led by educators, and so they evaluate curriculum and instructional materials and rate them. I contacted other school districts in Region 2, researched other state curriculum lists. I got input from Idaho's Region 2 Math Center. And then we called in material samples and got demo accounts, so we had digital access for, I think it was 10 or 11 different curriculum programs. We did that back in February. Kim? Yes.
So, you're the curriculum director, so you're saying that you sent out all the demos to teachers on this committee? Or
Every teacher. All teachers.
And they helped you come up with the 3 that were choosing today,
Yes,
is what you're saying?
yes.
Okay.
And that comes up here.
Okay.
So then, after that, we surveyed the teachers and they kind of came up with top 5 programs. We scheduled a meeting on a professional day, it was April 19th, and we got presentations from those 5 curriculum companies. During those presentations, our teachers utilized an evaluation rubric, which I think I put in your packet, unless I'm crazy. And I could be crazy. Yay! That evaluation rubric is aligned with the state of Idaho's achievement standards. It incorporates those instructional shifts that we just talked about, the mathematical framework of math instruction, and the standards of mathematical practice. We held a collaborative discussion and reviewed those rubric scores to select 3 curriculum programs for this adoption committee to consider. We had a meeting on May 3rd of the committee. We did come up with a recommendation, but we had heard some concerns from the community. So we are reconvening today with some new faces at the table to hopefully finalize the recommendation. Okay, we'll get some presentations starting at about 9:30. This went a little bit faster than I thought it might have, so let me, I don't think I have anything else. No, so, for a bit of time here, we could just open up for some discussion around the table if you like. Yes, Nick.
Well, you mentioned at the beginning if you had people come in, you were going to tell them.
Yes.
And something about sticky notes. So
Yes, I got some new faces. There are sticky notes over here for you to write questions or comments, and then you can place them over here on the whiteboard. But since we set all this up, if we just plop them up there somewhere, we'll make sure your stuff comes to the group. And you did pick up pen. You can write on this if you'd like. Yeah.
So you thought you had curriculum all picked and then you don't?
We had some concerns, and so we felt it best to just roll back a little bit and have another.
Now, is whatever you picked part of this 3?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It'll be the first presentation that we see.
Okay.
Yes. All 3 of the ones that are on the board were the ones that we talked about on May 3rd. The one thing that I don't have for you here today is, I don't know what happened to my 2nd and 3rd grade samples of amplified decimals, but we do have hard materials for the other for 2 of them. And then the 3rd one on the list, the Kendall Hunt Illustrative Math was just approved by the board for secondary math. And we kind of took a look at it, gave it a second glance, and would like to talk about it again. Perhaps that might be of interest to our 6th grade group. There are in-betweeners in between elementary and middle school. And since the 7th through 12th grade will be using that curriculum program, our 6th grade teachers wanted to take a deeper look at it and consider perhaps using that one for 6th grade as a good transition curriculum to bridge the gap between elementary school and middle school. I do not have physical materials for that, but they do have, it's an open resource, and Cassie can speak to this a little bit better than I can, and our high school teacher as well. They've been utilizing some of the free resources to supplement their math instruction because there is no adopted curriculum for them to utilize. So they pull together from as many places as they can to provide best instruction possible. So for that one, our teachers have brought their laptops. I have a few Chromebooks over there, and we can look at their resources digitally that way after the presentation, if you like.
I can give a shout out to Cassie because I was in here yesterday looking through all that stuff, and I took some pictures of some different problems at the 6th grade level, and I went and showed them to Emily, and I was curious which one was better for her learning wise, you know, and she's like, why not do all that stuff? And she's her math, it's like, oh, it's good. Yeah.
So what we would come up with today would be applicable to both elementary schools, CB and.
This will be a
And
district-wide.
Is that currently the case, or is it different?
We have.
There is
There
no
isn't
curriculum.
The kind of history behind that, for those of us who've been around for a really long time, and some others, over a decade ago, the district shifted their elementary classroom model to multi-age classrooms. So we had kindergarten, first grade combined, second, third, fourth, fifth. And during that time, which lasted 7 years-ish, we did have an adopted ELA curriculum, but we didn't have, we had access to an open resource math. At the time, it was called Engage New York. Actually, the Great Minds Eureka Math 2 is a version of that. And so for those of us teachers who had 2 grade levels in our classroom, we were utilizing Engage New York. We knew nothing about it. We had no professional development on it. It was difficult to navigate the website. We had to download every page of a teacher manual, which was hundreds and hundreds of pages. The materials themselves were, the page was full of print, just words, so many words. And so it was really a challenge for us to use that. Yes, ma'am.
So, remembering Engage New York,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly, the district put $0 because it was a freebie from, I want to say Washington or New York.
New York.
But then when they updated the program, when Engage New York updated their program, then we didn't pay for it. We couldn't even have the updated free version because, so for 7 years, it was pretty much fly by the seat of your pants, the best you can, because there were no actual resources.
It went from Engage New York to Eureka.
Yeah.
And then
And it also became that you need to pay for it to
So-
get,
Yeah.
to get the entire package.
So nobody here has ever used Eureka?
I've used
Yeah.
it.
Oh, yeah.
Some,
I
and
did.
we had
The
it
old
on,
one.
the old one, and we actually had a training way back, when Cody Weddle was the, curriculum director in Orofino. We went and they had somebody come in and train us, but it was still the free, where we could just go online, parents could go, and there was no paid curriculum. Like you went on, you downloaded it, and you could download it. Anyone in the United States could go on and teach the curriculum because it was just free. And so you'd go through and you could find like errors in the writing.
what you pay
could
for.
or what you don't pay for.
find problems.
So I think essentially what happened for teachers is it was a very difficult time for them, and so they started picking and grabbing from other places just to put together a math program to teach, and that's where we still are. We have had somebody speak to FOSMO, because I was a part of that.
So we did have, Right when I started here, we were still trying
Trying.
to use the Engage New York. And then we started getting introduced to Kathy Fosno units that were not a full program at the time. They weren't a full curriculum, but they really brought in the idea of deep mathematical thinking. Kids having conversations and getting real number sense brought to them. And it was a very huge shift for a lot of the teachers because it was a lot of prep for us to have to think about and know ahead of time, what are these kids going to say? Where can we push them to guide them into this direction? How can we do this? And it wasn't a full curriculum, but it was very deep in the thinking. But it was missing a lot of things. We didn't have the practice. So you might hear from some of your parents might even remember this if you have kids that were here. We did a lot less of the what would have been considered fluency or drill and kill type stuff. We didn't have them memorizing facts. We didn't have them, because we didn't have the materials to do that. We were using the Kathy Fosno stuff, which was amazing to get them to think about math the right way, but they didn't have the practice in those skills enough. And we didn't have assessments to go with it to really know whether they were actually learning what they needed to learn up until we did state testing on them. So we really needed something that would keep that deep mathematical thinking that we got from those Fosno units, but at the same time give us assessments that we can constantly be making sure that we're doing what we need to be doing for those kids, and the practice in the skills themselves.
So how do these programs, like you said, state assessments are gonna come up and then they're gonna grade you all. How do these three programs prepare them for any kind of assessment? Do you think it's...
So all of the companies have programs that align with Idaho State Achievement Standards.
So that a fourth grader would be working towards
Yes.
the Idaho State Achievements for fourth grade?
It's kind of difficult because we don't get to see the ISAT, we don't get to see the questions, we're not allowed in the room, we don't see any of
Right.
that. The only way that we can practice that for the ISAT test is take the ISAT block test. And you are allowed to take that from September till maybe February.
Yep.
And then you cut off from practicing from that. So that would be the only way that we can see that.
But these curriculums do align with the achievement standards for fourth graders and the achievement standards for fifth graders, so that, I just hate to adopt something that
Right.
might be slower in one area and then suddenly they're...
I do feel like that, the ISAT is kind of its own beast.
Right. It's just kind of a thing, but it is something that the school district
Right.
gets graded
So,
on, and so.
No
that might be
matter
important.
what we're doing, no matter what curriculum we adopt, we are still gonna have to take time when we're teaching our math curriculum to do the ISAT block test, to do that, and to really work with our students on top of our regular math curriculum to pull out time to do the ISAT block testing. And that's what, Kim and I were teaching, co-teaching in fifth grade, and when all of the teachers that are in here are teaching, you do that ISAT block test, and you talk with your kids about that, and you pull that time to stop and be like, okay, here are the questions that you guys are struggling with, so that they're familiar with the ISAT block test, so that when they go in for ISAT testing, it's not like, hey, we've never experienced this before, we're struggling, this is our first time taking that test, because it's like any test, anything that you guys do in your current jobs, if you go in and you do something for the first time and you're like, hey, I've never done this before, and this is hard, and you guys are gonna struggle with that, and the kids are the same way. So if they go in and they take something the first time and they've never had any experience to it before, they're gonna struggle and they're gonna have a hard time. But the more that they feel comfortable with taking that block test, it's not the questions that they're gonna do on the actual test, but if they have practice and they have repetition and you talk to them about it. And the integrated curriculum that we choose, if it is rigorous and it's pushing them and it's driving towards more, and we're pushing our kids at a higher level of education and learning, it's going to push them to achieve and excel higher at their block tests. And it's going to challenge them. And that's what we're looking at with the curriculum that we're choosing is, we have to push our kids to a higher level, because that's what we're seeing, is that these first graders or fourth graders or sixth graders are being pushed to a higher standard. But we're also wanting to choose a curriculum that if we have struggling kids, are going to give them the support they need. And if we have kids that are at a higher level, if they're in first grade and we have kids that are, you know, at a third grade level in first grade, that it's going to give them the support and push them higher. And the curriculum that we're choosing and that we're looking at is pushing them to a higher level, but it's also giving support to the kids that are needing it if they're at a lower level. And we felt pretty good with the two that we have up there for you guys to look at today.
So, I went to school in Massachusetts as a kid. My sons went to school in Florida, and so those are my two frames of reference, because until now I haven't had kids in the school system in Idaho, except I had a high school kid who struggled in math. And what I've seen, and this is experience in other states, and you can speak to Idaho and what you're all doing, it's not what we're teaching, it's how we're teaching it. I've looked a lot at math, and math, in my opinion, needs to be taught differently than any other subject, because math builds on itself. And if I miss reading Animal Farm, nobody cares. But if I miss multiplication, then I'm horrible at division, then I can't do this, then I can't do that. And I've always believed that math should be taught in small blocks, that you have to achieve this block before you move on to the next block, so that that kid that's struggling still has to do this before they go here. And the kid that's really good in math, that can do all these blocks and be up here, and I know that that is really difficult as a teacher when you've got kids that think differently, that understand math differently, that are at different levels. But do any of these curriculums or the way we're applying them allow for that? Because like when I went to school, I was very good in math. And I can remember going to high school, and you had, I don't know if you still make kids do this, but you had to show your work. And basically it was that you showed that you weren't cheating. And my brain did not do math like a lot of other people's brains. And so a lot of math was done in my head. And then there were notes at different spots. And finally, I had a math teacher in high school say, okay, I want you to take a test with just you in the room. And because he was like, you know, I can't give you partial credit. And I said, so what? It's either right or it's wrong. It's math. If it's wrong, mark it wrong. And he sat down and had me do a test, and he watched me do the test, and he went, yeah, you're not cheating. You don't have to show your work anymore. And so that was like a big step that, you know, showing my work was actually slowing me down on math. But that's always been my concern, and now I have 3 little grandkids that are going to be coming through math. And, you know, my youngest daughter came out of the system. She was taken from her home. We adopted her at 12 years old, and she couldn't do math because she had had such turmoil in her younger years. She had had so many gaps that she couldn't multiply and divide. And so she could do it, but it took so long, and it was so frustrating to her that because she was allowed to just keep going, and so there are those kids out there that don't come from the home lives that we think every kid has, and they don't have the background that we think every kid has. It was a shock to me as a parent, you know, how, you know, what their background was compared to what my kid's background was. So I guess that's my thing is, are these curriculums, and are teachers going to be able to make sure that each of these building blocks are gotten there for each kid?
And one thing that we really liked about these curriculums is that teachers will have access to all grade levels. So if we
there will be holes no matter what because we have not had curriculum. So we will have the opportunity to go back into either grade levels below or above and, get the resources and materials that we need to fill those gaps. And so that was one of the strengths that we've really found in both of the curriculums.
Okay.
I think that's difficult too, when you have a new teacher, and it also helps to have teachers who are gonna stay for the long haul, and
Yeah.
really,
Oh, when I
also
took
that
over
too,
teaching, the
factor.
first job I had, I walked into a situation where there were no textbooks.
Yeah.
There was no curriculum, there were no textbooks, there were no lesson plans, it was, just me coming up with it as I went along. And that sounds like what your math program has been, and it's, but I
There's
just.
tons of factors in it, but
Yeah, but math is just so different from every other subject.
And
I can miss a piece of history and nobody cares. I can miss a piece of English and nobody cares.
I think the big part too is at the beginning of their education is what we call tools for their toolbox. And I know in first grade and kindergarten, we teach them a whole bunch of plethora of different ways of doing math, like you're saying, and giving them a bunch of tools that they can use in different ways to do it. And both of the Amplify and the Great Minds that you'll look at today will show them all different ways and building foundations, and both will show the starting, the base level of, I know that Amplify did first grade, and I wasn't here for Eureka. Did they show you guys the lower level too in the?
Pretty sure they showed us
Like,
primary and
yes.
upper.
And so you'll get to see that bottom. I just went on and checked out all of the first grade level, and it was pretty great, of the Great Minds. But you'll get to see all of the different tools that they use and how it builds on it, and you can see. So that'll answer a lot of your questions too.
So I don't know if you want to tell us, what was the issue? If the math teachers in the community like that program, can you tell us what the issue is, or do you not want us to have a
No,
preconceived?
I can tell you. The issue was related to the publishing company's mission statement of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Which has what to do with math?
That's a good question, but there was concern that the bias from that would filter into the curriculum. And because we only get to see a little smidgen of these curriculum from the samples, there was some question about whether there might be a problem inside of there that would maybe not be acceptable in its wording or something. I sought some information from the
Can I
publishing companies.
bang my head against the table now?
Don't hurt yourself. At any rate, so, and I guess there was a little bit of a timing of everything as well. The levy vote was coming up, and we were a bit concerned that if there was a big kerfuffle in the community, that it might have a negative impact there. So we just felt it best to kind of pull back a little bit and just come back to the table and have another discussion and let patrons actually see a little more than what's in a box over here, and let the companies themselves provide a bit more for you to see.
So, on that note, I'm just gonna talk a little bit about sixth grade, because we have some sixth grade parents here. Going off of what Kim just said, part of what came up is because we have this curriculum for ELA. It's Amplify is what we have for ELA. And so in the sixth grade, we bumped in to some questionable content within our ELA. Thankfully, we previewed it all beforehand, and we made note of that. We sat down with the principal, told her why we were omitting, specific things. And we felt like that for our climate, because we do have to take that into consideration, our families that we serve, our patrons in our community, what we stand for, that, and just based on grade level standards and everything, it was not appropriate for that level. And so that was ELA. And then in the 6th grade, we're having this issue because, again, we're kind of this lost grade level. Do we go K5, which both of these, or all of these that we're looking at are really cool, because right now, we use, well, we actually took our students and divided them up in half. So we've got a below benchmark to benchmark, and then we have benchmark to above. So we divided up between 2 teachers. That way, we could accommodate everybody's different levels, give them intervention, give them enrichment, and it's worked really well. We both use a combination of like 3 different curriculums to kind of patchwork it together. And our biggest concerns were that, number one, we do need to be able, because we have such varied levels of learners, we need to be able to go into a 5th grade, month 2, and pull a multiplication, even if you're just using it as a warm-up, because math facts have just been a nightmare for the 6th grade all the way through. And when we sit down and we scaffold with the 7th grade teachers, which was something we did at the beginning of the year, she gave us a list of holes that she was seeing coming into the 7th grade. And so we have to scaffold in between because they are really big transitions, coming out of 5th into 6th, but then getting them ready for these higher level concepts of algebra. So for us, it was being able to pull and go back and look at different grade levels, and also being able to say, okay, you want to do a get ready for 7th challenge, you go for it. Here you go. If you can do it in a month, here's your incentive. And then if they move on and they keep progressing, we wanted to be able to accommodate both ways. All of these do that. We do specifically use the Kindle Hunt. We use a lot of their free resources. Just in the 6th grade, I can only speak to that. But that is kind of where we bumped into issues with the Amplify Desmos. And at our last meeting, our question was, and I don't know if it was ever answered by Amplify, was that if the DEI is an issue, we would like to know very specifically where it's at. Like, is it lesson 2, warm up number 1 that has it in it? Where is it at? And I think
Not that specific answer.
it was not. And I think the concerns that we have fielded from parents and from community members is that if it's woven into the curriculum, that, as teachers, we try really hard to go through everything. But each teacher, when you leave it up to teacher discretion, may be different, right? So there's no continuity. I may look at something and say, okay, this is great. And then my co-teacher may look at it and be like, no, that's not appropriate at all. I wouldn't put that in front of my students. That's where it gets sticky. And that's where I think we had really good discussions last time of like, well, can't we just teach math without having DEI even be an issue? And if we have 3 really good, options up here, let's take a look at all the options. And yes, because of the climate, yes, because of everything that's going on, and because we do have very vocal, amazing parents and patrons that step in, and they want to make sure that a lot of the indoctrination and the things that are going on are not infiltrating in. So we had a lot of very vocal parents step forward, and so that's part of our job, is listening to them and kind of presenting everybody's viewpoint. So our recommendation was to go with the illustrative math and bump us up into the 6th, 7th, 8th, because our state standards are 6th through 12th anyways. So it didn't really make sense in our minds to go down with the littles, I guess. But it is important to be able to scaffold between it all. So that's just kind of where we landed. Those were some of our concerns. They're all 3 really great curriculums, but some of our questions from Amplify, were not answered. And when a parent comes and asks you, well, where's it at in the curriculum, we want to know, we would love to be able to tell you where that is and give people a heads up. So those were some of our concerns that we heard and feedback that we heard.
I am completely happy that I am the parent that asked for this other meeting. So before this meeting,
probably 3 weeks before the first meeting even took place. I had no idea that that meeting was even taking place or what curriculums were being looked at. I had no idea. I had gone in and talked to Jessica Robinson about the current ELA amplified curriculum and told her that I thought it was really poor. And that I didn't even know about DEI or anything yet. I just thought the curriculum was really poor. And when my kid came home with it, it was like a struggle every single night. He would read his ELA stuff and need help from me. And so I'd say, well, did you read it? Yeah, I read it. I just don't understand what they're asking, you know. So then I would have to do it every night with him, read through his homework, and then I would look at his question and think, oh, I'm not really sure, Landry. I think this is probably the answer, but I'm not really sure. Or I'd be like, look in this section. I think it's probably here. And I'm like, okay, this is 4th grade. If a parent can't even quite understand what I'm reading or what they're asking, like, this is poor curriculum. And I will say that, so I sub in the schools, and so I've helped the kids with the curriculum. I have kids bringing it home. I have lots of kids in the school system. And not only that, but I've talked to other parents who feel the exact same way, that are having the exact same struggles at home. I've talked to teachers in our community that don't like the curriculum. I've talked to a curriculum committee member in Cottonwood who was surprised that we even had it as a curriculum, because she said they looked at it and felt like it was a very poor curriculum and did not choose Amplified. So then the last meeting that was here to go over the math, a member of the committee told me that Amplified was chosen, and for a 6-year span, which I just thought was crazy. I had no idea that we even purchased an Amplified curriculum for 6 years for ELA, so we have it for another 5 years, and then we're going to do this for 6, and I just about, anyways, and then she told me that there was this DEI discussion in here, and I thought, what, out of all the curriculum we have to choose from, there's so much curriculum to choose from, why are we picking a curriculum that is controversial in this community to parents? Like, there's so much to choose from. I know that we can find another curriculum that doesn't have controversy, that just teaches the kids what they need to know without having to worry about what the agenda is of the company. And if you look right on the company's front page of their website, it talks about how they are committed, they use the word committed, and all the ways that they're committed to having this be in their company, in their curriculum, in their hiring process. And I'm not okay with that. And I know it was discussed in here that, why don't we just, skip over that if it comes up, and I know it has come up in the 6th grade. And for the ELA.
That was not said.
No.
Oh, that's what
Not
I was
at the
told.
K-5 level. It was
Okay.
only 6th grade because theirs was.
I'm not okay with the teachers, like, deciding what's appropriate and what's not and skipping over it, because, you know what I'm saying? Like, somebody might not have the same views as me, or somebody might not do the homework to review it. And I did go in and get the book that you guys read and the 6th grade curriculum, and there are very inappropriate things. And I'm not okay with that.
We did not read.
I know.
Okay.
There's a whole stack in there though.
It
and
came with
we
it, but we didn't
switch
read it.
all the time, teachers. And so what's to say you don't get another 6th grade teacher and they're like, oh, here's all these free amplified books that we have. Let's read this book.
Since I wasn't part of that conversation, could you please tell me just what's inappropriate, like as it relates to math? What is it that you would be concerned about?
Well,
'Cause
with
I missed-
DEI, I am focused on what matters for us raising our kids is hard work and merit-based progression, not these ideas of I'm gonna have this job because I'm a woman or I'm a black person or I'm Hispanic or whatever, but because I'm the most qualified, because I put in the work. I want a doctor that's working on me because he's the most qualified, and I don't want a company coming in with these hidden agendas.
And the hidden agenda would be, I'm sorry.
That's what it is, that's what DEI is.
So,
Diversity, equity,
can
and
I have a
inclusion.
question? Are you against diversity, are you against equity, or are you against inclusion?
Because all of our country was formed on those principles.
I am against what I just said, having somebody that
gets the job, right, because they are a minority or whatever, not because they work the hardest for it and they deserve it. And that's what DEI is.
Yeah.
It's a human.
But that's okay.
I just have two things that I want to address with what you're saying. When you look into DEI, I think you're not accurate in what you're thinking it means. Because those words, diversity, equity, inclusion, all that is saying is that we're gonna make sure that the curriculum represents all of the different kids that we have come into our classroom. And we gave the example, and actually we pulled one of them out from Amplify that had the name, a different name from a different background. That's not saying that that kid got a job because they were that background. It used a cultural name. That doesn't mean we are saying, and I've never seen it happening it's not been in our ELA curriculum that I've seen it all for third grade. I've never heard that happening in the K-5. I know they had an entirely different issue in sixth grade because it was separate from what K-5 did. But none of that has been inside of our reading curriculum. Everything that we have taught has been about, yes, it brings in culture, it brings in things like ancient Rome and why all of the things that they did in ancient Rome do play a role in what happens here today. It's exactly being a democratic country and us being able to vote. That came from Rome, way back in Rome, and so we're teaching our kids about that. I don't understand why it's such a big issue to have that be included in our curriculum, to have cultural names and to teach about where our world came from, because that's actually standards that we have to teach to, and that by law, state law, we have to include. So that's the kind of thing that even if it says DEI on a website or not, it's gonna be in the curriculum, because that's actually state law and part of the standards that we have to teach to. So I don't understand why that's such an issue. The only thing that came up that we thought maybe was the issue, and I'm just going to say it, is the LGBTQ community. Some people were thinking maybe that was the push, but we have seen none of that in our curriculum at all, K-5, nothing. And I don't see how that could possibly come into a math curriculum in any kind of way that would push any kind of agenda on any of our kids in a way that would tell them not to be worked, because we teach them every day to work hard and that their work matters and their learning matters all the time, no matter what the case may be. That's what's in the curriculum, that's what's in your teachers who are teaching. And the other, I don't know, I want to say that the reason we had chosen Amplify was because it checked, like if you see the rubric that's in your packet, we went through and it checked every one of those boxes. And we did ask about it for K-5, and I'm hoping that we can get more of a question today that you guys can ask them those questions directly. Where is it? How is DEI represented? So that you guys can see that it's not that we are trying to push anything on your kids. We are trying to give them the best possible education that they can get. And that curriculum checked every single box.
I just want to make it clear, I don't think anybody's trying to push that on my kids, anybody that's in here. I think you are all great teachers. That is not what I'm saying. I don't think that. I think you guys are picking your thing based on what you think is best. We will disagree on what we think DEI is, maybe. What I'm saying is, as a parent, I would like to have that concern be something that you are concerned about, and I'm speaking for a lot of other people in this community. I'm saying, we have so much curriculum to choose from, why are we picking something that's controversial? Like, we can find a curriculum and do better. That's what I'm saying.
Geraldine, you called this curriculum the Amplify curriculum poor several times.
I do think that's, well, but ELA, I think it's poor.
Based on what rubric, based on what evaluation, based on how many years of
She doesn't know the
education?
math one.
I have a master's in curriculum and instruction. I've taught for 20 years. And I find it a bit frustrating that people who are not educators are making these broad statements based on opinion. Both of my children have done well with Amplify. And so I think we need to be careful to make these broad statements when it's not based on facts and it's not based on a evaluation process. Your comments are based on opinions.
It is my opinion, and I have the right to have that opinion.
Absolutely.
I also know that that is the opinion of other parents that I've talked to in our community and some of your teachers, and like I said, Cottonwood teachers. So, no, did I have this rubric? No, but I'm a parent, right? Like,
You are a parent.
I see what comes home, that's my opinion, and I'm sharing my opinion because that's why I'm on this committee. I'm just supposed to be able to share my opinion, and that's my opinion.
So we are going to see with the reading curriculum, you are going to see some slides for a couple of years with their scores, with everything, and it's a learning curve for a couple of years because we have not had a solid reading curriculum. So it's going to be a struggle. The beginning of the school year, for a lot of the teachers that were teaching it, everyone was like, this is awful, it's horrible, it's hard to teach, it's rough. And as we've had more training, as stuff has gone through, as people have started getting more into it and seeing the different levels and seeing stuff, it's getting better. And it was like that at the beginning with when we were all doing the Eureka or Engage in New York at the beginning, and then we switched to Fosno and we were pulling all this stuff. It's going to be like that, and it's going to be rough, and it's going to be awful, and it's the very beginning because we haven't had anything. And so it's going to take a couple of years, and that's how it is. It's going to be hard, and it's going to be rough, and people aren't going to understand it because this reading curriculum, the Amplify, is intense.
It is
and it is rigorous. And as part of that curriculum, when we decided on it, we sat at this table and we talked the very first time. And the main comment that was made is people said, we are bringing in a charter school education to the students here. And we said, and why should we not be pushing a charter school higher level reading education to our students? It is going to be hard. It is going to be rigorous, and we are pushing them at a much higher level than what they are used to. And it is going to be insanely intense. I have first grade students going home and talking to their parents about Mesopotamia and the fact that esophagus is the size of your thumb. And we are filling out KWL sheets that started this big, and now they have chart papers full of stuff. It will get better. They will get more involved with it. I'm going in from teaching first grade reading and going into the sixth grade ELA.
Sorry.
I do that both days. It will get better. And it is hard, and people are not used to it, and you have to trust the process. It's going to take about 2 years to start seeing these huge results because we are not used to this level.
So can I just point out two things? I don't think national politics should take place in a math curriculum discussion. We're talking about math here. We're not talking about history or whatever. But meanwhile, if teachers and publishers could indoctrinate kids, we'd be indoctrinating them to get off their phones and wear deodorant. We can't indoctrinate kids into anything. They learn from whatever they learn at school, they learn from their families, they learn from their peers, they learn from their community. And a lot of the stuff that I'm hearing local community members complain about, porn in the libraries, etc., you want to get rid of all of that, take the phones away from your kids. Because none of that is in the library, it's all on their phones. And again, we're here for math.
Exactly, and I think that's the point, and I'm just here to be a sounding board as well, because I have children that are gonna be coming to this school next year. And I think there's a big difference of having a curriculum that aligns with the state standard that says we need to put the name Juan in there, and then having a curriculum that has a publisher that openly has DEI. And if you actually go on and you look at what the overall DEI stands for, and you actually look and read through, like on the publishing site, everything that's woven in, and then you look at it as a broader of what it actually means in America right now, that's where the issue is, right? That's where the issue is, because it should just be about math. I don't think anybody's disagreeing with you, but I think the problem is when the publisher is very open. Who also funds that publishing company? Research that for a little bit.
Oh, I looked into that.
So that's the bigger problem, I guess.
Sorry. Let me get this turned down here.
Okay, we might be gonna do our presentation about math. Sorry.
Sorry to stop the session abruptly. Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear us okay?
Yes, we can. We're ready when you are.
Perfect, okay, I'll dive right in. Let me just share my screen here really quick. Can you all see my screen okay?
Yes.
Yeah,
Affirm.
perfect. Awesome, well thanks for joining us today. Really excited to just kind of provide a brief overview, just kind of Amplify Desmos Math, a program we're really excited to bring to school districts, teachers, and students and communities as a whole. So I'd like to start off by kind of just hitting on the three kind of key pillars we like to say that we've really kind of taken into account as we develop this program. The first of which is we really have designed this to be a structured approach to problem-based learning. The idea behind that is that we want students doing math, and we want them being the ones to figure out the mathematics. So how can we put teachers in the role of facilitator to really support students as they dive deeply into problem solving and really grappling with mathematics, as opposed to kind of taking the back seat and being passive in terms of their mathematical experience. We pride ourselves in making student thinking evident. What I mean by that is when we create open-ended opportunities for students to approach problems in ways that make sense to them, what they're thinking versus just their solutions, allow teachers further insight into how they can help guide them kind of towards grade level understanding. And then the third pillar is we want math to be something that motivates students who want to continue to engage with and be a discipline that they continue to remain interested in. So specifically in the K-5 space and K-6, our goal is for students thinking and engaged so that they're excited about the mathematics and that they want to continue to engage as they progress vertically through the grades. So when I mentioned a structured approach to problem-based learning, the goal of that is to really kind of balance these three elements, if you will. So the first of which is conceptual understanding. Our program is built to tap into not just performing math, but also understanding math. So how can we really help students see the connections between concepts so that as they progress vertically, it doesn't just feel like this series of disconnected ideas, but something that actually has meaning and really is connected and intertwined as they progress through their math experience. However, we know that it's critical to kind of balance the other elements. So procedural fluency is a key feature of that. How can we keep students developing fluency so that as they move forward in their math experience, they continue to have the skills to engage and grow as learners. And then lastly, we really want to always emphasize application, because we know it's one thing to understand something and be able to kind of have some skills, but if we can't apply it to new and complex problems, then we can't necessarily apply that skill set that we're developing and working towards. So we really pride ourselves in creating a balanced approach, but we really emphasize the word structure in that initial statement, meaning that we want teachers to feel supported, and that structure is what we really develop to help teachers feel that way as they engage with the curriculum materials. So when you look at each of our courses, we always kind of follows an 8-unit design process. We start with the beginning of the year screener, where we really identify where students are at. That's a data collection tool where we see what students know and can show us they know, which helps guide instruction as they move through the year. So you'll see roughly 8 units per course, and then the rough pacing of each of those units is laid out there. As I progress into the unit view, you'll kind of see how the units are broken down in terms of subunits, as well as checkpoints along the way. That pre-unit assessment to identify where students are, mid-unit quizzes, kind of that subunit, you'll see those there, and then finally end-of-unit assess point. So how can we monitor student understanding as they progress through a unit? So we as teachers really know what decisions we need to make in terms of spending more time, progressing maybe at a quicker rate to really support all learners. So when we move into the lesson view, so we started a course, we moved into unit, now we're progressing into lesson. We always begin with a warm-up. So when I talked about that supportive structure for teachers and students, that warm-up is kind of a hook. This is where we invite students into mathematics. We really encourage them to think independently and problem solve as they see fit. Specifically in the early grades, we embed a lot of number fluency and flexibility. So you'll see a lot of number talks and number strings as ways to just develop students' comfort with number inspiration. And so that warm-up, again, is the initial 5 to 10 minutes of each period, just really inviting students into the mathematics. The bulk of the lesson is spent in the activity phase. So within this activity phase, you'll see we follow kind of this launch, monitor, and connect framework for teachers so that they're launching activities that students grapple with. They're monitoring what students are doing, so how they're approaching different problems in unique ways. But again, that structured approach provides support for teachers so that they know what they need to push on and the connections that they then need to make for students as they push towards grade level understanding. So that framework really is supportive for educators so that they can really tap into specifically what students might be doing and what look fors they can in turn then help students push and grow towards. I like to say our curriculum follows more of a post-teach versus a pre-teach model, meaning that we don't front-load instruction. So I know in my math education as a student, it was very much front-loaded, the teacher taught, and then I was sent off to go apply what my teacher showed me or modeled directly for me. That direct teaching and that explicit instruction still occurs. It's just when that occurs, and that occurs in our structure a little bit later on and during the lesson synthesis phase. So we feel that after students have had a chance to grapple with mathematics, they're much more primed to be able to absorb the more explicit direct models and approaches that we can then as teachers convey to students. So instead of front-loading without an experience, we give students a mathematical activity experience to grapple with, but then we do really follow with that really explicit direct learning goals where we're pushing again towards that grade level understanding. And then the last phase of each of our lessons is really the reinforcement phase. So when I say reinforcement, this is where we meet all students where they're at. So some students at the end of the lesson are going to be in very discrepant places. So how can we find where those places are and provide additional supportive materials to kind of meet all students and all learners in terms of their specific needs. So one thing we really thought deeply about as we developed our curriculum is this idea of flexibility to support every classroom. We know that classrooms across the country look so different in terms of the resources that they have available, the time that they have allocated for math instruction. So how can we create a lot of flexibility for teachers and students? And so I want to stress that all lessons can be taught with print. So everything is fully in print for teachers as well as students, as well as caregivers in terms of there's a consumable student edition. But we've also built teacher presentation screens to help facilitate and guide that instruction. There are certain lessons that we recommend students do in the digital space. And that's because we designed those really intentionally to engage students in a different way than they could with just paper. I'm going to highlight one of those in a little bit, but I just kind of wanted to reference that it's kind of the first modality that we choose. However, there's other opportunities to engage students in the digital space as well. On the right side of my screen, you'll see this breakdown. So in K2, that really is only about 10% of lessons. So think once every other week, where we have a lesson that we recommend students do digitally. That ramps up a little bit between grades 2 through 5 to about 20%, so think once a week. And then lastly, when we move into the middle school grades and beyond, that ramps up a little bit, kind of follows the progression that we see in a lot of schools as they move more and more digital as students progress vertically through the grades. So in terms of materials, like what's available for teachers as well as students, so I mentioned the teacher edition, which is available digital and print. There's also those teacher presentation screens, which are really pre-built for teachers to help drive the instruction. They don't have to spend their time planning and creating those on their own. We have optional manipulative kits. A lot of what's in here, I'm sure many teachers have in their classrooms, so we'd like to say it's optional. We have them if needed, but they're not required. When we think of some of the other digital and print supplemental resources, centers are kind of ways that we differentiate. Think of like stations, which are pretty common in elementary students can work through. There's different stages in those to meet student needs. We have mini lessons as well as a personalized practice component, which makes up part of our intervention suite. And then we also have kind of a robust assessment platform. I kind of mentioned that assessment structure throughout the unit. In addition, I mentioned that beginning of the year, we have a middle of the year and end of year screener. So we have assessment kind of always in the background to help monitor and help create a learner profile for where our students are moving towards. So this is just an example of the scope and sequence. You can see that kind of laid out for grades 1 through 5. I know it's probably kind of small on your screen. If I zoom in a little bit to grade 3, unit 1, we're going to take a little bit of a look at that. So this is kind of an introduction to multiplication, as well as we're looking at scale. So scale on graphs. That's allocated 18 instructional days, 4 assessment days, and for a total of 22. So that's kind of what teachers would see as they think about planning. This is an example of the teacher addition. So I mentioned that supportive structure. So notice as I jump in right away, teachers would see kind of what is the focus and coherence, what are the learning goals, what's the prior knowledge and future learning that students are going to be engaged with. I mentioned that rigor and balance. This lesson is really emphasizing conceptual understanding and procedural fluency. So we call that out and make teachers aware of what the goals are in terms of the balanced approach that we take. And then lastly, the standards that this lesson supports are called out and directly addressed there, so teachers are very aware. Progressing into the lesson at a glance, I'll see this lesson is one that I mentioned we recommend students doing digitally. However, that's not required, and we really push on a flexible approach, meaning that some students might be working in print. Maybe there's a shared device that they're using to interact with, but the idea is that we want to give teachers choice. However, we want to clarify when we make a digital recommendation, what is our rationale for making that? So we really like to call out that the reason for this is the responsive feedback in real time that students are going to get from the digital experience. Moving into activity 1, notice we want students to be working together and collaborating. So we call out how you might facilitate this with students working in pairs. This is approximately 10 minutes. So again, just a really supportive structure for teachers, as well as if they're teaching digitally, what they need to prep, but if they're working in print, what the other resources they might need to have available would be. Moving into the warm-up, you'll notice that launch and monitor connect framework I alluded to. So you'll see we're launching this from a place of what do you notice and what do you wonder. We're connecting different ideas that students might share and really trying to come to a shared understanding of what we're building towards in terms of our learning goal. As I progress forward, you'll see that same framework called out here, launch, monitor. I love these differentiation tables. So when I mentioned that we have specific look-fors, if I zoom into that differentiation table, you'll see there's right here identifying like what are we looking for in terms of what students are doing mathematically, and then how do I support those students? So if I see students doing certain things, what as a teacher can I jump in and do to help meet them where they're at? So again, basing it from a place of what are students doing, not what have I told them to do, and how can I then support based off what they might be thinking. And then lastly, I love when that connect phase, we have key takeaways. So I mentioned kind of that synthesis and the reinforcement. So I know that there are certain big ideas that as a teacher, I need to be really explicit and direct with my students about in terms of this is what you're learning and this is how this works. I want them to generate their ideas to get them there, but ultimately I'm the expert in the room and I need to be the one to ensure that they're getting where they need to be in terms of their mathematical understanding. So I'm just going to jump into a quick example of what this looks like in the digital space. Hopefully you're seeing my screen still. This is one of the lessons I was just walking through, the teacher edition 4, it's called Puppy Pile. So in this lesson, we're going to select bar graph and we're going to see what happens. So notice the students can right away, if they were in the digital space, they can click through, they can change the number. And when they click bar graph, all of a sudden those puppies kind of jump out of the screen and they're plotted right here on this bar graph. We connect that to the instructional routine of what do you notice and what do you wonder. So again, we're not asking students for like, give me an answer. We're just saying, what are you noticing about this? Hopefully some students would come to some realization about what the y-axis represents in this case, what maybe is happening here on the bottom, because we're going to up the rigor of that a little bit as this lesson progresses. But the idea is that we're giving students like an entry point. So all students, regardless of where they're coming in terms of their mathematical understanding, can access this entry point and this kind of initial warm-up, low-floor approach into the math. This lesson then builds where students actually get to kind of choose their own. Again, we're inviting students in. We want them to really be able to kind of think what this would look like. This pulse clash collection, Now when I hit bar graph, you'll see that it becomes a little more complex. So we're having to start to look at different variation amongst the different animals in this case. And then where I love is now we really get into more about the scale factor. So a lot of students are going to say, what's similar, what's different? Hopefully they'll make the connection that this is actually the same exact set of data, but it looks quite different based off the scale that's changed, moving from a scale of 1 to a scale of 2 on the right. So our whole goal is to kind of thin slice the progression into this understanding of scale and how scale can make data look really different, right? I mean, in our real world, I think we see that all the time where scales can be really skewed to help us think one thing or another based off the graph that's been represented and the data that's being used. So how can we start to create some awareness along this learning goal of using scale in terms of multiplicative reasoning? Progressing forward, now students are having to actually kind of match this. So they're saying, where would this go? They see that, oh, if I'm picking up a fox, where's 5? 5 is probably between 6 and 4. And I, again, receive that immediate feedback. So I mentioned that we do have a balance between digital and print. So if you're looking at this and you're like, okay, that's just kind of on the computer, I don't like that idea. But we know that we have the same exact task in our print edition. So I just pivoted my tab into the student edition. So what you're seeing now is the print student edition. So if teachers were not comfortable facilitating this lesson in the digital space, they could pop in and do the exact same activity all in print without even considering using student devices. They could still lead class from a place of the digital lesson as teachers, but we could do that exact same lesson. Notice I'm on that same exact screen where I was thinking about where the foxes were at, and facilitate that from there. One of the things I do love, though, about the digital experience is that this lesson itself includes one of our challenge creators. So students actually get to create their own. Students get really engaged and excited about this. They love creating, but they also love getting to do each other's creations in terms of, I will just choose what animals I want. So maybe I pick a few different things here, something like this, and then I gotta go next. So now I have to choose a scale for my graph. Maybe I pick, let's see, I'm gonna get 3, and now I have to actually match this up. So I would have to set this up, or match something like this, I think. And rectangle would be something like that. And I can check my work. As soon as I do that, I can submit this to the class gallery, which then my work would be here. All of my classmates would be able to jump in and start to work on my challenge. So you'd end up, if you have a class of 20 or 25, you'd end up with 25 problems, which is where our students can really, again, build towards that fluency that I mentioned earlier. So applying this to a variety of tasks. So that's really kind of the goal there in terms of that challenge creator piece and really what students can do as they build those and work towards working on each other's challenges. So just kind of thinking back to where the curriculum goes. So that was just kind of a quick tidbit into what the digital experience looks like. But even beyond just the digital content and the print content that we have, we truly are building a suite which really includes personalized practice as well as assessment. So primarily I've been talking about core instruction in terms of the kind of what teachers use on a day-to-day basis. The teacher moves, they're embedded in the teacher edition, the practice that follows in the student edition, the assessment pieces that are aligned to each unit. However, we're also building and have built for K-5 personalized practice, which is an adaptive practice piece. So when I mentioned that reinforcement phase of the lesson, the end of a lesson as a teacher, I might be like, well, if my students are in different places, some really struggled, some really excelled, how can I meet those varying needs? So that's where you'll see these additional layers come into play. So you'll see, excuse me, mini lessons, you'll see extension opportunities. We have item banks that are aligned, so teachers are going to be able to create their own practice sets if they wanted to for homework, or just additional opportunities as needed. And we also have some specific little reinforcement videos too that align here. I mentioned kind of the assessment piece with that beginning of year assessment. We call that M-class, and that's really where we have those benchmark assessments that teachers can use throughout the year to really see how students are growing and then provide some actionable and data to support that growth and monitor them throughout the academic year. So just to dive into that a little bit deeper, this is kind of an adaptive screener. Again, it's really built to highlight what students are thinking and what they're doing, as opposed to just giving them a raw score that's hard for a teacher to know, aside from evaluating them against their peers. So what insight can we gather from what they're actually doing, and how can that affect my instruction? So the more that I know in terms of what I can do to meet the needs of my learners, the better I can set them up for success. The other piece is kind of, I mentioned that personalized practice, we call that Boost Math, which is really super differentiated. So it's a way that students can kind of go on their own personalized journey to help meet their needs, which is something that if there's additional time in the school day, it's a great resource for you to be able to leverage, as opposed to having to use an additional supplemental program that oftentimes is the case to pivot out of the core instruction. I really love these mini lessons. These follow our model review, guided practice, and check for understanding setup. So the structure is that as a teacher, if I taught my core lesson, I noticed that some students maybe weren't quite there yet, I'll pull a small group of students and engage with, say, a 15-minute little mini lesson where I model directly. That kind of comes back to that explicit instruction piece. So explicitly walk through with a little heavier scaffolding ways that we can build and demonstrate the math, and then guide them into some practice, and then wrap that up with a check for understanding. So based off of this kind of little intervention that I performed, are my students able to kind of continue with the grade level math that we're working with? I mentioned a little bit of the assessment structure. I'll just reiterate that. We really follow kind of a pre, and then every subunit has a connected formative assessment opportunity, a quiz, and then we wrap up with end of unit assessment. So again, multiple touch points throughout to really see how students are growing and performing throughout the year. And then we have a pretty robust reporting system that we're really building out as well, to really check and kind of, again, see where students are as they enter a unit, but also really see where they're building towards and what they're working to achieve as they move through the goal. So I was trying to be really succinct with this. I know that there might be some questions and so I just wanted to try to value and honor all your time. So I'd like to kind of open up the floor, or Kim, I'm not sure how you want to kind of facilitate that component, but Christine and I are here and happy to kind of answer any questions about the curriculum itself and kind of how we can support your needs moving forward.
Okay, I'm just going to turn it over to the committee if anyone has a question that they would like to ask. Sure.
So I actually have 3 questions, but they should be pretty simple. The first one is training available and ongoing, and is it included in the cost? So will all of our teachers that get this program get how to use the program and then support throughout the year as they're incorporating it?
Yeah, yep, definitely. So we kind of, the model that we use for professional development is we'll have a beginning of the year launch. So we'll come in and train all of the teachers who are using the program. That's generally a full day training where we support teachers. We do kind of the deep dive into the resources. We walk through a lesson together, what it looks like to teach as well as be a student in that lesson. And then we spend some time kind of planning out the whole first unit. And then following that initial launch, we call it, we have multiple strengthening or sessions throughout the school year. So we'll come back, and those can be either done in person or virtual based on the preference of you all. And we continue to kind of support as the year goes on. And then we also like to come back for following years. I know that teacher turnover is a real thing, so how can we kind of continue to support as you implement the program, knowing that not everyone will have received that initial training. So yes, we like to come back for as many touch points as are needed, and that is, to answer the other part of your question, rolled into that kind of initial quote with the curriculum purchase as well.
Thank you. My second question is both print and digital, or do you have to specify which version you want, or do you get both in the thing?
You get both. We do offer some, specifically for the K-5, we really recommend doing a print and digital purchase. They come together. We do allow certain districts to separate it out. Sometimes in the middle levels or high school, there's teachers are less dependent on print, or they're less excited to have the print. In the elementary space, that looks very different. So yes, there is the option to kind of break them apart, but we recommend the print and digital being packaged together.
Awesome. And my final question right now is, how would you use this for a true intervention program? So looking at things like Title I, students that are struggling a little bit, or students that are struggling that potentially may end up in special education, but you need a intervention that is you know, hey, we tried this for 2 weeks, didn't see practice, we tried this for 2 weeks. So how would that go along with your program?
Yeah, so it would work quite well. I mean, in addition to additional external interventions that I know a lot of districts still use and leverage for that kind of Title I or Tier 2 intervention type. I mentioned some of the components of our program, such as the mini lessons, the personalized practice, those differentiation tables in the core lessons themselves. The goal is really to provide in-the-moment intervention. So instead of, oh, a unit went by and now the student's struggling, so we put them somewhere else into an intervention and hope that they can get back on track. Our goal is to keep as many students in grade level math as long as we can, and hopefully that's in forever. And because our goal is that we want to support them then and there. So that's where a lot of our differentiation materials and interventions are embedded in the curriculum itself, so that we can truly retain all students engaging with that core experience. We always say that if students, get pulled out of that grade level course for whatever reason, it's really hard to ever find your way back into it. And so our belief is that we want to provide the support that keeps students there as long as possible.
So on a follow-up, because a true intervention has to be in addition to the regular curriculum, where it is not part of whatever you're doing in your lesson plan. A true intervention needs to be in addition to. So could we see the grading on the mini lessons separate to what the main lesson was?
That's how they're built, yeah. So
Okay.
they're built to be a separate tool that you would use outside of the core instruction. So if you were pulling a group of students for a targeted intervention, that would be the purpose of that mini lesson, would be to be the resource that you could use to provide that kind of guided direct instruction that then you could use either the item bank or the other assessment opportunities from that show what you know opportunity that comes at the end of each of those mini lessons to be basically that data point that you're collecting as we perform this intervention external to the core lesson itself.
Thank you.
Yep.
Susan, do you still have questions?
I don't think that I do. My question was on the intervention piece because I know math builds. And if you miss a concept, I do a lot of tutoring and I have to go back and figure out what point they missed it. And then I have to teach that little piece again. And I'm not a teacher, I'm just somebody that helps out. But I liked how you had that graph that you could pinpoint concepts that were missed. And I like that you have intervention lessons that address those specific concepts. And that was my question, is if you had additional lessons to address specific concepts that may have been missed.
I have a quick question. So I noted for your 6th grade a couple things. So 70% of their time is online learning, is what you guys had on there.
Let me clarify that. So 70% of lessons have a digital lesson that students could do, but everything is in print. So they could be purely in print. Even in 6th grade, they could do the entire curriculum just in print. But the number of lessons that we would put students on where they would be in a digital lesson, like where they're interacting in the digital space with the content, ramps up to 70% from the 10 and 20 in the lower grade level bands.
Okay. And then I noticed under your digital and print area, obviously I teach 6th grade, so it says for K through 5 only, you guys provide resources for centers. And I guess kind of our approach that we found that works really well is that we do project-based learning, we have our consumables, and then we have our online component. So I'm assuming those centers would be kind of more like your project-based, but do you guys have any sort of project-based learning for the 6th grade level?
So not like direct projects that align. We have some investigations that go along with certain units, as well as like deeper dive, like the last couple lessons of each unit. I would say there's more of a problem-based task, more of like a performance task, if that makes sense. The curriculum isn't structured to have like a unit-based thematic project, if that makes sense, that like they work through. Lessons are intended to kind of be based on the specific standard that they're addressing, building throughout the unit. So I don't want to mislead and say it's like a problem-based curriculum. That's not how it's, or project-based, that's not how it's structured. But there's definitely opportunities where you could weave those through. The reason the centers are really really K-5 specific is because the way that they're embedded into the activities, and from a lot of research we did, we found that many K-5 models embed and have more instructional time for one, but they also embed some sort of like station rotation or center-based approach. And so we've kind of taken those centers as part of the introduced in the core content itself, but then they're a resource that teachers can continue to use. That wasn't really part of our more middle school model. So sixth grade, I know in your situation being K6, sixth grade kind of more follows the structure that we built for sixth through Algebra 1. So it is a little bit different than some of the way that we developed our K5 lessons, if that makes sense.
That does, thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Well, I'm going to ask the question because I know it has been a little bit of a concern for some of our patrons. On the Amplify website, you guys have the letters DEI to represent diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I want to know from somebody from the company, and I think everybody would, can you guys define for us what you see that being and how that's represented in the curriculum?
Absolutely. I'm going to take this one. Hi, everyone. I'm Christine. I get to partner with folks like John all across the country and meet with districts to address all types of questions and concerns. I can tell that this group, like us, like myself, really cares about kids and student learning and ensuring that kids are in a safe place where they're honored and upheld for all of their amazing talents, regardless of any type of demographic information. For us, DEI is really about ensuring that we are drawing the best talent from across the country to come and work on these phenomenal products. We are really looking to ensure that Amplify is a place where truly everyone, and we mean everyone, belongs, and that we all are of value here. And so we really look to ensure that we are recruiting the best folks from all across the country to contribute to build products like what you just saw, all the way down to managing systems that uphold, the greatest privacy standards and the best use of information. As it relates to our product, we really think about that, DEI from that research-backed and evidence-backed perspective, what John just shared about learning about how kids from all over the country learn best and how do we implement that in our products. I think that we all know that, in order for students to believe they can be lots of things in their future, whatever that looks like for them, they have to see themselves in the product, and that includes, individuals that maybe grew up in Appalachia, like myself, all the way to a variety of communities across the country. And so that's really what we're looking to build and harness, is really that belief that both all people can succeed in the conditions that we have here at Amplify, but that kiddos can succeed with the products that we have. If you all are talking, it seems like maybe you got muted or...
Just a quiet room.
Just quiet. Anything from the audience? Everybody's okay? Anything else from the committee?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for taking time with us today. It's good to see you again.
Of course. Thank you all.
Thanks for the time, everyone. Take care.
Bye now.
So does investigations versus...
Everyone else has left the call.
Sorry. This lady's going to talk to us every time.
Okay. Does investigations versus projects meet the needs of sixth grade?
No, and I think our biggest hangup is just that it really is like a K-5 centered program. And that's, for us, especially when we watch a couple of these other ones, you'll see kind of the difference, I think, kind of for what that sixth grade need is. Now, it would be great if we're going back and pulling warm-ups or intervention pieces for fifth graders. It would be fantastic to be able to do that and utilize the Amplify system, but no, I mean, and our concepts, when you're talking about statistics, like we're doing a really big statistics project right now, it's one thing to look at a graph, but then it's another to go survey 30 different people and put together all your different types of graphs and have to analyze all of your data. So project-based learning at our level is really a big deal, and we found that the students are highly successful when they can see it, touch it, feel it, use it practically.
So why isn't 6th, 7th, and 8th? It's, I guess where I'm from, K through 5 was elementary school, 6th, 7th, and 8th was middle school, and then 9th through 12th was high school. So
Because we had to
why
close
is,
the school in Kuski. So we had to close the middle school, 6, 7, 8.
okay,
And so they, in order to fit everybody in the buildings, they had to move the 6th grade back to elementary, 7th and 8th up to high school. And for us to be consistent, that means Grangeville had to move their 6th graders back to elementary as well.
But we still do like the middle school dances, and we still do some
okay,
things
but
in
I
middle
mean,
school,
why
but
can't 6th grade curriculum be its own thing and not, why does it have to be a
that's
part
what
of
we're
this?
asking.
It doesn't.
Yeah, that's what we're asking for.
Okay,
It
so
doesn't.
we
Yeah.
could get this for K through 5, and then you
Right.
could get a different curriculum that's more appropriate for what you think is best for 6th leading into 7th and 8th, regardless of what physical school they're in.
Right.
Exactly.
And one of the questions I asked when we were doing the high school curriculum was to make sure that the high school curriculum matches at least a little bit with the elementary school curriculum, so that you aren't using a different mathematical language when you go to high school. So that they're still, you know, they're still talking about rational numbers, they're still talking about this, they're still talking about that, they still know what the teacher's saying. And that's kind of important, because I grew up moving every 2 years, and I would jump from, I assume, I'd jump from like Amplify to Great Minds to Kindle to whatever, and back to Amplify, and I would miss I completely missed the first section of multiplication. I jumped into a school, they'd already done it, they were working over here, so it was important to have those intervention classes in order to bring me up.
Well, we were a
And then
military family, and so you
jump
wanna
to
see
another
schools
school, and I'd already
change,
done it all.
go
and
state
so
to
it's
state.
important to have
Illustrative.
Yeah.
accelerated classes. And without a real curriculum here where they're trying to kind of make it up and cobble it together, it's super hard to address some of those kind of things. And so
we can
when we were looking
recommend,
at high school,
we
we were
can
looking
recommend a
at
K
those
through
matching.
5 curriculum and a different one
Yes, ma'am.
for 6th grade?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I believe the one that Cassie and her team member at GEMS is particularly interested in is the Kendall Hunt illustrative math. That's what this middle school and high school adopted.
Yeah, they already adopted it, and so like really we had leaned towards the Eureka, but then when we looked at the illustrative and we knew we were already using Kindle
Okay.
Hunt, because we found out that they were adopting Kindle Hunt specifically, we were like, oh my gosh, great, we already are very familiar with this, and it could help make a really seamless transition, because that 6th to 7th jump is
tough.
It's tough when you're going, into that pre-algebra and you're really setting the scene. We wanted to make it, especially with all the vocabulary you have to know going in.
So question, does something like Amplify lead into the Kendall Hunt well seamlessly?
Yes. So when we looked at the 5th grade, any of these would, yes.
Okay. Okay.
They all follow the illustrative mathematic approach.
I mean, math is.
Yes. My CV team here
has
has a slightly different setup in their building, and that is that they are K-6 all in one building, and they are separated from physically separated from their 7th and 8th grade, and so they're,
Their needs are really
Would a
hard
separate
for,
math program
that's
for
what's
you
hard for
versus
us.
K-5
that's their challenge.
work for you?
And that's what I was saying is the struggle for us, is like, for 6th grade, they are connected to their middle school.
Yeah.
And they have each other to work with, but our 6th grade teacher, she is by herself. And so for her, if she has a different curriculum, like, it's really hard for her because she can't just go down the hall and talk to someone. The other people that would be teaching something are at the high school, and she's literally by herself.
Now, what do your 7th and 8th graders do though?
They are at the high school.
No, I mean, I know
They would
physically
be
they're there,
doing-
what program
They
are they
would
doing?
be doing the illustrative.
Okay, so
So
they're,
if she needs to talk to anybody about the math curriculum, and we are all doing a different math curriculum, she is literally by herself. And the person that we have right now, teaching 6th grade, is a brand new teacher. And so she would be on a boat by herself, like, and so that's really hard for me as a veteran teacher to be like, hey, we're gonna put you by yourself with a new curriculum and
It's different from everybody.
that's different from everyone else, when everyone in the building is on the same, and I'm saying in the foreseeable future, like if that teacher's not still there and we bring in a new teacher, and because at Clearwater Valley, we have one teacher per grade. So no matter what, you're gonna have one teacher who is teaching one grade by themselves, because we are one.
So is
teacher
7th
per
and
grade.
8th grade the same, they have one teacher, or they have a math?
Well, they have a math teacher, they have a English teacher, they, I don't know how many they have, like 4 or something.
There is one individual that teaches 7th and 8th grade math.
Right,
Okay,
right, and they also, I think they also teach science.
so
Yes.
can they
Oh, yeah.
FaceTime? Can the 6th grade teacher FaceTime the 7th and 8th grade teacher?
As long as their breaks match.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just trying to figure
Right.
out, is there a work, which would be better for them, for the students? Would it be better doing 6th grade with the stuff that they're gonna do in 7th and 8th? And we find a workaround for the teacher? Or is it, I mean, just because we have, and can your school do something different? Can you do K through 6 with one program and we do K through 5 and you do something else, or is that not allowed?
We'd like it to be district-wide.
Yeah.
It's
As
so
a-
we can all be on the same page.
Oh, I mean, I'm just asking, like, what are the options?
Yeah, Mr. Beck.
Okay, so I have a degree in K-8 elementary education, so I feel like I can participate a little bit in this. I taught public school for 4 years. If you're adopting a district math curriculum, wouldn't it make sense to have your lone 6th grade teacher collaborating with the other district 6th grade teachers? I understand they're not in the same building. That's the challenge of a rural area, right? You have one teacher, you have one K teacher, you have one 1st grade teacher, you have one 3rd grade teacher. Within that, your 2nd and 3rd grade teacher can collaborate, your K1, 2 teachers can collaborate. I understand 6th grade is a kind of its own beast, but wouldn't it make sense to say, why don't you collaborate with other 6th grade teachers? There's some drive, but having been a teacher, I don't think that would be insane.
It's not an insurmountable problem. It
And
just
with
takes
electronics, you
time.
can Zoom, you can.
I just think
Can I kind of
that choosing and not that you're choosing it, but trying to say that one situation and those 20 to 30 children surpass the rest of the district and the other, do you see what I mean? Like, you want to talk about equity, how do you equate whether this 6th grader is more important than that 6th grader? And so I think you have to look at how do we,
What's the best
pardon the language, but there's more than one way to skin a cat, right? Like, there's more than one way to solve a problem here. Like, let's do what's best for the majority, and it may be inconvenient, and teachers are very well versed in inconvenience and very well versed in dealing with that and coming up with solutions.
Can I give a little bit of a response? I think part of what you're saying is absolutely what we should be doing, but it also comes down to our administration. Because we've had so much administrative turnover in our community. I mean, I've gone through, just in the 8 years I've been teaching here, I've gone through 5 superintendents and 5 principals.
Understand.
That is.
It is a big issue. I have spoken on that issue multiple times.
So one of the principals that I did have, and I wanted so bad for what he did to continue. He actually brought us together and we did PLCs where we actually got to communicate with our CV people that were at the same grade level on a pretty regular, I think it was monthly basis, where we were actually talking and communicating to try to help out, because we didn't want to leave our CV people like by themselves knowing that they didn't have another teacher down there. And I honestly think, even for me, who I do have another teacher in my building to talk to at my grade level, even for me getting to talk to the CV teacher down there, that was eye-opening, and it really brought so much to the table. And I really hope that that is something that we could do with this curriculum, that we could go back to being able to communicate with them on a regular basis and have that. But I do think
part of it is a leadership. We need our administrators to be on that same page and do that with us. And I do think that both of the CVE and the GEMS principals have been really good, and they've been in great communication. And I think they would be very open to that concept, to doing that again and trying that, because both of them, that was their first year in the position this year. So we're working out things, but I think that they would honestly be open to that.
And that should be something that's happening regardless of which curriculum is picked. I mean, that's quite frankly,
Yes.
you know, it doesn't matter which one of these you pick, that should be happening regardless.
And are we getting a new,
Yes.
are we getting a new superintendent in again?
Yes.
Lovely.
Hopefully.
Okay, so, I mean, can't we as a community say this, or recommend and say this needs to happen? Would that help
Yes.
alleviate the issue of your sixth grade teacher being kind of out on her own?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think that's.
If you have a superintendent who listens.
Right.
Well,
Well, and
It all depends.
maybe we should hire one.
Well, I agree, but that's been
We
a
also
big
had, we also had to navigate the 4-day school week and just further like financial cuts, and that really strapped us for professional development time for our teachers. There's a whole rolling scenario of things that we need to work on. They're just challenges. They are not insurmountable.
If you don't have an actual curriculum, it's very
Yeah.
hard to
Collaborate
to work
if you don't know.
collaboratively if you're all doing something different. I mean, the
Yeah.
teachers are doing the best they can, but if we don't give them a curriculum to work with, well, what are you collaborating
And
on?
professional time.
Yeah, professional
That's really
time, yes.
difficult right now. Cass?
I was just thinking about it too, and one thing, so at the beginning of the year, we did collaborate with the sixth grade CV teacher about the ELA. And it was a little bit back and forth. She had some questions on what are you doing, what are you picking and choosing. And I was just sitting here thinking about it, because Kylene and I, the other sixth grade teacher, actually Mrs. Robinson set it up that we have to do a curriculum diary. And every week or so, Kylene and I get together and we go over to the exact lesson of what we liked, what we didn't like, what we would change. I don't know if you guys do that too down there, but that would certainly be an amazing, quick, easy share on a document to help with that collaboration. Again, to your point, we have to be using the same curriculum, but I know for us, I think we only had like one training, because I know you sat in on it with us, with the ELA Amplify for just the sixth grade. But, and that was pretty helpful. So I think there's ways to overcome that, and even if we have to meet physically once a month, I know both Kylene and I would totally be down to do that, and just getting everybody on board so there's continuity, even within the district, of what we're expecting out of certain grade levels as we scaffold them up and we move them up into the next level. So I think that would be another really great resource, are these curriculum diaries that are fantastic. So just something to think about.
Okay, our next meeting starts at 10:30. I have a couple of questions that came from back here that I'd like to throw in. I think they're appropriate right now. Can someone speak about the value or benefit of an illustrative math curriculum like Amplified Desmos or Kendall Hunt? Can someone speak about the value or the benefit of an illustrative math curriculum?
Well, if I remember right from our last curriculum meeting, when we had talked about illustrative math, it was actually one that we didn't mind it. It wasn't like there was an issue with it, but it was very digital heavy, we thought, originally. And we actually were only looking at like IM, and it wasn't Kendall Hunt. But then it was because it was a different publisher, and that was because of DEI as well. They saw that on that website, and so we found a different publisher for Kendall Hunt. But it had the same math. It's the same thing that was there.
And
just a
illustrative
different
math is really your approach. It's that concrete, pictorial, abstract approach. It's the wonders at the beginning. It's the dialogue that takes place. It's really the approach for the math.
And it also helps prepare them for the digital state test.
Yes.
Like, they need that practice.
Another one. Do teachers plan to use digital resources and/or manipulatives in the classroom? If so, how will they be used?
All day, every day.
How the curriculum states. These, all three are CPA, like you said, concrete, pictorial, abstract, which includes hands-on manipulatives, is the first part of concrete. which is why we picked those two curriculums.
And CV and GEMS have enough digital equipment for their kids, right?
Yes,
Everybody's-
that's not.
Okay,
Sorry, with the digital stuff, and maybe Cassie can speak to this more. I know my sixth grader, between her ELA that they're currently doing and their math, almost weekly she comes home and is like, I am on the computer so much, and she hates it. She wants to be in the book more. She is on it at least 2 to 3 hours every day in the classroom, which is over what is recommended for children to be on electronic devices. And then a lot of them are going home, doing the same thing. And so, well, you guys have looked at these programs before. What is the heaviest on the digital stuff? Like what?
So typically, well, it depends on how you use it, if you're gonna go verbatim, step by step by step. So that's the difference. So typically, like, in our math classes, the way we have it set it up, we have core time. After they do their warm-ups, we are doing notes and interactive things and basically setting the stage for that whole first 40 minutes of math. Then basically you have your exit ticket intervention time. That's the only time that they're online. So it's a half an hour in class. No more than a half an hour a day that they're in actual math. But again, at our level, we're doing projects, we're getting up, we're jumping, we're measuring, we're doing all sorts of things. ELA is where it's heaviest, for sure. I amplify at our level, and that's the only thing I can speak to. And that was a concern we, in our curriculum diary, and we went back to Mrs. Robinson with, was like, look, we have the consumables, we're gonna do half and half, because we have some learners that just excel online, and then we have others that it is just a nightmare. And it's too much by the time you do over an hour sitting there with the lights off and you're intensely into it. So yes, there's a balance, and I would say as a teacher, you're gonna try to balance that out with your, especially with math. Because math, you can't just sit there for an hour on a screen. That would be terrible for anybody to have to experience. So I can only speak for our class, but I mean, we get up, we do a lot, but really, like in our time block of how we're set up, the maximum would be a half an hour. And then whatever they don't finish is homework at home.
And I would say in the third grade for, like in the ELA version right now with Amplify, we don't have them on the computers hardly at all for
I think
the
that's
ELA.
consistent all the way through.
Yeah, we very,
just don't.
very rarely. We have the vocabulary, like game like area that they get on like maybe once a week. I don't even think I have my kids on it that often. Most of it is print, digital books. They have the activity books, I'm sure you've seen those come home, that have all the paper and the writing. For third grade, because it doesn't have a standard, they do have to type, so we have had papers that once they have written them, they type them. But other than that, it's not. And actually, Amplify isn't what pushed the typing. We did because it's standard. They recommend a couple of them to be typed, but they don't require it in the Amplify curriculum. That was something that we knew because they have to type for ISAPs, like 5 paragraphs, and be able to do that. And it's painstaking to watch them pack when they don't know how to type, because that takes them like 3 hours to do if they don't know how to type. But we do very much try to keep them off of the computers, and the Amplify curriculum keeps them off of it most of the time for reading. There's very little. And I think being able to have all the lessons digital and print makes it to where we can, as teachers, say what works.
And is that the case for all of them, where you can choose that?
Yes.
Yes.
So I would say, as far as resources, I don't know about the different schools and the different parents, but I do have some concern about sending home a lot of computer homework, because I do think your personal, that some people may not have the affluence to have Wi-Fi, they may not have affluence to have the computer, so having a paper copy to send home for homework is, I think, something that, from my perspective, is very important, because I think that that's something that kind of ends up unleveling the students in the class, their ability to get online.
Well, from my perspective, we have the computers and stuff, but it's way easier to work with a child with a piece of paper between you than it is to be staring at the same screen or trying to, So I like that it can be either or, and we limit you know, what, especially with the rules, but even with our older kids, how much time they had and whether they had phones and how much time they had on that. And, you know, because they're inundated with way too much of it, with way too much stuff that they have access to.
And I just want to say, as a person who lives out, it doesn't matter if you can afford internet. It doesn't work. Half the time, it's bad. Like, you get around that hardware
Can I say one thing for you?
Yeah.
Starlink.
Yeah.
Oh my God, we had HughesNet up on the Cove and it was horrible. We watched the spinning wheel of death constantly, and this was during COVID, and we had a high school kid. And so we got Starlink, and oh, what a game changer that is.
So consumables, I think across the board were like a really big deal that every teacher, when we surveyed and we went through and we looked at all of them, every teacher feels the same. Like if we're gonna have to assign something to send home to your child, we want you to be able to see it, erase it, whatever. Totally different skill set than having to just type in something on a computer. Because yeah, they do. They get enough of the computer work at home, at school, excuse me. So all the way across the board, all of these that you're gonna see were vetted because they do have really good consumables on them that the teachers liked, but also we looked at like what would be sent home to parents, and we liked all of those.
Well, not only that you're sending home a paper, but that the parents can actually help
Understand.
Yes, like that's a really big deal.
Yeah.
Just saying.
And I think any new curriculum is going to be a learning curve for the teachers, the kids, and the parents.
Yeah, the baby's gonna make noise.
So I think that's something we definitely looked at, is especially for math homework, because I don't know how many times parents have said, I don't know how to do this homework with my kid. And so I'm at home like taking pictures of paper that I wrote down to show them this is how to do it. And that's, so that is something we definitely looked at for all three.
I have a question. They started it in Florida. Unfortunately, most of my kids were through it before they started it. But it was a new type of math where, like, it took a page to do a multiplication problem. Are we, please don't, we're not doing that night.
Enter your
We have
ID
four state
followed by
standards,
pound.
and they are state
Otherwise,
standards, and we
just
have to
press
follow
pound
them.
to continue.
But I think it is misunderstood.
You are in the meeting now.
Because
There
what
are
Common Core
two
Math is teaching kids to
in the
know
meeting.
the why
You
behind how
have
we
been
do
added
it.
to the waiting
And
list.
most
You
of the
cannot
time,
talk or listen
in, like in
to
my
the
classroom,
voice
we talk about multiple ways of solving it, but the point is for them to be able to do it in their brain.
And
so,
goals
and to get away from it.
Okay.
And they're,
Okay, but the magic stuff.
because not all kids can solve it using the traditional algorithm. Not all kids can do long division old school way, right?
Yep.
And I experienced in my own classroom where if you show them a different way, they're like, oh, this is so easy. Just because it doesn't make sense to the parent does not mean that it's wrong.
Oh, no,
Yes, it does.
I get that.
It means we can't help them.
That's
what it means.
I taught
I
riding
showed
and I had a
old
kid
school
that no matter how many times I
Shout
said
it
hands
out.
down, didn't get it, finally one day out of his
And then they yell
house.
at you.
Toes up and the kid was,
Sean and Landry
That's what I tell my
and
kids, whatever we're doing.
Molly had to teach me
but I
how to
always
use
look
a
at
number
Common
line
Core
so
like,
then I can
you
help
ring me my
them.
front doorbell and me saying, okay, but you need to go around back.
I could see that.
However they get
Come
there.
through the
So
kitchen,
I'm like,
come
you're
back
gonna
here and I'll
do
answer
it.
your
Yeah.
I always tell,
And
Yeah.
everybody
teacher talk to
has,
me,
like,
and then we'll go,
last
I mean,
year,
you mean, like,
I
it's
was in North
certain
Dakota,
ways that
and I
different
taught,
schools teach it different.
at the high
And
school,
you're like,
and I
I don't know what to tell you,
when
but to
I
get
first
through
got there,
tonight, we're
said,
doing
you
it
guys
better.
aren't doing this
And
right
we're
now,
gonna solve it.
special
I
ed.
understand
So
the
I
concept
taught
of,
high
like,
school
wanting to
sped
get them
math,
to understand
English,
it
and
or
history.
whatever, but it also
But
drives
we
me
had,
completely bonkers
you know,
when my kid sits down
1,400
and, like,
kids in the high
55
school,
minutes to do
so
that problem.
I had a
Like, it
class
should
of
take me
20
30 seconds.
sped
You
kids.
know,
That's
like,
20
that drives me
IEPs in
crazy.
one room. And
So all of these too had links for parents. Remember the parent letters?
what you're saying,
All of
not
them. So, like,
everybody
you don't
can
understand
do
something, and
long
we're not
division.
available, you show them go online, and we'll give you
But
the
I,
links, and I'll
so
show you a video.
I
still
showed
have how
long
they're
division.
explaining it.
We took,
How the
I
program
took
is
colored
explaining it,
pieces
so it
of
really
paper
helps.
and
It's kind of
and
like when I assign
made them,
videos
you
on
know,
bond.
and then everybody, I
Or for the
they'd
kids
just
or
get a
actually for the
handful and it'd
parents.
be like, okay, can you
You
count
wanna
to
watch the
10?
video and see
Can we
how it's
take,
explained.
divide by
Not
5, how
available.
many
That's
piles,
what
equal
Emily
piles?
said.
And again,
She loves
that was a different, they still got to use. And that's what we
And
need
they
to
have a
do.
deeper understanding, instead of just
like,
wants that.
I'm
She's one of
doing
my,
this
like,
because that's what my teacher tells me to do. And that's why so many of our kids, a lot like struggled, is they don't have a deep understanding of the concepts.
Well, and I found
And
that
it's just
practical use of math,
And it's been
like,
so, and all
I was telling her earlier, I had a
students
kid that was a
leaving
special ed kid,
in their scores.
and we were doing balancing rations in my horse management class. And I went to the math teacher to let him know that this was what we were gonna be doing, and he said, oh, don't even bother with her, and I went, yeah, no, I think I'm gonna bother with her. Well, she was able to do it, her dad owned a horse farm, it made sense to her to do math for that.
Make it quiet when you're eating.
Sorry.
It might be good to
Can you hear us?
hear me.
Sort of.
Is it more?
If the speakers are fine, it's your microphone.
arms. I don't think I have to.
Says no.
If a grade reminds you, we can,
Yes, we can hear her, but she can't hear us. Hang on. I'm gonna have to go get Michael, because I'm not seeing the speakers for this phone coming up.
I bet it's a Zoom setting.
Right back.
Tell her, 1 minute, sorry.
I can't
I'll
see
type
us.
it.
Technical difficulties.
I think Ken's audio might not have connected. So the expire. So everybody else in. Oh, yep. I thought it might be having issues. We can wait. You're good.
You can go down here whenever you want. We're all adults here. You have to be responsible.
I know.
They're getting some issues, so tech is coming.
Now that I
Yeah.
have more flexibility.
And you're,
enter
That's a short
Are you ready? I'm ready to see it.
Okay.
This is a full day ahead of you. I was looking at your agenda earlier.
Pound, 4, 9,
Oh.
5, 5.
When's that levy vote?
Can you hear us now?
I got a picture of you, so I know that. Thank you.
So then I was like,
2 years?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
It was very
I'm glad they still say pound signs.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Andy was on it. Might have to let's recall it.
Okay.
Dial.
How many times are we calling?
So that's the
Josie has to give her.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
Hashtag.
If it doesn't, we're all going wherever we want.
You entered 9, 8, 7, 6, 4, 3. This meeting ID does not exist. Please re-enter your meeting
Knockoff
ID
teams that doesn't
followed by
require
pound.
a ever. Or Apple.
It's like the Zoom.
It is, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, those are just too close together to make that material work.
Otherwise, just press pound to continue.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
That
was
was
the
it?
missing part of it.
You have been added to the waiting room.
You cannot talk or listen. You are muted. You can mute or unmute yourself by pressing star 6. You are unmuted.
Can you hear us now?
The next time around.
I can hear you.
Success.
Great success.
So you look at that for time.
Hey. Hi, Katie.
Guys,
Do you want your video?
good.
Okay.
I saw you guys have a full day ahead of you.
Yes, we do. We're ready when you are.
But I saw, perfect. I saw, looks like maybe hopefully the levy's gonna pass. I was looking at your voting results.
Yes.
So.
It did.
Yes.
Perfect.
This?
All right, are we good?
Is it so loud? Yes.
If you guys want to mute on the phone, then we don't hear the feedback and stuff, but feel free to keep it on. I'm really good at ignoring background noise. I'm going to.
Star 6.
Star 6.
Star 6.
Alternatively, you can just push that button right there.
The mute one?
Yep. Yeah, the mute
Oh.
one. Actually, it's the
D&D.
No, I'm kidding. It is.
Let me make sure I have my chat and participants open too, just in case, so we never know what will happen. All right, thank you guys so much for joining today. I'm excited to get to talk to you all again about Eureka Math Squared. The goal of today is to give you time to ask questions that you might have. I know you have a big decision. Looks like you guys are planning on making that today. We want to answer all those lingering questions that you might have, so we are ready to go. You guys are able to make a good decision today. Really quickly, for those of you who haven't met me, I'm Katie Pointer. I am our account representative. I work with Idaho and Washington schools. I'm in Bend, Oregon. And I am joined here by two of my colleagues. I have Madeline Kronk with me, and then also Jessica Bulgarelli. She's on her phone. She has some connection today. So, but she's here to also answer as well. I don't know if Maddie and Jessica, if you guys want to introduce yourselves.
Sure, yeah. So I'm Madeline. I am the success lead for Idaho. So I work with school districts on not only reviewing and adopting materials that are a good fit, but also making sure that you have a good long-term implementation. We have the professional development that you need, coaching, and all of that support along the way. And I'm located in Boise. And then Jessica, I don't know if you're able to come off mute and introduce yourself as well. Jessica is another success lead.
Second, just in case. I'm gonna fix my sharing. Go ahead, Jessica, while I fix my sharing. Oh, she's lagging there. She might be lagging out. I'm just trying to get my sharing to work right there. We go. Okay. Jessica, we didn't hear you just in case. Okay, she went back on mute. I think she has some lag going on there, but that's all right. So Jessica, she's here also to answer any questions connected to Eureka Math Squared. So with that, let's get going. I know we have a good amount of time and questions we want to talk about today. So once my slide, there we go, gets going there. So we've already done a big presentation of Eureka Math Squared. I don't know if some people who are on the call, if they sat or weren't here on the first one, I kind of want to go through some of those details a little bit. But my biggest chunk I want to go through is that we're going to do a digital walkthrough of our platform. We're going to take a look at an actual lesson. How the lesson is set up, how it's taught, talk through also some really good resources that are in there. Oh, we lost Jessica. She must have had a connection issue. We're going to talk about how our assessments are in the platform and some modifications you can make, especially for special education students. But my goal is to give us lots of time at the end for any questions that you all may have. So with that, let's get started talking about Eureka Math Squared. So Eureka Math Squared was created by a group of educators, and we wanted to create a math curriculum that ensures equity and access for all students. And such a curriculum must also be knowledge building, not just knowledge of math, but of the world and others and self. And we build that knowledge through rigor, which is the development of conceptual understanding and procedural fluency and application in those real world problems. And that's built over a student's journey where they experience math as a coherent story. We also have accessibility features that are intentionally engaging in learning, also frequent opportunities for discourse, and that empowers all of our students. And then finally, the design of the curriculum must deliver that research-based content and pedagogy that supports both teachers and students who are aspiring mathematicians. You're going to see throughout our curriculum how we advance that equity for all of our students. And here at Great Minds, our motto is, and our mission is that every child is capable of greatness. And we do that by advancing that equity for all learners. And in order to advance the equity for all of our learners, we've made some key shifts in our instructional pedagogy that address those challenges. For accessibility, we have improved accessibility in creating those new on-ramps to learning. We have focused on improving our readability. Our text is visually rich, but there's less text. It's less text dense. And students can focus on the math, not the difficulty of the language. We also have differentiation in there, points of use for differentiation and tools to help with that learner variability, and it also supports our social emotional learning as well. We've increased our teachability. We have realistic planning and pacing support. We have supports for teachers to give you support when you need it, in most cases, right when you need it at that time. And then we've also increased our engagement. And we've done that through improving our student-driven discourse. We have our curriculum is very student-centered and very discourse-rich. Students have those discussions all the time. We've included engaging digital content that helps students to visualize the mathematics and familiar lesson structures and routines, so that students can focus on the learning and the why behind the math, instead of learning a new way of doing that math every time they come back to similar content. And you're going to see these shifts come to life throughout this conversation that we're going to have. I like to start with research. When we rewrote our Eureka Math into Eureka Math Squared, our teacher writers and mathematicians used a lot of research. And this is just a small sampling of what they use. You will see that throughout all of our curriculum. And if you ever have questions, where did they get this research? You'll find it at the end of every teach book. You'll find all of the research that will be used. Okay, so let's talk really quickly how our lesson is developed. We have a narrowed scope and sequence. You'll notice we only have 6 modules per grade level, and then each module is broken into smaller topics. And there's about 130 to 140 lessons in each one here. You'll see K5, I'll switch over, I have the 6th grade on there as well. But you can see in elementary, it's a story of units. And at the bottom, you'll see the total number of lessons here for every single grade level. We took that into account so you have time for responsive teaching. You have time for different activities with your classes. This includes optional lessons and assessment days for your students as well. And then here you can see our 6th grade right here, where we go into the story of ratios. We talked last time that going from 5th grade to 6th grade is not a big shift. Like some curriculum going to middle school is a big shift, but since your 6th grade is still in the elementary, it's very similar setup, pretty much exactly the same. So it's not going to be a big change for those 5th graders going into 6th grade. And your 6th grade teachers won't feel like outliers if you do something completely different too. And then I just wanted to show our models and how we have intentional use of different representations and how our models are transferable through their grade level. So they use similar models over the time on each grade level, and it just grows with the math as the math gets more complex. You can just see here several different ways that we teach these visuals here, and they just continue to grow. And then we also follow the concrete, pictorial, or representational, and the abstract models. And so you can see, and I'll show you this as we take a look at a lesson here. We go from the concrete, the hands-on, kinesthetic, and doing things with our manipulative. Then we go to the representational, now drawing it in pictures. Then we go to the abstract, your algorithm. expanded form, all those different ways we can do it without needing to draw pictures. But Eureka Math Squared is very strong on if a student gets to the abstract and they aren't ready for that, they're encouraged to go draw a picture or get out their big 10 blocks or whatever models they use, and then to differentiate it as needed for those students. And then like we talked about, you can see that every lesson is 6 modules and then broken into smaller topics as well. So you'll see how they go through each of those topics scaffold to then be able to, by the end, answer that main topic in that question there. And it helps with that ever greater complexity that they're going to be getting within those lessons here. Okay, so I'm going to jump into our digital platform here to show what it looks like in real time here. So I'm going to, oops, no, don't need that one. I'm going to open up my digital platform here. So when we go into the digital platform, a couple things I want to point out here, and then we'll go into a lesson here. One great thing is when you adopt Eureka Math Squared, every teacher gets access to all the grade levels. So if you are a 3rd grade teacher and you have students who still need to work on 2nd grade topics, you have access to it. You don't have to go down the hall to the 2nd grade teacher and ask them to get you resources. You can get it yourself. Or if you have students who need extension activities or they're ready for that next level, you can go up a grade level and get resources for them as well from there. So it's really nice you have access to all of that. We will come back to the hamburger over here and talk about this. This is where you can assign your digital platforms. My favorite things of giving thumbs up. Awesome, cool. This is where you can assign your assessments and get that data and analyze it as well. So we'll come back to this at the end after we talk through a lesson. But I did point out the I down here. A lot of people miss this when they are reviewing, is they don't look down here at this I, and that has some of the best information here. If there's any announcements, you'll see those there. But I want to look at the implementation guide here. We also have our product walkthroughs in our help center. So if you ever have questions on anything within the platform, you're probably going to find some support for those right there. And then an easy way to contact support if you have other questions. But in implementation guide, there is some really good information here to always check out. And when we scroll down here, your implementation guide is just going to go over how our lessons are structured, the design of it, how to use the curriculum, all of that. I'm going to open up and show you what the 3rd through 5th grade one looks like. If it'll open, there we go. Oh, that's quick for me. So here what we have, you have all the grade levels here. So a couple things I wanted to point out. If you have time today before you go and make your decision, some things to take a look at. Here's your pacing. I know there's been questions about standards and pacing. You can find all that information right here. Your year at a glance, how to pace your instruction, also how to facilitate a lesson, lots of great information there. Assessments, if you ever have questions on how we have our assessments set up, those are there. And then this is great to take a look at too when you're getting ready to teach. This is going to go through what a module looks like, what a lesson looks like, what a topic looks like. A lot more than this quick little overview here. But these are really great places to check out. A lot of people miss that implementation guide. So if you have time, go in there and open that up and take a look. And then the other thing that is in here is, I didn't have my chat open just in case. Okay. You can also find out more details about assessment if you need to, or our instructional routines. But the other spot I wanted to point out is our standards and achievement descriptors, because this is where you'll answer a lot of your questions on when is this standard taught, or how do they teach it here. If we go and we open up, first of all, our achievement descriptors. Achievement descriptors, we talked about these last time. Our writers took those kind of tricky to understand standards. Sometimes they're very vague, sometimes they're really long and you can't really understand them. They've taken them and they made them clearer, more concise, and measurable, so we can easily measure them. And then it tells you whether your student is proficient, or nearly proficient, or highly proficient. So you can do little quick check-ins on those students. So I'm going to open this up here, and it was being a pain for me earlier, but I think it might actually open for me today. We'll see. If not, we'll talk about those. But what these are going to do is they're going to make them more measurable for you. So it's going to be the same. So I downloaded it before. Of course, I only downloaded the pre-K on accident. Whoops. But I'll show you what these look like, and then you guys can get your grade levels here. If I wanted to know when is this standard going to be taught, we can find out right here. It's going to be in Module 1 in these lessons right
you have a specific standard you want to see when it's taught, this is a great spot to go. There's by the standard type here, so you can see when they're teaching them. And then also if it's a supporting or supplemental content also. So this one right here, this standard is supplemental, but these are the main focus content questions and topics here. So this is a great place if you ever have questions on when is this going to be taught or how is it taught. This is great because now I know I need to go open up these lessons and I can see where it is. So very helpful spot here. Oh, here I'll show you the third to fifth one really quickly. Oh, it opened up PK again. I don't know why. I think I just keep clicking. Oh, because I can't read today. Because I keep thinking today is like Friday already. So here we go. It was all the grade levels. So I wanted to show you here, if I had third grade, I wanted to know when are they teaching these standards here. You can see where they are, and you can see the standards, the content, the Common Core standards, and then that module, or the achievement descriptor code that we have. So you can see each of those and when those take place. So that's where you can see where those are. Also our NBT, or not NBT, sorry, our MP standards, when are each of those mathematical practice standards worked on. But like we talked about last time, it may say I'm only working on MP6 in this lesson, but really we're going to be covering more than one MP standard in each of those. All right. That's a lot of the good stuff in there. There's other things you can go in there and find out. You can get all the resources right there. But I want to jump into a lesson. So let's go and open up lesson 3, or level 3. Again, you can access your implementation resources right here. You're going to see all of your 6 modules right here with the main learning of each of those. But like we talked about, this is going to cover a lot of stuff within each of those standards here. Before we jump in, you'll notice the Equip pre-module assessment. We talked about this last time. This is my favorite thing ever. It is going to be like a pre-intervention. So they will take this Equip pre-module assessment before you start this module. And it's going to assess those building block standards. So before they start this module, what do they need to know from previous levels to be successful on this one? So if the student's coming to you with gaps, we're going to find out what those gaps are before we start this new topic. So we're going to fill in those gaps. So instead of kids coming to you struggling on a similar concept that they needed to know from 2nd grade or 1st grade, and then we teach them new stuff that they're not really ready for, we're making that gaps bigger. But instead, we're going to find those gaps. We're going to fill them in, work with those students, and then get them ready for that new topic, so they're going to be able to understand it a lot better. My favorite thing. I wish I had in teaching. You also, with that premium assessment package, we have our benchmark assessment. And so in modules 2, 4, and 6, they're going to take a bigger assessment that's going to assess the last 2 modules. Then in 4, they're going to take one that's going to assess 3 and 4, but it's going to go back and ask some questions from 1 and 2. Same thing at 6, so at the end of the year, you can see how did they remember everything that we talked about over the course of this year. All right, I want to get through this because I want to give us time for questions here. When we go into the module, we've got that module overview we talked about. It's going to tell you everything that module or every topic is going to be about. What I do love is it shows how they're going to progress through that concrete pictorial abstract as well. You can see how that learning is going to take place. But I'm not going to take time to get into that. And then you can see each of the topics here. And so as I scroll down, you can see a quick little picture of what that learning is going to be about. And we're going to be in topic C here. When we take a look at that topic overview, again, we're going to see that progression of our lessons and how we're going to progress from that concrete to pictorial to abstract as well. So we're going to see how they are learning within here, what models they're learning, and how it's going to be going to that abstract as well, and how they're going to make those connections for this concept. And so we can see how it moves all the way through there. And we're going to be looking at lesson 25 here. So lots of great resources within there. Also, knowing that we have multiple versions of assessments is really great if you ever want more practice for students. Or some people might use one of these quiz versions for a study guide, or just a student who needs more practice. Lots of ways that you can do these as well. All right, let's jump into a lesson here. Once this loads. Okay. At the beginning of every lesson, you're going to see the lesson at a glance. What is that lesson about? Your key questions, these are what they're going to answer at the end of the lesson during that exit ticket time. And then your agenda. All of our lessons follow the same rhythm and cadence. We can do fluency, launch, learn, land. So we can see where your time is going to be spent in each of those. Learn is where the chunk of your lesson is going to be. It's going to go from that simple to complex. Everything is going to scaffold on each other. If any resources are needed, you're going to see them here. And any prep. This one doesn't have anything, but if you needed to get together baggies of counters or something, it'll tell you that. So you'll know what you need to do before you get to that. And so as we go through here, I'm actually going to show slides on one side and the teacher guide on another. So you can see what it looks like from the student side and from the teacher side as well. So we have slides already created for you, so it makes life really easy. And we just go to present to class here. So, and I was going through this earlier to make sure it works. I'm just going to open up to the very last slide here. Oh, yeah. So I'm going to just jump back here to slide 1. And get back there. Okay. Being a virtual teacher, knowing that there's slides already made makes me really happy because that's where I spent all of my time was making my slides. So here we can see, we're going to start with our fluency. Fluency every day, it happens. And so sometimes it's connected to that day's topic, sometimes it might not be, but it's things to make sure your kids are constantly reviewing so they're not forgetting certain things. And so we can see here, we have what the teacher would say, sample answers, and then here's what they would answer. And so as we go through here, it gives lots of answers. These are able to be written on. So if you guys have, I know we talked earlier, if you have a smart board or something, you can write on these. So if you need to do anything like that. So we go through our fluency section, just reviewing, this is rounding, which they're going to need for their addition. And then we go to now another fluency one where they're counting by 3s. Again, it's going to help them. And so this one is just a discussion. So they're doing these if you do up, they're counting by 3s. If you go down, they count down by 3. So you'd just be doing this throughout that. And then after this, we go into one more fluency activity. We give multiple fluency activities, oftentimes more than what you're going to be able to fit in that 10-minute time. And so pick what works for your students. And so here's another fluency activity. Gives you lots of options. I'm just going to jump down here to the launch. So let's start with the launch. Launch is getting kids ready for that day's lesson. It's that low floor, high ceiling activity. And so it tells what you would do. They're going to be just going to jump to this. Let me get this. Oh, sorry guys. It didn't jump over for me. There we go. So it's that low floor, high ceiling. They're getting ready to do the subtraction problems here, talking about strategies that they can use based on what they've been doing here. And then they always end with a student-friendly phrase on what they're going to be learning about for that day. And that's their lunch, really quick time. Then we go into your learn time. This is where they are going to be doing the chunk of their time. Today they're working on real-world problems. So you can see they are going to be doing this lesson about Eva's cherries, and it walks you through how would they solve this. I'm just going to go through this one quickly so you guys can see just how they are set up here. One thing you'll notice here is that it has, this is kind of small to see, but you can see that it gives multiple ways that students can answer these questions. And that is that open middle, open-ended activity where students can access it and do the math, what works best for them. And so it gives them examples of ways that they can solve, and then the students will then have a discussion over these different methods that students did. So that discourse we talked about, how students are going to look at other students' work, ask questions, talk about it, see how other kids are solving these problems here. So this is just a guidance on if a student solves it this way, some questions that you could ask. And so I'm going to scroll through this here, and then we can see here the wrong button here. I'm going to flip forward to. This one has a context video. I'm not going to take the time to watch it, but they would watch this video, and then they would answer some questions, some more addition and subtraction questions here about Mrs. Smith's plants. This is all also in their student book. So they are working in their books as you are working through this as a class and having these discussions. And so you can see again, multiple ways that they can solve it. They're encouraged to solve in what works for them. And then again, that discourse, having those conversations on how they solved it. and what their thinking was in there. So lots of discussion in these lessons. I love it. Again, top virtual, and my kids would not have these discussions. It's great to have those discussions. Again, about Ivan, this one's an optional one if you have time to do more practice here. So they're working on multiple problems throughout that lesson, and then they end in their problem set. This is in their book. It is scaffolded from simple to complex. So students who maybe, and I'll open this up, it's bigger for you in just a little bit. Students who might need some more support, start at question 1. Students who are doing well and are ready for a challenge can start at question 6 and work backwards. It's made to be differentiated for your students. It's made to only be about a 10-minute time in their class. So they're working through this. This is your time you can go to support those students who need that extra help. And then we end in the debrief. Debrief is just where you answer those key questions, talk about that lesson, and then they do their exit ticket. This exit ticket has 2 questions, so they're just going to answer these 2 quick questions to show you how are they doing on this topic, and then they are done with their lesson. So that's a lesson. Really quick look at what a lesson looks like. I wanted to point out in here what those student pages look like. So we have their classwork. This is what they're working on throughout class. Give it a look. There we go. So those same questions that we saw on the screen, they have it in their book, so they're working on those there. You can see those questions. And then we have the problem set is right here. There we go. So then here is that problem set, the 10-minute practice time scaffolded from simple to complex. So this is what those look like. So you can see here, those first 2 questions, they're breaking those multi-steps apart. They have part A, part B, but then they get to where they're not broken apart now. And so now they're going to have bigger numbers and less support for them to solve these problems. So they're made to take that, to be differentiated. That's what I'm looking for. All right, and then the last thing is their practice partner. This comes in the Apply book. And the Apply book is great for that extension, for if you send them home homework, it's great for that. Students who need some more practice or support, the first thing that they have is they have their practice partner. And this partner goes and they are going to answer, get that to open there, there we go. Okay, so in here, we have our partner who's going to walk us through 2 different ways to solve this problem. So what is great with this is if you send home homework and parents are like, I don't want to help you with your math, your partner helps. And so then they have this partner to help them, or if a kid misses class, this partner will walk them through that. And then the remember problem also. So you see there are 3 problems our partner walks through on this one. Plus then there's a remember problem. So again, that the spiral review, always getting that review in. So here they walk through a review. And then they have their own page. All this is printed in their book, so you don't worry about all these different pages, because these are all printed for them. And then their practice page right here is same kind of questions here. So those real world problems, and then how they would solve it, and then it would be a couple problems for them to answer. Oh, sorry, my kid's school is calling me. Whoops. All right, so that is what a lesson looks like right there. Last thing I want to show you is, and then we'll get time for questions and answers, under the assign. This is where if you don't want kids to do things digitally, you can assign, or sorry, don't want them to do paper pencil, you can assign anything to be done digitally as well, and this is where you would see what you have assigned, who's done it, and then how you grade it right here. But the thing I wanted to point out was under the assess section. All of our assessments can be done digitally, and they can be modified. So for those special education students in particular that have on their IEP, they need shortened assignments or shortened assessments. We can actually do that. So you would go and open up an assessment. So let's go to this one right here. And if I had a student who needed shortened assignments, I can go in here, open up any of the assessments, and I'm going to duplicate this. And wait for it. And then what I can do is I can delete, if I don't want them to do these 2 questions, I can click those and I can remove those questions. Or if you have students who need an extension or a harder question, you can also find any item based on either the keyword or the standards. If you want to add some for some other students or give them some different kinds of questions, you can adjust these assessments as needed there. So that was something I wanted to point out to you all because that's something a lot of people miss. And I know I was really excited when I saw that because I taught some curriculum where I couldn't adjust them. And so making sure that I'm able to adjust for my students is very important too. All right. With that, that was a really quick overview, but I wanted to make sure to give us lots of time for questions. So I'm going to open up the floor for any questions at all.
Yes, go ahead, Charm.
I'm gonna ask the,
It's on the unmute part, sorry.
can you hear me? Yeah?
Oh.
No? Yeah, okay. So just a couple of questions that I would like to know. So the first one is training available and ongoing included in the cost? So do you come in and do an initial training and then follow-up trainings, and what do we do here?
Great question. Maddie, you want to kind of take that?
Sure, yeah. So my team would handle all of your professional learning and planning that out alongside you. So we can really create a custom plan depending on what you're looking for from us and what your budget is and all of those things. So we do have some supports that are complementary and included with the purchase, but if you wanted to do like on-site professional development or coaching with our team, then that is a separate cost, and we can provide those costs to you. So we have both, and most districts do like a combination of free online support and then some on-site or virtual private professional development. So we can really create that plan alongside you depending on what you're looking for and how much support you would like from us. We also have virtual open enrollment sessions that are ongoing, and those are online, they're on Zoom, and those are really affordable. They're $105 per person. So if you have a small group of teachers or new teachers each year, you could easily sign them up for those virtual open enrollment sessions. So very flexible. We provide lots of different options for training, and we'll work alongside you to create a custom plan that really works for you.
Okay, great. And then based on what you showed us, both print and digital are included at the same for the price?
Yes, print and digital is all included in just a bundle for the students' books and everything, and teachers get that digital automatically. The only additional cost is if you want to add on that premium assessment, that EQUIP pre-module assessment and the benchmark assessment, that's an additional cost. And I believe it's on the quote that I sent over. And then also the manipulative, if you want to add on those manipulative kits, those are the only other additional add-ons.
Okay, and my final question is about intervention specifically for struggling students that need documented, data-based over and above the classroom instruction. So how does this work with that type of intervention?
Great question, yes. So a couple of things that you're going to have in there, that EQUIP pre-module assessment is going to help with at least knowing like where those students are, what topics that they need. I'm going to open up our demo account is not the best for showing what data looks like, but I'm going to show you a couple of things that we get in the reports for just the regular assessments. In the analyze section, we didn't get to that. In here, you're going to find, if we open up an assessment, not the best demos over here, but you'll see your students, where they are, and if they are proficient, not yet proficient, how they're doing. And then also by standard here, you can take a look at those. You can see those standards in there. Also, what was I going to say with that? That pre-module assessment is going to help. I lost my train of thought. What else was it I was going to say? Oh, also having that access to the other grade levels. So if you do have a student who needs intervention, they have access to those other grade levels. So if a teacher is working on multiplication, but that student needs to still work on skip counting, they have access to those resources. And then, oh, it came to me again, and then it left again. What was I going to say with that? It came to me as I was saying that. So the other grade levels. Is there something I'm missing here? I feel like there's something else that.
I was just gonna add on, Katie, that like with the quiz, it's not a separate intervention program. It's really embedded into the program and the instructional time. So the data will allow teachers to identify trends in the class and say, okay, this group of students has the skills needed to jump right into this module. This group of students needs extra support before we jump into the module content or along the way. And it provides specific activities that are aligned to those standards from previous modules or previous grade levels to help get those students in a place where they can access the module's content. And obviously Eureka Math Squared is a tier 1 instruction, but we have differentiation supports built into the lessons for teachers to scaffold up and scaffold down. So it's not necessarily intervention, but it's that tier 1 support so that if you have students who are ready to make this a little bit more challenging, we have little boxes at the lesson level. I don't know if you could maybe jump in.
I'm just going to open one.
We're going to open one. Okay, yeah, we'll see one. We have differentiation boxes at the lesson level to support teachers. So they'll say like differentiation support or differentiation challenge, and it's right at the lesson level. So teachers can use that and make sure that, students are receiving support to access, but then also to make it a little bit more challenging. If you want to learn more about how you can use the tools like Equip, for tier 2 and tier 3 intervention, we do have a webinar that walks through, kind of gets more in the weeds on how you could do that. So we're happy to send that as a follow-up if it would be helpful, but we know y'all are making a decision really quickly.
And I remembered what else I was going to say, but yes, if you want me to send that, I sent it to Kim already or not. Suppose I picked the one that didn't have anything in there. Here we go. So here is where you're going to see that just-in-time intervention support for those students who need it. And then the other thing I was going to point out is we just released, we had this for K2, and they just released for all the grade levels. We have in that module overview, we have these observational reporting sheets. So these are great, especially for your RTI students who you need to document how are they doing, and you can even I could see this being virtual, everything virtual, do it as a Google Doc and then share it to that RTI and interventionist or something. But we have, let me see if I can find it now. I'm trying to remember where they were, they just added them. And so it's something I just found the other day. Of course, I didn't find it here. Let me go see if I can find it here. But what they do is, again, it has those achievement descriptors on the topic overview. And it goes through what are those achievement descriptors for that topic or that module. And here we go. And it gives you space to write those observations that you see here. So in this one, this is the third grade one. These are the achievement descriptors and what they're doing. And then you can easily put any notes or observations that you have. I immediately, when I saw these, I went to my RTI students that I could just have just those few students. I don't do my whole class. But keeping track of just those observations and how they're doing to then track that information as well.
I have a question on your assessments. So I taught the Eureka Math before it's the new Eureka, and in the upper levels, with the old assessments, like if the students would get a problem wrong on like one of the first math problems, a lot of your assessments would build. So that very first problem, they would have to take the number that they got on that first problem and it would build into the rest of the assessments. And so if they messed up like the problem in that first one, it would ruin the entire rest of their test because they would have to pull one of those numbers and put it into the rest of them, so then their assessment would be wrong on all of it. Are your assessments still based that way? Like where it starts with that first number and then it builds from that first problem and it goes like, do you see what I'm saying? Like it starts with that first problem and then it builds and builds and builds. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Most of them, from what I've seen, have not. And that's how you know, I've just opened up one of our topic quizzes here. So you can see here, they're just answering these here. And they can open up an upper grade too. I taught 6th grade, so I always think about my fraction kids. But this one is just one question. The only time you might see it, like the one I was showing you, is a multi-step problem is what their topic is. So you might have, if they get part A wrong, they're going to get part B. But it's not going to be that whole assessment.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen an example of that in Eureka Math Squared. It doesn't mean that they don't exist, but I would say that they occur less frequently, and we really encourage teachers to use the assessments digitally, like especially with Equip. So we can definitely look into that and see how often they occur, but like Katie said, like I've definitely seen them less in Eureka Math Squared than in Eureka Math, and that was part of the rewrite of Eureka Math Squared, is fixing some of those bugs and those kinks and the feedback that we got from teachers and making those improvements for Eureka Math Squared.
Perfect, thank you.
And like this one right here has a part A and a part B, and that's all. So it doesn't go any farther than that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anybody else?
Other questions?
I did have one question about, I noticed, and you were showing a 3rd grade lesson, and I'm a 3rd grade teacher, so it definitely like connected with me, but I did notice it is very text heavy, and I have some extremely low and even non-readers in my 3rd grade room. So what does your curriculum do for those students who are lower non-readers, who when I look at that, they would not be able to do the assignment without me standing over them and reading those questions aloud, and with 26 kids in my room, I can't do that for all of them. So what would your curriculum do for our low and non-readers who could not read those assignments by themselves?
Maddie, do you want to take that?
Sure, yeah. I'm not sure what other like math programs y'all have used in the past, but for Eureka Math Squared, we definitely made improvements from Eureka Math, and one of those was the teachability and the usability and having the student-facing language be more readable, grade level appropriate, and be more concise. So I hear you that it's a lot of reading, but it is on grade level reading, and we really want to provide access to that grade level content for students. Where we support you with those scaffolds is in the lessons themselves. We have something in the digital platform called context videos, and those are wordless, textless videos that are animated and have noises, and they really support students with access to the content and removing the text as a barrier. So that's one example of how we incorporated some principles of UDL into the design of Eureka Math Squared so that it would be more accessible to students. Are there going to be, you know, assignments and pages from the Apply book where students are going to need support accessing the text? Sure, yes. Like we understand that you'll have students who, you know, really need support to be able to access that. We have districts that use the text-to-speech software in the digital platform so that the assessments can be read aloud. Equip is a great resource for identifying, you know, skills that students need to be able to access that content. There's lots of support, but do know that we really intentionally built in the UDL principles into the design so that students could access it as much as possible without that text being as big of a barrier. Do you have any follow-up questions about that?
Nope, I think you answered my question.
Okay, I was going to mention also for all the assessments, there is text-to-speech options. You can just select which students should have text-to-speech, and then
progression of the visuals, that's really going to support students with the access to the math outside of text as well. So using like the number bonds model, right? You don't need to be able to read at grade levels to be able to engage with that number bonds model. Same with the manipulative. We really want students to engage in that activity and understand the concept. So there are those supports that are built in, and I encourage you to go into the demo account and look at the progression of lessons so you can see how the models are used and how the manipulatives are used to support students with that. But the difficulty that y'all face is that students are going to have state level assessments, going to have text as well. So we don't really want to take away the grade level content. We want to provide support so that we're supporting students with accessing the math as much as possible.
You'll notice a lot also on like their practice pages, those how they're simple to complex. Those simple ones usually don't have as much words as those last ones as well. So those students who are struggling with reading, they can do those earlier problems where there's not as much text too. Well,
Anybody else?
we have 10 minutes.
More time for lunch.
Somebody said the word lunch. I think
I know.
that's.
I was gonna say, you guys are cutting up to lunchtime here.
I don't think there are any more questions from us.
You guys-
Unless you have anything else for us, I think that maybe we're.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Goodbye.
Yes, thank you all so much for giving me an opportunity. And let me know if anything else comes up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good day. Goodbye.
These chairs
She's
are
okay.
horrible.
I know.
They have all those fancy chairs over there.
my-
Get up and grab one.
went down
about
45
I have to
minutes
do
ago.
musical chairs if there's not as many chairs as people. Well, I guess I don't need to.
Oh, we could do it by age.
Are we discussing these now, or what's our
Well, so I
plan here?
had kind of scheduled a lunch break following this presentation. And then the next one isn't scheduled until 12:30. So we have a little bit of time to discuss, or if you want to take a break now and discuss a little bit before 12:30. I kind of was leaving the end of the day after all three presentations for discussing,
Oh,
but I
okay.
kind of, you guys can sort of drive that as well, depending on how you're feeling about everything, so.
Are you providing lunch, or do we have to go get it?
You're on your own. I'm sorry.
Okay, it was nice to see you.
Then I was gonna say, let everybody go to lunch.
No.
Okay, good.
Can all your participants hear us?
Yes.
Very good. Let us know when you're ready to get started.
Okay.
Go.
Is everybody good? All right, we're ready. I'll maximize my screen here. Oh, I guess it already is.
All right. Well, hi, everyone. Thank you for having us today to come in and talk about illustrative math. My name is Maggie Domeyer. I'm the sales consultant here at Kendall Hunt. I've been working, just taking some calls with Kim to get this all set up. So that is my role here. A little background is I was a teacher for 10 years and actually taught out of illustrative math for 4 of those 10 years. So I love the program, and I'm excited to be here and share that with you. But my role is a sales consultant, and Marty Frank is our math curriculum specialist, and she's going to be presenting today. So we'll go through our PowerPoint, some slides, talk about the content, digital stuff, and then we'll have time for Q&A at the end, okay? All right.
Thank you, Maggie. Like she said, I am Marty Frank. I'm the curriculum specialist at Kendall Hunt. I am a former math teacher. I've taught elementary, middle school, and high school. I actually taught out of one of Kendall Hunt's programs, and I loved it so much I came to work for them. I really appreciate you having us in today to talk to you about Kendall Hunt's illustrative math program. If you have any questions as we go along, feel free to jot them down, and I will make sure that I save plenty of time at the end to answer any questions that might come up. Just to give you a little background, Kendall Hunt partnered with Illustrative Math to become the only provider of their free IM certified digital math curriculum. So know that all of the content, the resources, and the materials for this program were written, created, and certified by Illustrative Math, and Kindle Hunt is the publishing company that provides it all to you on a free website. In addition to the free website, we also sell print versions of the curriculum, manipulative kits, center kits, and also I am certified professional learning. We'll talk about all of that as we go through the presentation today. We are excited that we do offer a complete cohesive program from kindergarten all the way through Algebra 2. And I know that today we're really going to focus on that K-6 portion of it. So let's get started. We'll start by telling you a little bit about Kindle Hunt. We're a small family-owned and operated publishing company that's been in business for over 75 years. We are out of Dubuque, Iowa, and we really specialize in inquiry-based math and science programs, but we do have a little bit of gifted curriculum as well. And I can tell you from the perspective of a teacher who taught out of one of Kindle Hunt's programs, that there are a couple real advantages to working with us. Number one, Kindle Hunt really listens to teachers. We work really hard to make sure that you have everything you need and want to make it a successful adoption. The second thing is that Kindle Hunt offers excellent customer service. You know, there were days in my classroom when I couldn't find something or I had a question. I knew that I could always contact my sales consultant and get an answer immediately or very quickly. I always knew they were there for me and know that we'll be there for you and your teachers as well. All right, so Illustrative Math is a problem-based curriculum. So students are really going to solve or learn the math through solving problems in activities. And in these activities, they're going to be actively involved in problem solving, reasoning, and making sense of mathematics. In this problem-based curriculum, students are typically going to work in groups, but sometimes they will work individually and sometimes as a whole class. But as they work with their groups to solve the problems in the activities, they're really going to be learning the mathematics. This program is very student-centered and very hands-on. Our job as a teacher is a little different than we're used to in a traditional program. We're going to spend a lot of time walking around the classroom, really facilitating the activities, guiding the students by listening to them, asking questions, and answering their questions. And then at the end of the lesson, there will be time for us to do some direct instruction when we summarize and clarify the mathematical ideas. Let's hop into a lesson and see how that works. IM does have a consistent lesson structure across all grade levels. Every lesson has a warm-up, typically 1 to 3 classroom activities with an activity synthesis. After all the activities, you're going to find a lesson synthesis and then finally a cool down. Grades K through 5, you will find centers that come along with the program. And in grades K through 5, each lesson was designed for about a 60-minute time frame. In 6th grade, it's designed for about a 45-minute time frame. Let's dig into each part of a lesson. So every lesson is going to begin with a warm-up. It's really designed to invite your students to get ready for that day's lesson. It's also going to give them an opportunity to strengthen their number sense or procedural fluency. I often get asked, how does IM teach fact fluency? And know that it's taught right along with the concepts every day in every lesson. There really is a good balance of the 3 components of rigor. But one of the places you're going to see the fact fluency on a daily basis is right here in the warm-up. After the warm-up, there are typically 1 to 3 classroom activities, and these are really the heart of the mathematical experience and where the students are going to spend the bulk of their class time. We know that students learn best and retain what they learn better by actively doing math and solving problems. The activities in this program do exactly that. They're really going to get your students actively involved in that problem-solving process. Each one of these activities has a low floor and a high ceiling, so every student, no matter what level they're at, can access the activity, and then even our most advanced students can extend it to as high level as is appropriate for them. After each one of those activities, you're going to find an activity synthesis. This just allows students a little bit of time to summarize and solidify the math that they learned in that activity. For the teacher, it's a great check for understanding. So as you're walking around the classroom facilitating the activities, you can use the activity synthesis to really check and make sure that your students understood the math that they should have learned in that particular activity. After all of the activities, you're going to find a lesson synthesis. This is where the teacher is going to take about 5 or 10 minutes to really summarize the day's activities and clarify the mathematical ideas. This is going to be time to do a little direct instruction, and it will allow students time to synthesize what they learned and prepare them to do the cool down independently. The cool down is the final part of the lesson structure. Think of it as an exit ticket. It's a formative assessment to assess the student's understanding of the entire lesson. So students are meant to work on this for about 5 minutes independently and then turn it in. And we do provide cool down guidance notes so that teachers can use the student responses to make adjustments to further instruction. Grades K through 5, we do have those centers, and IM does their centers a little differently. They offer what they call staged centers. The stages are going to allow you to differentiate within the same center. So as the stages increase in number, they also increase in difficulty. The centers in this program are really designed to build practice after each lesson and also work on fact fluency. So many of them are games, and the students can play them over and over and over again, and as they do, it will generate new and unique practice problems. The centers are really flexible, so they can be used for extra practice in class, they can be used for homework, for differentiation, for intervention, and of course for center time as well. So while the centers are designed to build practice, in addition to that, you're also going to find a practice problem set for each section of a unit. In here, you're going to find some problems that practice things that students learned previously, kind of a built-in spiral review or a pre-unit assessment. You're also going to find some problems that practice what the students learned in the lesson itself, and then you're going to find some exploration problems. And those are really differentiation for your students who need a little more challenge. Those problems are going to take the math to the next level to give those students the challenge that they need. These practice problem sets can also be used for extra practice in class or for homework, however you see fit. I do want to talk about assessments because they're an important part of any program, and know that IM does offer both formative and summative assessments. For formative assessment, we've already talked about with the cool down in each lesson. In addition to that, you're going to get section checkpoints, which are quizzes for each section of a unit. You're going to get unit monitoring sheets, and these are really nice to assess student participation and understanding as you're walking through the classroom, facilitating the activities. And then at the end of each unit, you will get an end of unit summative assessment that assesses everything they learned in that unit. That does come with a teacher's guide, which will give you an explanation of each test item, an item analysis, the solution, and also correlation to the standards. So that is the student-facing content and what they're going to see on a regular basis. Now I want to switch gears and talk about teacher support and resources that come along with the program. We do have everything that a teacher needs to implement this program successfully. It's all free on our website. I'm going to kind of explain things first, and then we'll go online. I'll give you a quick tour of the website. One of the first things you're going to see is the teacher's guide. If you want to know everything about this program, how and why it will work in your classroom, highly recommend reading this because it's a wealth of information. We do provide pacing guides, correlations, a tool called dependency maps, which allows for flexibility. And for every lesson, you will find preparation and activity notes, which are really your teacher edition notes. The preparation notes are everything a teacher needs to start planning and preparing, and the activity notes are step-by-step instructions on how to facilitate each one of the activities. Really clear to make it easier for the teachers to teach. Resources we provide, we do have pre-made lesson plans. We have presentation tools in the form of PowerPoint and Google Slides for every single lesson across all grade levels. Those slides are editable so that teachers can make them their own, and they're only available through Kindle Hunt. We do provide Blackline Masters, family support materials, and more. Really everything that a teacher needs to successfully implement this program. Now that we've talked about the content, the teacher support materials, and the resources, now I want to talk about how do you get all of those things. Kindle Hunt does offer 2 digital options as well as print. So let's start with digital, and then we'll go on to print. The first way to get everything that we've talked about is through our website, im.kindlehunt.com. Everything that we talked about in this presentation is free on this website. Again, im.kindlehunt.com. When you get on, you have access to the elementary, the middle school, and the high school content. I always mention that because with the traditional program, if you're a 3rd grade teacher, you only get access to your 3rd grade content. Through us, with illustrative math, you have access to all grade levels. So if you're a 3rd grade teacher and you need review or intervention from 2nd grade or 1st grade, you have access to it all, and it's all here for free. So to open it up, you're just going to click Launch Curriculum. When you open it up, you're going to see your site for families. This is where families can access their resources in English and underneath in Spanish. And here you're going to find kind of a letter home that explains what problem-based curriculum is and what supports are available for student success. Then for each unit, you're going to find an explanation of the math that's being taught, really written for parents, and also some try-at-home problems as well. So again, really good family resources. Go back. Under that, you're going to find your site for teachers. That's where you're going to access your resources. Below that, I do want to point out one more time, this teacher's guide, highly recommend reading it. It's really worth a read. It's going to answer a lot of questions that you might have later on. All right, let's open third grade just so you can see it. When you open it up, you're going to see all of your units. Up here in the course guide, this is where you can access your scope and sequence, all of your pacing guides, and below that, those dependency diagrams. You have a list of your instructional routines with an explanation, a glossary, all of your required materials, and then the correlation to the standards are there as well. When you get into a unit, you're going to find all of your resources, your assessments. They are available in PDF and Word, so teachers can edit those Word docs. You have all your practice problems, and then your glossary here is here as well. When you open up a lesson, you're going to see first the preparation notes, which are everything teachers need to start planning and preparing. And then you have your lesson notes, which are step-by-step instructions on how to facilitate each one of the activities. In here, you're also going to find differentiation notes at point of view. They're there as well. So everything you need to successfully teach and implement this program is on this website. It's very well organized and very easy to use. And again, it's all free. You might have noticed, though, it's not interactive, meaning I cannot assign things to my students. They cannot go online and do it. There's no auto-grading and there's no reporting. If you are interested in an interactive digital platform, we partnered with Assessments to put all of our student-facing content for grades 1 through 6 into their interactive digital platform. So this will allow you to assign all of the activities, the practice problems, the cool downs, and assessments to the students. The students can go online and complete it. There is auto grading and there is reporting. The reporting for this platform is amazing. For each student, by problem or by standard, it will tell you what they got correct, what they got incorrect, how many tries it took them, how long they worked on each problem, and even common incorrect answers. This also is free, and it's found at assessments.org. Keep in mind that this is a hands-on program. IM does not want your students just sitting behind computers answering questions. Assessments is really a way to get the data that teachers might need to help inform their instruction. Again, it's found at assessments.org, and it is all free. So those are our two digital options. In addition to that, we also offer print. We know that students learn best by actively doing math and solving problems. And it's also really important for them to record their work as they do it, and that's why we offer print. All of our print materials are in full color, and the student editions are consumable. In kindergarten, each student would get 8 single unit books. Grades 1 through 5, each student would get 4 books with 2 units in each book. In grade 6, I believe it's 3 books. Yes, with 2 units in each book, 3 units in each book. Teacher editions, similar, they're going to be spiral bound. You're going to get 4 teacher editions with 2 units in each book, and we also print that teacher's guide. For grades K through 5, we do offer a teacher resource packet for purchase as well. Basically, single sheets of all those things that you might want to make copies of. There are 3-hole punched and ready to put into a binder. And we do have grade level manipulative kits available for purchase as well. We are excited that we recently partnered with the Math Modernists to sell center kits. So you can purchase these kits directly through us. And basically, they're center and lesson bundles for each grade level that includes all of the game boards, the recording sheets, and cards for both the addressing and the supporting centers, as well as all the cards for the lessons. So these are those things that teachers typically make to use in their classroom, and purchasing them is a huge time saver for teachers. And last but certainly not least, IM Certified Professional Learning is available to purchase through us. IM does have a large catalog of PL offerings to really make sure that you get everything you need and want to make it a successful adoption. This is something Maggie will work closely with you to decide which offerings are right for you and also to come up with a plan. But IM does offer training for teachers, coaches, and administrators. everything you might need from pilot training to implementation training to anything you could want throughout the entire life of the adoption. And all of the PL is delivered by IM certified facilitators. All right, so we've gone through a lot of information in a short amount of time. So now I'm going to take time to answer any questions that y'all might have.
Go ahead, Sharon.
So, what are we buying? If it's free, what is it? Like, what would we be purchasing?
The print materials.
The print material.
Good question. It is all free. You do not have to purchase anything through us at all. You can use the curriculum completely free from our website. And you could print everything if you would want to. That is a huge lift and it takes a lot of time for teachers. So the things that we sell are the student and teacher print materials. So you don't have to make all those copies yourself. We sell those. We also sell manipulative kits, center kits, and professional learning.
When you were talking about assessments, do you guys have benchmark assessments?
No, we do not provide benchmark assessments.
Yes.
In our previous presentation, we asked about spiral review, and I believe we were told that they did not have spiral review, but you mentioned for the practice problems that it did have spiral review. Can you expand more on what that looks like?
Yep. So each section has a practice problem set. And in the practice problem set, there are 3 types of problems. You're going to find pre-unit problems, and that's the one that can be used either as, I'm pulling one up, sorry. These pre-unit problems, so it's practicing previously learned standards. You can use that as a pre-unit assessment or as a spiral review. We have a lot of schools who will use that kind of as a pre-unit check your readiness assessment. We have a lot of schools who use it at the end kind of as a spiral review. But they're going to practice previously learned content.
Is that at the beginning
And
of
we
each
can
lesson?
send you a document. I'm sorry, we can send you a document that discusses all of the ways that IM spiral. They do it a little bit differently than we're kind of used to in a traditional program, but they have a document that explains exactly how that works.
So is the spiral review built into the print copies, or would the teachers have to go into the online portion and find these problems that you're referring to?
No, these are in the print as well.
Okay.
In your print, you would get all of the activities as well as the practice problems.
I just have a quick question. Are you guys familiar with Fosno units? Or the Kathy Fosno?
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Are you guys familiar with Kathy Fosno at all?
No.
Okay, because it sounds kind of a lot like how the Fosno lessons are set up, to where it's whole group work and students are working together and the teacher goes around and facilitates and the students are doing, and then you talk about how the math is working, which is something that we've done in the past. So that's what I'm trying to, so when you give a lesson, do you assign like the whole group work and students work out a problem together and the teacher kind of just walks around and facilitates what's going on? And then do you have like group discussions, gallery walks, anything like that with it, or?
Yeah, you can use things like that. It's not quite as free as you just let the students off to work. So for example, this warm-up is a which one doesn't belong. And in these notes, it'll tell you to put your students into groups of 2, display this image, say to the students, pick one that doesn't belong and be ready to share why it doesn't belong, and then give 1 minute quiet think time. And then you're going to tell the students to discuss your thinking with your partner, and then give 2 to 3 minutes partner discussion, share and record responses. So this is kind of small group plus whole class. So it's not really just set your students off to work. I mean, there are pretty good instructions. So you're going to do a little bit of giving the student instructions and then letting them work while you facilitate, and then kind of bringing the students back together with that activity synthesis, and then give instructions again, let them work. So, but you can still do gallery walks and those kind of things with this program. If what you're talking about is a problem-based curriculum, then it would be similar to this one.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody? Is that it, folks? Okay, I think that takes care of it for us. Can you send me the document that you were discussing about, spiral review?
Yeah, we'll send that right when we get off this call.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We really appreciate your time today. We would love to partner with you to bring Kindle Hunt's illustrative math into your classrooms, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
So did I read that right, that they have K through 5 bundled together and 6 through 8 bundled together?
And then K3, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And this is the one that, the high school adopted this one?
Yes, 7 through 12, well, 7 through algebra 2.
In the print version?
Yes.
Okay.
So, I guess I have questions for you. Do we have prices for all of these, and what the annual cost is for each of them?
Yes and no. So the quotes are rough. The quotes are rough, but I just asked for them to give me the cost of everything. And the way subscriptions generally work is that you do a multiple year subscription. So for example, we'll look at what an annual costs and then prorate that over the 6 years. And then generally they give you some savings discount for doing multiple years. And so then everything, you just make one lump payment, and for that 6-year span, 4-year span, 5-year span, whatever we choose, everything is included.
So there
a
isn't
one-time purchase.
Okay, so there isn't an annual cost to get the workbooks or
No.
whatever books.
When you make the
each year.
subscription and you make the purchase, they just, you do that, and then you update your number, your grade level numbers each year, and they send you a new shipment, and when you reach the end of the subscription, then you can renew, or you can try something new, or the only time I've experienced annual renewals of anything is when our subscriptions are outdated and expired, and we don't renew with the company. Then we have to pay annually to have teacher access to the digital platform. If students need digital access to the platform, we have to purchase that every year. But the hard materials or the textbooks, the non-consumables, just stay with us. Any other questions about that?
And the prices are all similar? Are they all in the same ballpark to follow up on?
It just depends, because I asked each company to provide me the cost of absolutely everything. And so then, once we decide what we're going with, we can look at the cost and decide within our budget, can we afford everything, or do we have to scale back? Can we afford all the manipulative kits? Or can we, or not afford that? Can we purchase anything extra? How much is the professional development? How much can we afford of that?
Because it sounded like that Eureka Minds, they had like a base and then you had to buy all the stuff on top. So it was like, well, what's the total cost of?
I have the quotes quotes in my office, I feel like the range of cost, and I asked for 6-year quotes, and we don't have to stick with that length of time either, ranged from $175,000 up to $250,000. And also, when I asked for the quotes, I might have asked for K through 6 or K through 8, and so I have to have them update all the quotes once I know exactly what I'm asking.
But the first one that we saw, the Amplify, as I understood it, the training was available and it was included in the cost, and both print and digital were included.
So that's not exactly right.
Okay.
We'll pay a fee for the professional development. And I think that's the case with all of them. That's an additional service. But you can pick from their a la carte menu of the type of PD you want. And that sort of thing. There's an implementation in person, 1 to 2 days perhaps, and then they have the follow-ups throughout the year.
I just want to say that whatever program we buy, we should get the PD to go with it, because we have had programs in the past where, I don't know, 10 years, 12 years ago, somebody bought an English program, but they wouldn't buy the training, and 10 years later, they were still wrapped and because nobody knew how to use it, because it had a lot of components, like 10 different components to teach the English, and nobody knew how to use it, and they didn't pay for the training, so they spent a lot of money, and it never got unwrapped, because nobody knew how to use it. So if you're committing, I'm just saying, commit to the training so that people can use the product the proper way, whichever one is decided upon. But
Definitely buying PD with no matter what product we
yeah,
give.
yeah, because teachers don't have time to go.
No.
Fair.
I do have a couple of comments that were put up from the audience before we broke for lunch, so I want to make sure I share those with you so that you can consider these as we start discussing. If teachers feel the need to leave out parts of the curriculum due to content, what is the benefit to having an adopted curriculum? Community standards matter. You want to have community support, prove it. Values differ between families and need to be left to parents to teach. How many names that are not diverse are used in the curriculum? Oops, that's a question. I stuck that wrong. And is the curriculum that we choose representing our community? So I think that we're at the point now in the meeting where we can begin talking about what we saw and listening to the teachers' evaluations of each of those, if they really like and if they don't. And just opening it up for more discussion. Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask you a question first? If the 7th through 12th adopted Imagine already,
Yes.
no benchmarks, what are they doing to supplement for benchmark testing? Do we know?
7th and 8th grade will have to continue using Imagine Math, those benchmarks. And at high school, they don't do the traditional sorts of benchmarking. They use the ISAT interim assessments. Yes,
Can
ma'am. Jerry Lynn.
you, it seems like it was barely touched on previously, but I don't really know much about this. So, Kendall, you guys were saying it's used at the high school level, and they purposely picked a curriculum that didn't have any controversial things in it.
The Kendall Hunt Publishing Company did not have a mission statement on their website that had any of the controversial language. So they.
But that doesn't mean that their stuff doesn't include diversity, equity, and
Correct.
since Eureka doesn't have it, although they did talk about equity in their presentation, if you go through their book, we have diverse names
Yes.
in the book, and so it may not be in their mission statement, but they're all.
And I noticed it with the Kendall Hunt in the presentation that they were showing. You saw it in several of them. They had the different names. They had different pictures with lots of different cultures going on. So even though it's not like right there as a DEI statement, I feel like it's still the same type of thing you see in all of them.
I think the difference between Kendall Hunt and the other ones is, that, as she mentions in there, they're a very small, family-owned business. They're not a large corporation. Yes.
Since we're talking about the names thing, I wasn't gonna talk about this because, people might cast judgments on me, but whatever. As I came in and looked at the 2 curriculums yesterday, I haven't been able to look at the Kendall one because that would be super helpful for me. I just felt like I couldn't get enough from just that, like I needed some hard copy. But I did come and spend a lot of time looking at these 2 curriculums yesterday, and it stuck out to me right away, the names that they were using in the Amplified book. And so I started to pay attention to it, and I wrote down, and they don't give you the whole thing, but I wrote down all these names: Emmanuel, Anushka, I can't even pronounce half these, Precious, Fabiana, Amani, DeAndre, Alejandro, Bihan, Kuweku, Javier, D-H-R-U-B, I'm not sure, Niana, Keshi, Anika, Tiara, and Zahara. Then I look in the other book, right, and I have Tyler, Lisa, Sana, Mrs. Chan, Lacey, Riley, Sasha, Julie, Yuna, Leo, Tony, Jada, Noah, Kelly, Ryan. So, one, I don't recognize any of those as being my neighbor, personally. And the other one, you do, but you also have, Mrs. Chan in there, or Yuna, or whatever. So if we're talking about diversity and inclusion, I can't even pronounce some of those. There wasn't one American name in there. Just saying.
Does that change the math?
No, but my point is, there is a political motive behind what they're doing, and that's what I'm asking for. It could be the best curriculum here. I'm not saying it's not, I don't know. But what I'm asking for as a parent is that we don't put that in our kids' curriculum, period.
Do they know that there are kids that have different names? I have a granddaughter.
Hispanics are American.
I didn't say, if you didn't listen.
No, ma'am, I didn't, you said.
I said it's okay to have that because we are in America. The other book used some other names. What I'm saying is the Amplified book, I don't recognize any of those, and to me, there is an agenda there.
But that's not gonna affect their ability to understand the math. I've taught a curriculum before, and if the kids couldn't pronounce it, we would just say, if it was like Yolanda or whatever, we would just say why. We would literally just say why and keep reading. Because the name doesn't matter to the content that you're teaching.
And we actually have to teach that to them and how to do that, actually, along, because.
It's the political motive. Like I said, it could be the best curriculum here. I don't know. It's the political motive behind it.
What would be the motive?
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be difficult.
Well,
What would be the motive?
You tell me how that's diverse and that it's equitable inclusion, including everybody, right? Like, that's not.
So I guess I'm, might be the only diversity communicator here, but I don't find that the Hispanic names are out of
My daughter's
context
name is Santana,
at
it's
all.
Hispanic.
I also don't think that the African American names are out of context at all as well, because I went to high school in Alabama. I think that once they get out into a little broader stream, and maybe you plan on keeping them in District 244 for their entire life, they're going to come in contact with these people with different names and different hair colors and different skin colors, and just seeing the name isn't going to encourage them to racially intermix or whatever. But, I find it a little odd that a name in a math book would cause somebody to change the way they look at math. Do you? Oh, it's scary.
I think that was super disrespectful.
Me?
Yeah,
How?
to hint that Jerry Lynn is having a problem with interracial mixing. She
Well, it
not
just-
at all
it just-
said that. That's what I have a problem. I think that was very disrespectful to Jerry Lynn.
I thought it was extremely disrespectful for her in the beginning to specifically pick out names that were,
Hispanic.
had some sort of racial
Her
thing
point
to
is
it.
that none of those names were representative of Joe, Bob, Steve, Mike,
So those
Sally,
were,
Molly.
you just took names
That
straight
those
from
people
there,
weren't
like all the
represented
way
at
down,
all
and you
in
didn't miss
that
Lisa
curriculum.
or Jill or
Correct.
Jones?
Yes.
You're welcome to look at, I looked at the sixth grade.
That was her
curriculum.
whole point, and now she's being accused of being some
Well, it
massive
just-
racist who doesn't like
It
interracial
did
mixing.
sound like she had picked out specific names
No, she
with
said,
specific whatever,
she
and
said
it
she went
sounded like
through
that.
the
and it was like,
entire
come on.
book, and that was all the names that were in the book.
So there wasn't
There
a Jill
was
in
no
there.
Joe,
You can
Steve,
look at it,
Bob,
there's
Molly,
not one.
Sue.
All right.
So that's exactly what she just said.
All right.
Let's remember meeting norms, please. Everybody has equal voice, right? We'll be respectful when we speak with each other. You had your hand up, so I want to recognize you, but in just a few pagings through here, I have found other names.
I didn't look at that, I looked
So-
at the book that my kids were getting
Oscar.
for sixth grade.
Ellie, Nathan. So I understand what you're saying. I just wanted to point out that I was able to find a few.
The book that my kids are gonna be working out of, what they gave you, that was every single name in there, in the sixth grade level.
Except this
I
sixth
teach
grade.
my kids to love everybody, so it's nothing about that.
That's a sixth grade
At
amplified
all.
book,
At
if you
all.
would like to look at that one.
I just found that really.
But you have a different opinion than me.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what needs to not be in the curriculum. That needs to be left up to the parents because we have differences of opinions. And that's okay. I'm just asking you not to put it in our curriculum. But what about we have Black children, we have Hispanic children.
And
that's
don't
great.
they also have
Get
the
to be
right
represented
to
in the
read
book?
books that
And-
they're represented by?
Yes, and
Like, I feel like there's a
that
big
book
distinction.
doesn't exclude them. The
Neither
Eureka
does that
doesn't.
one.
When you read the list of the second group of names from Eureka, I heard one diverse name. Every other name sounded white. I'm just, to me, that's not
I did not
actually
go
diverse.
through the whole book because they gave you a whole book where they didn't give me that with the Amplified. I went through every single name in the Amplified sixth grade curriculum book.
But I thought we're here to pick the curriculum that's best for our
Math.
kids.
Stacy, let me
for
ask
math.
you, do you think the Amplified curriculum is the best curriculum that we could be giving our kids for math? Do you think that?
Yes, I do. That's why I voted for it.
Checking off for the rubric, that's what I checked off too, in the rubric.
So I think just hearing everybody's side. There is, the math aspect of it is not maybe in question, okay? I think there's an issue of a political agenda behind diversity that's gonna be woven into the majority of curriculums that we deal with, okay? Like even, I use Khan Academy right now, free online resource, and we have one, we have, you know, all sorts of names that are on there, but it's not all the time. There's all sorts of different ones on there. And at the sixth grade level, our kids are exposed to a lot, right? I mean, they all have phones, they all have that. I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, where the concern is from other parents that I've heard from as well in different grade levels, is that if we start with this, right, and we know that curriculums get updates and different things, and we may be adopting something right now it might just be names. Whereas next year in an update, it might be something else that's woven through. And I think there's a caution that parents are trying to say, hey, look, it's not about whether 2 + 2 is 4 and how we teach it, okay? It's about everything else that's surrounding that math problem, and we do have to do our due diligence, and we have to weigh it all out, okay? And so, is Amplify a good quality math curriculum? Yes, and I think the committee decided that last time, it is. But I think in question here, and especially with the attitude and the whole perception in this community, we're rebuilding, we're rebranding, we are trying to heal and build back up. And so, yes, it's gonna be in every single curriculum that we look at.
I don't care what it is, you can go online right now. You're gonna have diverse names, we're in 2024, that's what it is, okay? But I think when you're paying for something, you're subscribing to it, you also do your due diligence to see who's funding that publishing company. I think that's where the hangup is, because that old verbiage of you put your money where your mouth is, kind of, like, are you standing behind that? And I think even as a teacher and also as a teacher parent, that's something that I take really, really seriously. If I wouldn't put it in front of my own children, I'm gonna have a problem putting it in front of my students. And I'm very passionate about my work, I'm very passionate about math, and I want good quality math curriculum. But I think that's where the butting heads is. I don't think it's about the actual math itself.
So,
Let's
first of
recognize the
all,
audience member, please.
sorry.
Because you had his hand up respectfully.
Sorry.
Well, and the conversation's kind of moved since then, and I had a couple comments about both the math content itself, and then I'm a parent and I have feelings about those things too. So I'm a STEM professional. I'm a research scientist at a national laboratory, and I look through the materials, and they all have their strengths. I felt like the Eureka curriculum, I think, would lead to the best kind of real understanding of what math is, and kind of prepare for a STEM career, the best out of those curriculums. And, you know, I had to take time off of work, so I only had a few hours to go through the materials. But I'm largely basing that off of, there's a report from 2001 by the National Science Academies, the National Academy of Mathematics, Engineering, and Medicine, combined to create a report called Helping Children Learn Math. That's what kind of underlies a lot. That was the research that drove kind of then, you know, the further research and kind of behind this illustrative math and these other approaches to do that. And so I felt like there was a fair standard to judge against. I like Eureka the best, like I said, in terms of just knowing if you're going to be in a STEM career, where you're going to go. I like that one the best. I feel like it's the strongest. I feel like the what's the one I missed that one. Kendall one. I can't remember the name. But the one that's so illustrative math is. I mean, you all know it's a free resource, and so then they can adapt it. But the Kendall Hunt is a certified partner for the illustrative math program itself, and so theirs is available for free for that reason. They're kind of maybe middle road, and I can see the appeal on the Amplify again from a math instruction perspective. I think they're focusing a lot on the motivation aspect, and I get that you want to motivate students to do the math. I feel like that's maybe a little bit of an expanse of some of the quality of the concepts come across. It's pretty close. I mean, they're all pretty robust. I mean, clearly you guys are pretty selective if you feel. But that just, again, just wanted to throw my opinion out there in the STEM career, how that looks. And then, as long as we're talking about all the DEI stuff, first I want to make clear that, you know, everybody has different opinions on that, and I want to say that I support the teachers. The married one. I was surprised when I was dating her and I would go visit her classroom, all the stuff that you guys had to do. I never realized that as a kid, and so I absolutely want to make sure that it's clear that I support, you know, what you're doing, and that your decision for supporting what you're doing may not match what I want as a parent. We just kind of all need to, you know, solve our own problems. But again, as having a career in research, I did exactly that as I went to the companies and kind of looked at other factors besides just the curriculum material itself. And so if you go and look at the professional development resources that Amplify offers, and I could give you the links, I could pull them up. But they have one of their professional development courses towards certification, links to a site to teach about equity and equality and justice and I support those concepts in general, but it's the idea of there's more than one way to skin a cat. I don't always appreciate the way that that's done. And the fact that a lot of times that's presented as a false dichotomy where you either support doing it our way or you don't support the ideas of, I want all the kids to feel comfortable in the class. Like that, no problem with that. But specifically, the resource that they specify as a reference for their instruction to teachers of the concept of equity instructs the teachers to have conversations with children at a young age before they won't consider those ideas anymore, to include sexual ideas. Again, it's all kind of a mishmash and a political thing. But it's specifically that they advocate hosting drag shows for very young children. And I'm concerned by that. I absolutely do not
In their
want,
professional
in their
development.
professional development,
Amplifies professional development for teachers, for their curriculum.
saying I could give the least. But, and so I'm not saying that the teachers here are applauding and waiting till the parents are looking the other way so they can host drag shows. But I don't like the fact that that's going to be an influence and that we're going to be paying for that influence to be part of, because that's the thing we've talked here about. It's not just the materials, but do we have training? Will you train us? Will you support us? And we've talked here about teachers making the decision about what's appropriate in their classroom, which they should. But I don't want to pay to have that be an influence throughout the 6 years or whatever that we're doing.
Is that
I'm
required?
uncomfortable with.
Is that a required?
It's not a required, no. But
Would that be an optional one that?
I assume so. Yeah.
And I can say, as someone who went through the trainings that we did for our curriculum, not in any of the trainings that we did was that part of it. One thing it did push is extending what you have learned for your kids and making it more interactive. For example, the third grade doing a play on the solar system, because we just did a solar system, so we extended it to give them an opportunity to build their fluency and use all the planets' names and all of those facts that they learned, and we extended it, and they do, in those trainings, it said to push that kind of an extension, but I don't believe any of us had any of that kind of training for all the PDs that we did.
Well, and like I said, I don't think they're going to drag that out front and center, especially for this market. They're probably aware of the market they're in. But it is there.
Yes, ma'am.
So a couple of things. I think, I listened to Eureka and they talked about equity. They may not have it in their mission statement,
No,
but it's
good with
there.
equity.
And it's
I don't like that approach to it.
and it's there in all of the things. My bigger concern is the math, because that's what I think we're supposed to be getting is the best math program. I have 3 grandchildren that I'm raising right now. Our names range everything from Carolina, which is a very common name, to Maiana, which nobody has ever heard of because my daughter made it up. And nobody can pronounce it when they see it. So I don't think we should be basing a math program on what names are in the book. My concern with Eureka is when they talked about that it was reading intensive, and that it was at grade level, and some of the teachers have expressed that they have kids that are not on grade level, and their answer to it was, you can put them on a computer all the time to do text-to-speech. That is not a great way for kids that are behind to begin with to catch up, and especially not to catch up in math. I don't think that we're looking at, it doesn't sound like the 6th grade teacher even wants either of those first 2 programs. They want the same one that 7th and 8th grade is using, so they want the Kendall Hunt, correct?
Well, originally we liked Eureka the best, but we just thought for cohesive, and after going back and talking with 7th grade and 8th grade, that we kind of, went that direction.
Okay, so I personally think that we need to listen to the teachers. I don't think we need to be worried about equity and diversity, whatever the other one is, in K through 5. I don't think math is going to be teaching anything that we don't want it to teach to little kids. I don't know how you could add more stuff in. I don't care what the company has for professional development. Obviously, Grangeville and School District 244 is not going to buy that professional development for its teachers. Like, that's not going to happen.
But it is
But it's already
the
in there.
overarching.
No, it's not in there. You have to buy
The
professional
ELA I'm
development.
talking about.
You have
This
to,
is an appropriate material already in the school
what?
with the ELA. So you
Okay,
can't
we're
say-
not talking about ELA, we're talking about math.
It's the same parent company that is providing that ELA curriculum that would, the Amplify is the same
ELA
company, it's Amplify
Okay,
ELA.
I get that, but we're not doing that. We did, whatever they bought in the past has nothing to do with what we're doing.
If it's the company's policy, it's absolutely going to be a part of their curriculum.
How are you gonna put it in math? Tell me where you put untoward stuff in kindergarten through 5th grade math. Go ahead,
In,
just give me one example.
in their unit stories
That are
and
only
their
in the
word
teacher's
problems,
manuals.
I think it's likely, which again are only the teachers' manuals, parents would see it. I wonder if they have that in there. I get why they couldn't send us all of the units for all of the grades and all that. It's not in those, I looked through those. But I'm wondering what they're putting in those. And given, again,
Before I paid for a curriculum, I would want to
yes.
see all of those stories.
given the company that it's associated with, I'd like to know more personally.
It is possible. I've seen questions about John and his two moms, like, just stuff like that.
Okay, but you do realize that John and his two moms is like reality in our world today.
I do realize that, I'm just.
And in our
saying-
town.
Okay, so
Again, going to that political.
is I raising my hand? I'm just saying, so they did mention specifically in Eureka that they were, incorporated differentiation. They mentioned SEL, social emotional learning. They, to me, a teacher that is not a math teacher, I taught social sciences and English. It seemed specifically, like this was a little advanced for the reality of where we're at. It appears when the 6th grade teacher says they're counting coins, and over here it's in the 4th grade thing, that's a big difference on where you're gonna jump in to a program, right? Because that's why it's gonna be bumpy for the first 2 years, because you're gonna jump in at grade level with a curriculum, whether your kids are at grade level or not. So on the Eureka, they mention SEL, it's text heavy, and not all the training is included, and I think it appeared very advanced. The Kendall Hunt, again, looking at just what we saw here, it appears too tech heavy. I think it appears too tech heavy, where you gotta go to different things. And on the Eureka, it appeared, you teachers that are in the elementary, that you had to go to a lot of different places to get to where you were trying to be. So that's a time suck, right? And then the other one, notwithstanding names, just looking at the map, it's said that you had a beginning of the year launch, they wanted all students to learn. Training was available and ongoing, and it was included in the cost with some clarification, and automatically got both print and digital. And the intervention program that they had would be structured to help our students. So, looking at the map, I think that is the better program.
So the one thing it did not show on the Amplify was the actual, like, it is tech heavy, actually, at least on ours, on the 6th grade end. You have ELA that you go in and you can assign everything to, and then you have to go to a totally separate tab for in-class to do all your testing, all your reporting, and actually, you can't even see your reports there. You have to go back over into ELA to see other specific reporting. So it is tech heavy on the back end. Just in ELA, it did not show us on here, and I don't remember in the first training if it did or not. It was very similar on the teacher end. You have to go to like 2 or 3 different places just to pull your reports to see what you're doing from Amplify. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, from Amplify. Now, while it's great because it really helps you put kids into groups for progress monitoring and stuff, it is very tech heavy on our end. So that would be, I guess, the only other side to that, is just that we didn't see it today in the presentation. So they're pretty, I would say they're all pretty much, for our grade level at least, about the same as to going into different tabs to assign things or whatever. It would be about the same.
Similar to what Eureka was, she was
Yeah.
presenting and it was kind of.
And even in illustrative, it's very similar to where you'd have to go into a totally different tab to assign anything to your kids.
But did you guys all get to play around with the different platforms?
So we would already know the amplifies because we've seen it and we've done it and we'd be comfortable with it. That would be one jump you wouldn't have to make to do amplify.
And we would know, hopefully, by now where to pull up our benchmarks and all of that.
But Kendall Hunt is really what you would like for 6th grade.
So that we would be cohesive, yeah.
Yes, so we're looking at actually 2 different methods.
She has.
Sorry.
So, as Stacy mentioned, I have not been teaching for 20 years, but I do value teachers' opinions. But just because I haven't been a teacher doesn't devalue my opinion as a parent. That is why in the state thing for this meeting, it says half the representation should be parents, because we have kids in the school system and we care about what they're learning. It doesn't matter if I don't have a teaching degree. I care about what they're learning. And from coming in here and looking at these books, like I said, I honestly don't feel like I can give a true feeling about the Kindle because I couldn't look at a hard copy. So that one's really hard for me. But looking at those two as a parent and looking at the problems, I honestly, and this is my honest answer aside from DEI, I felt like as a parent, I could understand the Eureka better than I could the Amplified. I also liked in the presentation how they had, you know, this like breakdown with the, I don't know what they call it, with the pictures, and they're like, you can do it this way or you can do it this way. And they talked about how that can be a great help for parents when kids bring the homework home, so they can see how they're doing it, you know, because they're doing math different than I did, and I can actually maybe help them. Or it said if your kids are absent, they can see what they're supposed to be doing. I really like that. I really like how, you know, if you have a kid that is maybe a little behind, you can cater it to that, and same with kids that are advanced, you can cater it to that. Just looking at those materials right there and what they presented, as a parent, that is the curriculum that I would choose.
That was pretty cool that they had the parent guide on the website.
Amplify had one, it just didn't get shown in there, but Amplify has a lot of this, the same, almost the same that thing that you could send home with the parent to, with your kid for homework to show them what to do and how to do it.
And looking at those books, it was easier for me to understand the Eureka than the Amplified.
Were they both in English though?
No, they were in math.
So, I mean, just looking at the math problems, I felt like the Amplified math problems were quote unquote more friendly. Maybe they were just younger math problems. The Eureka was more of the math that I learned, so I was super comfortable with that, but I didn't feel like it was very tangible. Whereas Amplified and Kendall Hunt, I felt like I could see the blocks, or I could see what I was adding up, or I could see how they were multiplying. And I think a lot of the kids that I work with need to be able to physically touch or physically see some of those things to be able to understand them, whereas I do, you know, I would lean towards Eureka if it was me personally, but I don't need to learn math anymore, and I'm numerically easy. I find that easy
I think that's a little more sterile and it might be a little harder for some of our more tangible learners. So that was my impression. Not that it's bad or anything, but it just seemed
You had your hand up, right?
Well,
conceptual.
just to say, we're all for the kids and the best for their learning. We want the best for them. And we want to pick the best curriculum. And I've used Great Minds Eureka for several years when it first came out. And what I noticed about it is that parents did have a hard time helping their kids because there were so many different methods that they taught them to use instead of, one or two methods, an algorithm. And that's what I found with Eureka when I used it.
One of the things that when I compared Eureka and Amplify, there was a couple of different things that I had noticed. One is that Eureka is actually very Common Core, which I know you were like, don't want that. Very heavy.
Could take a
on
whole
the Common
page to do
Core.
a math problem.
And it's very, where there's like 3 or 4 different models that they have to use within one lesson. Where Amplify, it has those different strategies, but spread out. Not all in one lesson, you have to use all of these different types of ways. And then the other part of it that I could tell from when I think about, and I know this wasn't in your guys' sheet, but when we had talked ahead of time about the mathematical practices and what kids need to be able to do, some of the biggest ones, constructing viable arguments and critiquing the reasoning of others. Being able to use and connect those different mathematical connections through what they're saying and they're talking about. Being able to reason abstractly. Those are all parts of them being able to discuss the math, not just do the math, but discuss it and have those opportunities to lead it. And there's also portions of our teacher evaluations connected directly to that, where we need to have not only us as teachers trying to pose those purposeful questions and get that discourse out there, but that the students have to be able to guide it as well. And one of the biggest difference that I see between Amplify and Eureka, and that's why I like Eureka, why I like Amplify so much more, is because Eureka is very scripted. We saw her say, teacher says this, the students are going to answer with this, and it's so scripted, it does not give the kids that chance for those really deep mathematical conversations that we know are actually important and for them to really deeply understand the math. Where in Amplified it does. It starts every day with an exercise, what they call it, the launch, and that launch looks different in multiple different ways. Sometimes it's like a number string where we're trying to get them to see patterns in numbers. Sometimes it is discussions about one problem and getting kids to come in and answer them. And that's something that's in the standards that they have to be taught, what they have to do on ISAT testing, what the teachers have to be able to do to be considered distinguished and proficient teachers. It's in the practices that are good for what kids are there. And I am really afraid that if we were to go with Eureka, that we are going to be taking all of that away because of how scripted it is. It's literally just saying, teacher says this, student's going to answer this way.
Students are never going to answer the way they say.
Can we not find a curriculum that meets those standards for you, that is not political?
When do
I
we
don't know
make
that you
names
can.
political?
In all honesty, because curriculums are not made just for our community. They're made for multiple, because otherwise they can't sell them. And I just don't think we will find one that won't cause strife, because no matter what the curriculum.
And I think if you push this through, you're gonna have pushback from your community that you don't want. There's a lot of tension already in this community. I already know there's letters going to the school board about this, so I don't think it's wise. I think we can do better.
What is our time?
Money has to be spent by
June
the end of
30th.
June.
And already we're not gonna have curriculum in our teachers' hands soon enough. So the longer we keep pushing this back, I'm very concerned about that. I think that is something we really need to think about.
Are we really pushing back over names? Because nobody has told me anything else, other than a professional development thing that nobody has to sign on to or
Well,
buy.
But I think I don't know if you're missing the point or if you're mischaracterizing it. I'm not trying to cast aspersions, but what I was speaking to was the nature of the company that's producing the materials, updates, and whether that one particular training, I didn't have time to go through all of the trainings. My concern is that that's going to become a pressure. Now, I can't say that it definitely will. And I like to think highly of my teachers, and I like to think they would understand the things that would really concern their parents or not. So like I said, I don't think they'll sign on to it. But I do think you have to consider, though, the perception. I don't think we want to pick something that's mathematically poor, but I think kind of like Jerry Lynn said, there is kind of a PR thing.
But we want to pick what's mathematically best.
Yes, we do. And
for our kids.
But if you don't have support from the parents, they're not going to have good outcomes.
Well,
you need to have parent involvement to have success in school.
And again, it comes back to, so what happens when those updates happen and that stuff is included in the curriculum, and then our teachers are put in a position like they are currently with curriculum where they're having to pick and choose what pieces they can
Well, but
feel
what I'm
comfortable
saying is,
presenting to
as
their
far as
students.
math goes,
What good is that
other
curriculum at
than
that point?
changing the names, what in K through 5 math, which is what we're looking at, what in K through 5 math could they do other than change the names?
Julie Botley gave you an example of story problem.
Mhm. The teacher stories that are included as the beginning of those modules that are only found in the teacher books, don't come home to the parents. What happens if a teacher's given a story that they don't feel comfortable?
Change the name.
It's not just the name.
Well, wait a minute, what, I guess I missed.
Do you want me to tell you some of the things I'm reading about in a book right now that's amplified approved?
No, I'm talking about these math books. I want to know what in this math book is inappropriate. I don't care about English. I don't really care about English.
Potential for that.
In math? I understand it in English.
Valerie's had
I understand it in English, but I really don't see it in math for K through 5.
I'll tell you plainly, I'm concerned in some of the unit stories and or the word problems. They always couch it in some real world experience, which is great. And they've got families, which is great because that's what kids every day is. And I understand that there are different ones. I'm worried that in some of their examples, what I'm not comfortable with is teaching children about sexually related topics at school.
Nor are we.
And I think, and I know you're not, but so what I'm concerned about is that you might have situations where you've got someone in an alternate family situation where the alternative thing is a sexual identity. I don't think discussing what a sexual identity is really appropriate for grade school. I wouldn't be comfortable with my kids doing that. Now, I would hope that the teacher would say, okay, I'm just going to change this to be just mom instead of whatever else this is. That would be great. And I think that's most likely what's going to happen. But I don't see why we need to do that.
So Valerie's been holding her hand up patiently.
Sorry.
So I completely understand what you guys are saying about having it be, well, what if they change it in the future? But I think we're forgetting that any of these companies can change what they're doing in the future. And they can easily not be BEI or anything else right now and change that in the future, and we don't know. However, and for the educators in the room, this will sound very familiar, but there's what we call a pendulum swing, where our curriculum and how we teach and what we teach, it goes back and forth. So it might be swinging one way right now, and it could very easily actually go back the other direction. So they could also turn around and decide that maybe they do have too much, so they can change it the other way too. And it does tend to swing back and forth on how that happens. And I don't think that we can just assume that that's going to be what they do, is change it in a way that we don't want to. Because if we're going to assume one curriculum company would do it, then we need to assume that all would. Because they all have that ability, and they all are going to be trying to keep up with what is the world doing right
No,
now.
all they're trying to do is sell
And
stuff.
wanting
All
to
of
make sure that they are able to get their curriculum sold, because in all reality, they're trying to make money, that's their job, they're trying to sell their curriculum. So they're watching, all of these companies are watching what's happening around in the world and trying to make sure that their curriculum matches that. And so it's, just because Eureka doesn't do it now, doesn't mean it won't change. Just
Well,
because
and
Imagine
Eureka
Math
does
doesn't
do it,
now-
they just didn't put it on their mission statement.
Yes, and that's the part of it that's in there. So I kind of think we
Yeah.
have to be aware that this one company being upfront about what they're doing is not a bad thing.
I would agree with you that they can change. But I would also not like to put my money in where I know that it's not something I'm okay with. Which is why I also believe that because companies can change, I don't think we should be doing a 6-year span of curriculum. I mean, right now, what we're looking at for my kindergartner is that your two, like, really important subjects, ELA and math, he's looking at amplified 1st through 6th grade, you know, so I thought that.
We're not locked into 6 years, we
I
just
know.
have to,
That's what was
pick and-
discussed at the last meeting, and so and I brought that concern to you, and so, yes, they can change, but do I wanna put my money into something that is very clear about how they feel about these things? No, I don't, and do I wanna do it for 6 years? No, I don't.
I think-
Reevaluate after 3.
I think part of the reason that we kind of had said 6 years was because we have a lot of curriculum to do. We have not had a curriculum in way over that 6 years, and our kids are behind because of it. There are many, many, many gaps. And if we only give a curriculum a year or two in our schools, we haven't given it the opportunity to actually do what it's supposed to. Because if I'm a 3rd grade teacher, so if I get a new curriculum, if our school gets a new curriculum, and we all have it, that first year, none of my students have had that curriculum yet. They're all still having to fill in the gaps that they got there. We go to year 2, they've had 1 year, but they still didn't have those other 2 years before it, and so there's still gaps that we are still trying to fill in with them. Year 3, we are still having to fill because they still haven't had that same curriculum for that long. It takes 4 or 5 years to actually get ourselves into the full curriculum and really be able to make the differences and fill in the gaps.
we have to find a sweet spot for a couple of things, and that is to get ourselves on the correct curriculum adoption cycle. We're off of that. We have numerous curriculums that are outdated and need replaced. And because we don't have a good cycle, we have to try to get back on it and make sure that we're cycling in a way that we're only having to repurchase 1 or 2 things annually to keep the subscriptions going and not being overloaded with the cost of several curriculum all at one time. The other concern is that historically, when this district finds itself in under financial hardship, the board cuts the curriculum budget. And so we have this opportunity now to purchase curriculum, get it for a reasonable amount of time so that we don't get stuck with something for 2 or 3 years and then the board has again cut the curriculum budget. That's one of the reasons that we're in this predicament in the first place. So just to clarify the length of
These are COVID funds that you're using to buy this, right?
I'm sorry, what?
COVID funds you're using to buy this
Correct.
curriculum?
How
Not from
many
the board?
years do we need to implement and evaluate, a reasonable amount of time to implement and evaluate a curriculum? Is it 4 years? Is it 5 years?
5 minimum.
5. So we don't have to buy 6, we can buy 5 years of a curriculum. And in that time, get teacher feedback, parent feedback, et cetera, from something that's actually been used. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
And I just wanted, there was one other thing is, I know you were saying, okay, well, is there another curriculum out there? Kim has done an amazing amount of work to try to find all these different curriculums, and she talked about at the beginning how we started with 11 that went out to all of our teachers in the district to be able to look at, and we weeded through them and cut them down before we even got to the teachers in the room that were on the first part of it, and then we weeded it down again. We've gone through and we have looked at all of these other curriculums, and we have found what we thought would actually teach them and fill in and get all of the things that we actually need in a curriculum. If we go and try to go back to square one now, we will lose the opportunity to get a curriculum, and I think that is the worst choice that we can make, because we have gone too long without a curriculum. And if you're worried about content, you have every single teacher in the district right now pulling from a different source. And you didn't see any of those sources because they're not an adopted curriculum that we've been pulling from. And we're all having to make the choice right now, what is best for the kids, what would the parents think? We've been doing that from day one. And if we lose the opportunity to use this money that we have and we don't do it, that's the worst option I can think of. It's just, we gotta do something for our kids and do something to get us stabilized and back on track.
So I'm curious about the rubric, and you guys, the teachers went through and filled out the rubric for all of them. How did they, can we go through the rubric and hear what your scores might have been?
I have all three.
Just to know where they were stronger and where they were weaker from a teaching perspective?
Just so you know, we were asked to focus on one part of the rubric.
Okay.
And so some of us just did that, and some of us did all of it. I thought we were done, so I threw mine away.
Okay.
Being honest,
All
I
right.
thought we were done.
Well,
So I do not have mine, I focused on the teacher's manual. So I really honed in on that.
I'm a nerd, so I took the note, I filled out
You
the
did,
entire
you did the whole thing.
And I'm like she was,
Because
we
there were
voted,
numbers
we were good
included
to
and it
go,
was
and
math.
so I have my notebook that
I'm
has
also a
all
hoarder,
of my
so-
notes that I took on all the stuff, but when we voted and we made a decision, I was like, okay, we're done.
So yeah, obviously, when you guys voted, you voted for Amplify. It scored the highest overall,
Can I? Sorry.
but can we maybe talk through the rubric and?
Can I say something about the last vote?
Uh-huh.
In the state, whatever it's called, it's supposed to be half parent representation in the meeting, and that didn't happen at the last meeting.
So the statute allows for good faith effort to have at least half of your team be made up of patrons and non-educators. And there were that many people invited. Someone called in sick, another person just didn't show up, another person declined, and so by the time our meeting came, we had less than half. There was a good faith effort made.
So
I didn't read anything
did
about a
you
good
fill
faith
out-
effort
She
in
showed
the
us
thing,
long
It was-
last year.
but, the thing I read didn't say anything
And
about good faith.
I've been on curriculum committees in California and in Colorado, and this is the first time that parents have ever been invited. So I think it's great that we're making this effort and trying to get input. Like, it's not like we intentionally left parents out. We did do what we were supposed to, and again, it all comes back to like our time restraint.
Well, it surprised me that you're saying that, because you basically told me, why should you have an opinion? I have 20 years of experience.
So
You're just
I
a
feel like you're taking my words out of context. I was saying that I have a problem with someone repeatedly saying that the curriculum that we scoured using a detailed method, continually calling it poor, I had a problem with that.
Because you have 20 years of experience and I don't.
I feel like you're being very confrontational, and I don't feel
Well,
like anybody else here
The way
is.
it came across to me was just that.
That was not my intent. My intent was to say that we use a method to evaluate this curriculum. And that, we spend a lot of time. And just to call curriculum poor repeatedly, based on strictly opinion, I have a problem with.
Because I'm a parent.
So am I.
So am I. Like a lot of us here are
Right.
parents, and we have children in this community, and the schools and whatnot, and everybody that's sitting at this table is very calm and like, I just ask right now, please, that like, and you might get very frustrated with me, but your whole demeanor right now is very off-putting and very attacking and argumentative, so if you can just, like, we're trying to do the best for the whole team and the kids and everything, and you're very on edge and super cranky with people, and that's not what anybody here is about. We're trying to.
I have complimented all of you, saying, I am sure that you're not trying to feed this to my children, but you're great teachers. I didn't like being put down because I wasn't a teacher. It makes me feel like in this meeting, me as a parent doesn't matter.
Okay, but I don't think any of the other parents here, do you guys,
They were attacked.
Nobody else feels that way though. Nobody else feels like anyone is saying that they do not feel like we're saying that you do not, we're not taking any of your advice. That's because you're not.
When I went and talked to Mrs. Robinson about my concerns with the curriculum, and I told her the same thing, she actually listened to me as a parent instead of putting me down like she's better than me because she's the principal and has this experience.
So
That's what I'm
everybody
saying.
that's been sitting here has been listening very openly to what you've been
I
saying.
I don't agree with that. I felt body language and things. I don't think everybody's open. But I would ask that everybody, like, just set aside your biases, look at the curriculum. Is Eureka really that inferior that we can't maybe make a compromise? Do we have to hold this A Amplify as our first choice, it's our only choice? Can we make some compromises? And like, I feel like there's quite a few people in here who are still pretty hard-headed and some defensive and some pushy and things. But can we put that behind us?
Yeah.
And look at the curriculum?
Well,
And
let's
look
not
at-
villainize people for asking questions either, because
Yeah.
that was a big
Yeah.
takeaway from the first committee meeting. I felt like if there was pushback against the status quo, then people were villainized for that. And I don't feel like it was handled very well. Some comments and things got taken really out of context for another parent that had questions and it was legit and nothing untoward happened. It just got really blown out of context, and I think that's probably where some of the frustrations are coming to that we're hearing. So everyone here is gonna have different opinions because we have different backgrounds, and that's great. That's why we have committees, right? Is because we all see things differently. But at the end, we're on this roller coaster and nobody's gonna get off right now. Everybody's polarized. So I agree with Mrs. Bodley. Like, we have to find a compromise. We can talk all day long and go over and over and over every single little bit of math that's in here, or we can go over and over and over and over what they really meant by DEI. Let's get a math curriculum in our time frame. Some people might have to compromise, and that is just the reality of the situation. So how can we do that?
So, I want the best math curriculum. I've got a kindergartner that's gonna be a first grader. I've got a young man that's gonna be in kindergarten this year. This math curriculum is going to affect them greatly for their basis in math. And barring names, it seems to me, from what I listened to on those things, and I wasn't at the last meeting, so I don't have any, thing from that. It seems like the educators are recommending Amplify for 1st through 5th grade and Kendall Hunt for 6th grade to get that in line with the program that 7th and 8th grade is already using. I recommend that we do 5 years because that was what I was told would give an opportunity to evaluate the curriculum, to get the teachers comfortable with it, to get the kids to see how they're doing, and also to see what the company does in the next 5 years. Are we coming up with things that they might do that we're not a party to because we're not a party to the company? And I listened to all of them talk about diversity and equity and inclusion. Whether they put it in their mission statement or not, it was there in their presentation. And so for me, I recommend that we do 5 years of the best math program, that math curriculum that you guys have found, that the educators recommend, and then at the end of 5 years, it can be evaluated with actual knowledge of what the company did, what the teachers did, how the kids did, et cetera, but not have it for 6th grade because 6th grade wants to become in line with a program that we already have with 7th and 8th. And if 7th and 8th has a different time frame, they've only got theirs for the next 4 years or the next whatever. I don't know how long they got that curriculum for, but I would make the 6th grade one in line with that, so that you're evaluating 6th through 8th grade at the same time, and 6th grade isn't stuck with a curriculum for 2 extra years that 7th and 8th grade all of a sudden says, no, this isn't what we thought it was going to be, we want to change it. So if they only have 3 years left on theirs, or 4 years, or whatever, I would line 6th grade up with that. That's my recommendation on that. Let's look at the math.
Can we look at 6th grade separately? Can we make a decision on 6th grade? Can we make a
Yes, we
decision on something?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I asked earlier if we could separate 6th grade from K through 5.
Illustrative. That one, yeah.
The
Sorry.
I one.
I was like, my brain is so.
Kendall Hunt's the
That's not what we looked at the first time we looked at.
It
because
is
it's-
not.
No,
It is not, but
And
all of it
that's-
is free online.
yeah, but this is the one that you guys are using in
Yes.
your classroom that you like,
Successfully, yeah, it's been really good.
and you use it with Common.
I use mine in conjunction with Con because we only get,
But you
A
use
certain
that
amount
for
of
like the
frequency.
spiral.
Yeah.
and
right,
because when we looked at it, I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's not what we saw, but this is the one that you're
Correct.
talking about, that
Yes.
you like.
yes.
And that's the one that the high school adopted.
Yes,
Is
correct.
this,
Yes.
does
Yep.
you have questions?
Yes, Mr. Shirk.
Just in the spirit of compromise, appreciate your comments, it kind of sparked an idea. If the decision is to end up going with Amplify, I wonder if, because some of the question is, what might they have? You know, nobody knows for sure, and nobody knows for sure what will happen with any other ones. But I wonder if maybe it might help parents feel more heard and more comfortable with what there is, if they were able to have access to the teacher materials, whatever the training is, something like that, so they could see what's being
I can
done.
respond to you, but on that, in this way, and that is that we are required to have a curriculum library stored here for everyone to review.
There you go.
It requires purchase of the curriculum.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, if you went with Amplify, and I said, I like the math in Eureka better, but
Yes.
I would feel less concerned
And
about
so
some of those other things.
every curriculum material we have district-wide is here currently, for you to look at.
And we did talk in the last meeting about having like a night where we invited parents in
Yes.
before the next school year starts, so that they could go through and look at all of it ahead of time. We did talk about that, and we had wanted the community to see it and know we are not trying to hide anything, we are not trying to do anything in secret or anything like that. We want you to know what's there, we want you to say if there is something, we wanted that input. And it is, because it is hard to see all of it all at once and know exactly what's there without first getting it and having it all. And we do want you guys involved, so I do think that that is something, I know Kim has worked extra hard this year on getting engagement from the community in this area.
And just one more thing, in response, Mr. Schertz helped me find the PD concern that they brought up. And it looks to me like that's while it is part of the company's offerings, it's part of additional professional development that teachers or schools could buy. It's not something that we would be purchasing, we would only be purchasing implementation, professional development, follow-up, instructional coaching opportunities and things like that, so.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to
but I understand.
mischaracterize that, it's
I
more
know
of a
that, and
kind
I
of-
understand why you brought that up. I realize that this is an issue.
Yeah, I
with
don't
the
want
company.
professional development about that for anybody.
Yeah. Mrs. Church,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't know your first name.
Yeah, that one's probably not flying off the shelf anymore.
I'm curious as to whether it would be possible prior to purchasing to review those teacher stories. I mean, I think we're talking about a 1 page, maybe, probably less than that for some grade levels, story. Is that something Amplify would be willing to, choose my words carefully here, to provide ahead of time prior to a purchase so that it could be reviewed, so that you're, again,
All
so
I
you
can do is ask.
you know what you're buying before you buy. I understand they've given you a sampling, but again, we're talking about sales, and I have had this conversation in multiple different areas with multiple different people. If I'm a salesperson, and let's use candy instead of curriculum, I know somebody likes chocolate, and I know this other people like fruit-flavored candy. Well, I'm going to bring a plethora of chocolate to the chocolate lovers, and I'm going to bring a plethora of fruit-flavored candy to the fruit lovers. I might have a offering of chocolate at the fruit-flavored convention, and I might have a fruit-flavored offering at the chocolate convention, but by and large, I'm going to separate my candy stash and offer what I think my customer is going to buy. And I don't think you can discount that what these companies, and all of them, are selling you a curriculum. All of them are presenting to you what they think you will buy. And I don't think that it is unprudent to ask for more, to know exactly what it is you're buying. And I understand not wanting to give you their entire curriculum because there's intellectual rights, they have to protect their product. But I mean, to me, if they were saying, well, we're not going to give you all those stories, that would be a red flag to me. If they're not willing to let me at least see them, to me, that would be a red flag. So I would encourage the question to at least be asked.
Do you mean every story problem?
Not
For the whole
The
curriculum?
unit stories.
the unit stories.
They have one at the beginning of each unit,
Okay.
and then it's kind of referred back.
Yeah, go ahead.
I guarantee you, if you ask for every story problem, they're going to tell you no, because
Well-
that's essentially their entire curriculum.
Right.
As a teacher, right? As a teacher, I give homework to my students, right? Because good teachers give homework. Because they got to practice. And there were occasionally, not because I objected, but just because of sheer number of problems, especially with my older students, I would say do all the odd problems because the even answers were all in the book, right? We've all been very strategic about that. So if there's a story problem that's objectionable, like write it out on the paper and don't give it to them, right? Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, I feel like that's a little more, but if it's the entire unit story that the whole unit is built around, that's a bigger issue to me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, and I absolutely understand your concern. What I'm wondering,
What grade is
if
that?
it would be
Grade one.
a compromise, is if the district kind of talked to all the teachers during the training and said, hey, here are the concerns from the community, so let's be aware and make sure that we don't speak of things that might be sexual in nature. Not that I think anybody is doing that, but a gentle reminder that here are the concerns from the community, and we're trying to get the best math program that we can, but some of these issues are legitimate concerns. Let's just be very aware.
Right, and I understand that, and I think that as demonstrated, the 6th grade team did that with ELA. They previewed something, and now, if I'm correctly understanding, you have books sitting in your classroom that you're not willing to put in front of your kids. So those were paid for. Again, you want to talk about curriculum that wasn't used because you didn't know how to use it. We have curriculum in our district currently that was paid for with district funds that are so tight, right, that we're willing to completely divide our community over a vote for a levy, that we paid for with maybe not levy funds, but curriculum funds that are now sitting in a classroom not being used because the teachers don't feel comfortable presenting that material to their students. So my point being, again, I come back to the question, what is the point of purchasing the curriculum if you're then still requiring your teachers to pick and choose? And I'm not talking about a story problem, but a large portion, a unit, an entire unit study or an entire box of books that money has been spent on, and now they're not being, they're basically expensive paperweights, rug weights.
But I don't see a math issue coming up with what you could.
It was hours ago.
So let's still put class.
Mr. Schertz, earlier you were talking about you had referenced some material that you had looked at when you were trying to see what would be like the best match curriculum based on like the idea of like science and STEM and those. What was the year that you said you were looking at?
It's 2001. It's the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, Medicine. And it's a report they published called Adding It Up, Helping Children Learn Mathematics.
The only reason I ask is because people who were in the room the last time may know this, but I don't know that everyone does. Amplify is a newer curriculum in the math. So it wouldn't have even been on that report, so I would be curious to see if there's anything.
Yeah, it's a fundamental study of how to effectively teach math to children. And so kind of in the research world, it's kind of, you come up with something and then 10 years later you'll hear of a product about it and then 5 years later you can buy it. So this is basically what underlaid a lot of the work and funding that went into products like the Illustrated Math open curricular resources that were then used to develop, amplify. It sounds like Eureka draws from it. They didn't specifically state it in their copyright page, but it clearly has a lot of that same. But the whole idea of having those concepts and having the kind of rigor that we have now, I mean, really, it's to the point now where that's kind of what underlies all the stuff that's in education. But if you follow the links back, that was kind of the original big dollar sign thing that kicked off then these subsidiary pieces.
Yeah, and I asked because I think both Julie and I don't remember. Susan. I think both of them had said, well, let's look at what these curriculums do math-wise and see if there really is that big of a difference. And I think that that's an important point to come back to, just to make sure. I mean, I know on mine, when I had done the rubric the last time, Amplify literally has a check mark in the first 2 columns on all of them, which are fully evident or mostly evident of those things, while the others are partially or little to no evidence. And that whole, this is Imagine Math. You can see they already have that, or the Kendall Hunt version of it. And when I look through, they have a few over here. Most of them are in the second column. I had a few here that were even little to no evidence of. So I do feel confident that Amplify would be better than the Kendall Hunt. And when I did Eureka, a little bit of the same. So when I looked at it and I compare them based on all of those different things and the assessments, the rigor, understanding, deep understanding, whether they probably are doing this standards of mathematical practice, to me, Amplify did make a bigger difference than the other ones.
There's not another, like, research that's 20-something years old, there's not like newer.
It's not something that would be repeated.
No,
That was just the
there's
basis.
follow-on research that's been done since then. It's not like they just took that and they just left it. It's, okay, now that we know this, then let's riff on it this way, that way. So what I'm saying is if you follow back to the research that was used to develop these curriculums, that's the one that was kind of, okay, this is a break from what was before in terms of what it's founded upon.
I think all 3 curriculums are founded upon that research. They're all based on that. There's no question about that.
When I dug into both curriculums, I liked the research that Eureka was able to support everything with.
And in the beginning, Eureka was my top choice. But then after I listened to the teachers in our last meeting, I felt like we all agreed that there were two main components that made Amplify stronger. One being the engagement piece. So Amplify has built-in games ready to go. Teachers don't have to create them, they're there. And also the digital games. You sit down, a bunch of kids, and you ask them which curriculum are you gonna want, they're gonna want something engaging. And I know that's, you know, a newer way of thinking, but we do need to think about how do our children learn nowadays? What do they prefer? And I think we need to be mindful of that as we're making decisions. And another big piece was the assessment piece of Amplify. The M class is so strong, and the benchmarks and the detailed information you get about standards and skills, and the fact that they have embedded intervention, and not only that, but they have small group instruction available, ready to go. Like if this is something your student's not getting, bam, here's your lesson. Like teachers are very limited on time, and the fact that this is ready to go, where a teacher can just pull a small group of students, I think that is so important.
The immediate feedback was
Yes.
super important, and not waiting, like you said, not waiting until you're in the next unit and there's still a problem with that student where they don't understand. Having that immediate feedback and being able to correct it quickly is super important.
I'll just add one thing about Stacy's comment on the assessment, and that is that the assessment tool that Amplify provides, we have utilized in our ELA curriculum, and it has been powerful for our teachers and administrators to look at the progress of our students. And with math, none of the other ones that we were looking at today had as good of assessment tools available to us. Currently, we are using for math a supplemental curriculum that's provided by the state of Idaho. It's a free digital program called Imagine Math. And so we have taken that on as the tool that we use for our benchmarking because it's free. And so having a curriculum that has the assessment package built into it is very valuable in educational ways and in financial ways for us, because we will have to continue to use the free Imagine Learning otherwise, and the students are not particularly engaged with that. In fact, I think they're actually more resistant to it than anything else, so that's not helping us track their progress. That I just wanted to add on that.
And one of the things when you talk about benchmarks, I caught it today during the Eureka presentation, she was talking about benchmark assessments, and for those of you who may not know what that even means, it's literally taking all of the standards that the kids need to know in that year that they are in and saying, okay, at the beginning of the year, where are they? What do they know? What do they don't? You do it again in the middle of the year. They should have gained knowledge by then. You do it at the end of the year, and it's everything. Which they described in this presentation was not a true benchmark. They called it a benchmark, but it's not a true benchmark, because she said that both the beginning and the middle of the year benchmark was actually only testing and assessing the standards that were taught right there at the beginning of the year, which makes it it's not actually a benchmark test, which is something we really actually do need. And so we would then have to be falling back on that Imagine Math, because we're going to find some other way to do it. But Amplifies is a truly benchmark assessment that could be built into it. And not only do the teachers have access to that M class that would have all of that data, but our intervention people who pull in and our SPED teachers who also do that testing can also use that same curriculum with the M class, because they have it that goes with Amplify. I don't know that Eureka will do that.
To add on to Valerie's with Eureka as well, I caught that benchmarks are an add-on, so you have to buy them. So you're gonna purchase them separately compared to with Amplify, they're included. Obviously with IM, they're not. And when you said SPED, cannot believe I left this out. So I talked to Mrs. Heitman before I came and got her feedback from the 456 hallway of what SPED would like, what they're using, and they are actually using illustrative math, huge components of illustrative math, and they're seeing great leaps and bounds with it. In fact, to quote her, she wishes we had it all the way through. Everybody was on illustrative because they've seen such great leaps and bounds growing with the students, and we really have. We've seen some great gains this year. So that is SPED's feedback, because she has to deal with all sorts of different grade levels. So if we do throw a wrench into it, where 6th grade is on something else, then in our hallway, they're gonna have to deal with 2 different curriculums. But she's up to the task. She was willing to do that if that's what we decided to do. But that was kind of SPED's feedback. So I'm just gonna throw that in there.
Special ed.
Yes.
Come on now.
Right.
I've never heard of this before.
Well, and the only thing, I was thinking of something Michelle said at our last meeting, and it really stuck with me, was, you know, while we do these committees and we have community input, at the end of the day, you wouldn't walk into a doctor's office and tell them, hey, I want to see everything that you learned, and I'm doubting what you know because I Googled it before I came, right? So there's something to be said, and I guess it's that trust factor a little bit, and that's what we're reviewing in our district, is that trust factor of whatever we do land on, is that we have gone through, and I think this is what Stacy was trying to say in so many ways, is like, we all have gone through this exhaustive process over and over. This is the second time we all just sat through these 3 today with our rubrics, and we were very specific when designing the rubrics. And, you know, I think there is something to be said at some point, you know, where you step back and you have to rely on the professionals. And I thought I knew everything before I became a teacher, and I homeschooled my own kid for 1 year, and that was nothing compared to actually being in a classroom with all these kids and then going to PD and going to all this stuff. And so it was a huge learning curve. Not to say that any parent's opinion is any less valuable, because it is. It's just in a different category, I would say, right? Because we're trained to look for certain things, and you're trained as a parent to look for certain things. And there is a certain point where we have to put it back in the hands of the professional and say, okay, like, what do you suggest? We're gonna rely on you to do your best and sift through. So again, I'm gonna ask if we can at least make a decision regarding 6th grade, or we can at least get a decision somewhat on the table. Can we at least take 1 off? If we're looking at 3, what do we feel about moving 6th grade into illustrative? Number 1, that's my first question. But number 2, can we narrow it down to 2 at all?
Well, I already recommended that we do 6th grade Kendall Hunt for you, and the first one, which begins with an A. It's been too long. Amplify for K through 5, but only for 5 years, to give it an opportunity to actually be utilized, evaluated, etc. barring those. Those are my 2 recommendations for K through 5 and 6. From what I've heard from the teachers and the input from the parents, and making sure that that 6th grade one goes in line with the amount of time that 7th and 8th grade has left on theirs, so we don't end up with 6th grade having more time and 7th and 8th grade deciding that they want to do something different later on.
So I agree with Pam, and to your point, I read the story and then I went through, and your question about, and you know what happens when you assume. I always write this on my board when I was, you know, but the story did have elements of that story as part of the math. So it was, they were talking about, you know, going to an antique store, and the dad was looking at rocks and the shiny ones and the crystals. So it did continue through. So it's not a one, like, just read it and a go. But like she just said, I would like for us patrons to trust that the people in the classroom understand our community and are not going to do something that's just gonna cause an uproar. I mean, I don't think anybody wants that, and I think that if everybody's aware, be a little extra careful. Let's take notes on it, you know, as you work through a whole curriculum. It's hard to see a whole curriculum. Like, you won't get through it in a whole year. The first year, probably, you won't get through the whole curriculum. I would be surprised if you got through, 6 units or 8 units the first year out. Something's going to be eliminated because their pacing schedule is not necessarily the pacing schedule of our school or of our kids, right? Or of what you're doing. I mean, it just isn't. So I think that gives a little leeway to say, whoa, if we gotta cut something right here because we don't have time and something has to go, that we can trust our teachers to do that in a good manner.
Justin, you had your hand up.
Yeah, is there anybody that has a major issue with going with Kendall Hunt for 6th grade? I think we solved your problem.
There you go.
We made a decision. Decision one.
What are the business rules for voting on this? Like, is it a consensus?
It's just,
Or is it
Yeah.
majority or unanimous? What are we at?
I don't know the answer to that question, but I wanted to point over to our CV people really quick before we just say we're gonna go with that for 6th grade and make sure that that is something that you're okay with. I did talk to Kim about this because she did say that if the 6th grade in CV needed to be able to match their K-5, that it would be okay for your guys' group to go with what K-5 does, where our 6th grades up here in Grangeville could go with middle school. So I wanted to make sure is that
We would like our 6th grade to remain with the elementary. So we are voting to do.
Just for ours.
For yours, to
Okay.
do what you want to do. We support you 100%.
So let me amend mine to say that it would be K through 6
Only
for
because
you
for
and K
us,
through 5
we have,
for Grangeville.
if our special ed teacher pulls our kids and works with them at all different levels, and so
Okay.
since our 6th
Can we do
grade
that?
is with our
'Cause it-
elementary
it
school,
comes
we
with
want
all
to
of
keep
it,
it
right?
so that they can move up and down with where they need to be, and that our teacher, because ours is truly like, we don't we don't want to say we don't participate with the middle school so much, but our 6th grade is more with the elementary school than it is with the middle school over there right now, so.
I saw a hand back there.
I just wanted to reiterate that it's not a matter of trusting our teachers. Like I said, I have a K-8 degree in elementary education. I taught for several years. I totally hear what you're saying about being trusted as a teacher. It is not that I don't trust the teachers. My concern again comes back to paying for curriculum that we choose not to use because we don't think it fits with our community. And that's where I'm trying to, 100% I would trust teachers to try to make the best decision they could for their students. I mean, okay, there's a handful of teachers that probably just need to be taken out back and shot, but.
Well, let's not do that today. Let's not do that today.
Get the guns carried.
Hopefully they're sitting in jail at this point, but we'll leave them for the authorities to take care of, okay?
And I don't want to confuse language arts with math.
I think most teachers, 99.99999% of teachers have every child's best interest at heart, because that's why they're here. They don't get paid enough. And I know because I got paid, well, yeah, sort of. It all went back into my classroom. I know, I mean, right? Like, you don't get paid for what you do. You work tremendous hours. I know because I have been in your shoes before. So I'm not sitting here saying you're horrible people. That is not at all.
But you know, if the district adopts a curriculum, right, and not the scatter shot where everybody's just pulling it,
of course,
the teachers are required to use it.
Yes.
It's not, they can't They can't put it on the shelf and say, yeah, I don't really like that. They do have some autonomy within the classroom. I don't know who the CB people all are. Mr. Alan Siren, you know Mr. Siren? Mr. Siren taught at CB forever. He was a landmark. The kids love him. Recently passed away, and there was a section he taught science. Every year, he would tell the kids, hey, it's going to be a great year, going to be the best year ever. They walked in the door the first day, and he would say, y'all can look at chapter 12, and if you want to read it, but I'm not teaching it, so let's go. And that was it. Like, it was a little more, it was a biology class that was, at that section got a little more anatomical, I guess. And he would just say, hey, we're just not doing that, let's just roll. And it just wasn't a big deal. So
Right, and in science, absolutely. We
And in
can't
math.
skip multiplication in
Right.
math because we don't.
No, we
agree.
can't.
Do you see what I'm saying?
But we
though?
were,
Like,
but we were talking earlier about the fact that a lot of times, whether it's the name or the situation or whatever, teachers change that all the time. I was talking about the fact that, you know, I'm a grandparent raising my grandchildren, and so when I read a book that talks about mom and dad, I just put in grandma and grandpa. And some days I make the story about Declan, or I make the story about Maya, or I make the story about Carolina. And the same thing can happen in a math problem. The math is going to be the same. And a teacher can look at that and say, maybe they don't want the, you know, whatever somebody might be, you know, upset about, and they just change that part of the story because that part of the story has nothing to do with the math. The math is still the math. And so I have complete faith that our teachers, if the story needs to be changed, that they can do that without it being a big deal.
Mallory and then Joanna.
And I just want to go to your point of we're buying curriculum and having it sit on the shelf if there's something that we don't like. But I also want to go back to what Shar was saying earlier. We can't get through it all anyway, and there's going to be parts we're not going to get to in any of the curriculums, regardless of what the choice is. I mean,
And the boarding hasn't made that any easier.
no, it hasn't. So that's just something to think about. I mean, every day as teachers, we have to decide what do we leave out, what is the most important part of it, and that'll just make it an easier decision. Oh, that's not going in there because of that.
Dustin and I were so grateful that Kylene and Cassie went through material beforehand. Not every teacher does that. And obviously, not everybody has the same views. So to say that we'll just tell everybody we need to skip over inappropriate things, that's going to look different to everybody. And not only that, sometimes, you know, you're saying, you know, you might skip over it or change a name or whatever, but that's right on your kid's work right in front of them. Or right in the book that you gave them to read. So that, although I'd love for that to be a compromise, like, it's not for me.
Maybe we should take a vote and just see where we're at, like a jury. Like see where we're at.
What are we voting on?
Of the two remaining.
Are the two remaining Eureka and Amplify, is that what we are at now?
Because we said,
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. And how would you like to do that? Just by hand?
yes, we've all been talking, it's not a secret.
So hands up, no, hands up at the table, for Eureka Math Square.
We don't get to vote because we're not.
We're not for you decide.
We can follow the rules.
They are audience, okay? Wait, no. I'm waiting for a minute. Okay, thank you, Jeremy. Amplify, hands up for that one. Okay.
I'm still trying to log into something so that I can find the stories for you.
So
I'm
clearly,
going with everything.
the group is comfortable with Amplify as, not in its entirely, but a major portion of the group.
And we're comfortable with our
What she
teachers.
said about the stories and finding
I did
that out, I
email
think
that
that's
question
super
already.
important.
And I'm
And
logging into the demo stuff that they gave us to see if I can find
any more.
Is it Amplify that said that you can go ahead and edit all those things?
Yes,
So you can do
yeah,
that?
yes.
That's assessments, though, not-
Eureka also said
they're
we
not
had
the
access to all of their stuff as well, so, yeah. I think that's
If-
good practice to be able to see what's above, below, 2,
Julie.
3, 4 grade levels even, because kids are all over the place.
My first vote is Amplify. However, I do not think that Eureka is so inferior that we can just disregard it either. It was my first choice at one point in time, and I think it's still a quality product. So I didn't vote because that's, I feel that way, even though Amplify is my first choice. I could actually get behind Eureka also.
I feel the same as you. Like,
And I don't think we
I don't
discounted
think that
it.
it's,
I just voted for what I thought was the better
yeah, I
of the
don't
two.
feel that it's a curriculum that it's like, oh,
Yeah,
If-
it's still a top curriculum.
yeah, I don't feel that it's one that I'm like,
That's why
oh
it's
man,
top
it's.
3.
So moving
It's horrible.
forward, as I mentioned, I did email my representative from Amplify to see about the possibility of getting the unit stories. I don't know what that response will be, and again, I am working on a timeline. So by chance, if they don't have them, or I can't get them in time for us to go through this process, am I still moving forward?
Yes.
Okay. I will still endeavor to get them. Anyway, in print.
Thank you.
Yeah. I do work with a very good person, so I'll see what she can provide. And again, the curriculum will be available in our library once we get it set up for everyone to look at. We've talked many times about the meetings teachers plan to have to preview everything. Anytime new teachers come in, we're required to give them mentors. They'll have that person by their side, helping them with that. Our teachers meet in cohorts weekly, discussing all of these things. So while I know there's concern that something might slip through, I'm willing to bet that it won't happen. Yes.
Just to clarify, the other thing I asked about earlier was the materials and also the training. And I don't know how that would work, or if their license agreement would only allow teachers. But I have some concerns about some of the training that they do offer.
If you want to come do PD training with us, come on.
Well, and I don't know if they have, it sounded like they might have some recordings online or something. I don't know if that's something that parents could access.
We will
or something.
have, our implementation training will be an in-person training, and I am almost positive that it will be on August 15th.
Okay.
We only have a certain number of days before school starts,
And I don't know that
That's
I
the one on the
personally
calendar.
would necessarily have time to work out for me to take some time off work.
yes, I would
But
like,
just parents in general, if we,
anybody that went through, I think you already spoke to this once, that went through the Amplified training for ELA could speak to what that session was like. It is about implementing the curriculum. It is not about,
Navigate it.
yeah.
I mean,
not
it
about-
was all about like, where are the standards, where are they taught, where do you go for your lessons, how do you navigate the site, how, I mean, it was, that was what that training was all about. It was entirely about how to implement the curriculum itself. I do wonder if there's like a parent version of the PD, like a.
I'll ask that question as well. I'm happy to do that.
There is one on the ELA, we had issues getting into it at the beginning of the year, and it wasn't until like the middle of the year that I don't even get on it. And so I don't think anybody else is actually sending it
Sharing
out
the
to
link
parents, because we just, at that point.
Okay, so
we're
there's
like
two
too
things
far.
I need to ask about then, right?
Just like Jonathan. Yeah, There is a test, but they can even get onto the vocabulary portion that they get onto, they can get onto that at home. But, like, I just didn't end up sending it out because I had already sent all of my online stuff home, and I wasn't doing that one more thing.
And are we doing 5 years?
They're giving-
And then however many for 6th grade?
But I think what I would.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
I
will
will
kind
not.
of look at the cycle of the other curriculum, and I'll try to put it in my notes. And I haven't, I didn't settle on one for the illustrative math, so I think I'll extend that one longer. That one might be 6, and then this one can be 5, so then.
So we're not on the same
So,
cycle.
because we don't want to be on the same,
Then you have to.
no,
I think
having to
that's
redo
against
2 gigantic curriculum in 1 year, because funding is always a
as well as.
Yeah. Well, I just mean as far as lining hers up with
Yes.
whatever 7th and 8th
That
are
won't be
already
a problem
doing.
at all. Nope, in fact, it will just mean that I just add 6th grade onto that whole, it won't be like separate or anything. We'll adopt 6 through, I'll just say 12, it's not grade 12, it's 6 through 12.
Yeah, okay.
That'll be an interesting piece then, to see
Yeah.
the 6 through 8, how that goes, and then 6 through 12.
PD and parent portal, right?
offer 12th grade. So this is how the whole thing
Is it not required?
only personal.
That's not for the 10 years.
They only offer through
Is that what these
algebra
numbers
and they have personal. So much better has something to take.
Is there anything else we need to do?
I don't think so. I will put together the information from the meeting today, and that will be presented to the board on the 28th. That's their next, they're having a special meeting. It's a post-levy meeting, and I will put this before them at that meeting,
That's on the 28th?
28th. I think that's all then. Thank you all for your time today. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Sorry for the chairs.
I don't know, the last half of the day was pretty nice.
Good reading short.
Thank you, ladies, for the chair.
I brought one from lunch.
She invited me to sit next to her.
These two just
Listening is a skill too.
So,
Type A is inside of me. I don't know how to say.
Yes, you're a parent, and you're focused on 1 or 2 or 3, however many kids you
So I
have.
just-
And the teachers are focused on you.
Stacy, would you
They
push
all
stop
have different
on
needs.
that recording at home?
Yes.
I got a lot of stuff to
Can we
say
just
there.
Yes.
stop recording by ourselves?